we as a nation can control what we do. We cannot control what somebody else do. But does that include preparation for an external attack, preparation for an external influence, and how do we keep ourselves so robust? Sandeep called that out very well. Will that happen? Somebody who's punching in just in that bandwidth of 15 minutes we had given to our guest because it's an early Sunday morning is Nirmala Sitharaman. Morning. Nice sari. Again a statement being made, is it?
Not
just like we're expecting Madam Sitharaman to do.
No. Coincidental, purely.
Purely. So what's your thought process as you jump into the conversation? Capital expenditure. Should the government take big bets? Which are the focus areas that it should take big bets? Also, where they have made allocations and there has nothing but been corruption flagged by CNAG and no result, like skill and some of the other departments, should they then refocus and say, all right, this is how we're going to structure the outlays? The role of MSMEs, where does it come? Markets are open today, so we will be tracking that also. Yeah.
So if you take a, if you kind of look at what the economic survey said and take a leaf from that, I think there's been a lot of discussion on fiscal deficit because they've also kind of laid some responsibility on state governments, saying that fiscal deficit there has gotten a little out of hand. Probably because of a lot of social sector schemes, so there is a need for states to control their fiscal deficit. So which means that from the centre's side, if you're looking at it, the only places where they would invest as capital investment, largely expenditure, would continue to be infrastructure. I think that's where you do see impact. But they will have to reel in quite a few other areas. See, we've been saying for quite a while that if you look at the number of, the centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes, there are so many. And while I think part of one division under Niti Aayog's responsibility is to constantly monitor them and see the monitoring and evaluation bit, but I don't think they're really working the way they're supposed to if you actually take a deep down. So it's time to consolidate schemes, bring in that fiscal efficiency that's necessary before you start announcing new schemes, new subsidies,
yeah, but the point is elections are being won at state levels only through these welfareisms, and a lot of the states where the BJP is won, again, fiscal
it's
deficit
also
will
very interesting that they
most of the states are NDA in the country.
No, I'll tell you another interesting. It's very interesting that the economic survey should do this, because I think a week back RBI came out with its report on state finances. And if you look there, interestingly, the fiscal deficit figures aren't very, very high. So then you have to deep dive into seeing what your primary deficit is and what your other deficits are in terms of revenue deficit. Revenue deficit isn't too bad. Primary deficit in certain cases are high, which means basically there's a lot of borrowing that's happening. So which means, again, the entire conversation
but states
on
will
debt
turn
to
around
GDP.
and say, "Hamara GST ka bakaya to hum debt chukayenge." Sectoral.
See, in terms of debt to GDP ratio, when you look at that, India is fairly robust, around 53. If you look at the G7, India is 53%. The US is over 100, UK is over 100, barring Canada and one more country. India is lower than that. So this government has largely been very conservative and very prudent on, this has been one leitmotif across the last 12 years of the Modi government. Now the question is, but with welfare bills rising up, that's one big issue for the government. Second is you have the 8th pay commission coming up. And between the states and the center, the ratio has always been states often, the center used to have 80% and 20% of the states. That ratio is changing. And if things don't change, you might get to 50-50 or a 60-40 ratio soon. That's a big concern. So it's not just the central government, like you were saying, the real concern is going to be at the states level.
Absolutely.
And the states haven't really, it's going from 2.8 to 3.2 or something. Is the deficit at the state level. So that's a big number actually, and which means that something is being cut from their budgets.
See, somewhere the government has been able to try and fill their pockets before they dole out. Now, at the central level. At the states, are they guilty of trying to only look at doles rather than before looking at how they're going to fill their pockets or fill their treasury before they start out the doles? Again, Raj Dharma always says, keep your coffers full so that you can also give out fully. So welfareism as a concept is married with capitalism. So that's how it's called dharmic capitalism or dharmanomics in our in our civilizational roots. So is the finance minister going to deep dive back and say, this is how we ran our country or this entire region, that is Bharatakhanda or Bharat, despite its various kingdoms for a millennia? And we were the richest, 34% we were contributing to global GDP at one point in time. Some interesting facets that have come out is that throughout the last 200 years, we grew at 0%. Minaz Merchant chronicles that in era of India. So a lot of people are looking at Bharat and gazing at it differently. How is this government going to gaze at Bharat over the next 25 years? We'll talk about that. And the most critical part, our demographic dividend needs to have money in the pocket, and for that they need jobs. When we come back from the break, it's all about jobs. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
India has just concluded the mother of all deals with Europe. And the architect of that deal, who came up with the formulation, ironically the first time actually, people forget that, is sitting with me, Minister Piyush Goyal. He needs no introduction. He's been the go-between Delhi and many capitals globally. Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for speaking to me. It's wonderful. This has been called a win-win deal. It's been called the mother of all trade deals. In plain terms, is this a win-win in intent or in trade balance terms?
I have always
Back live on our CNN News 18 TBS Budget Day studio with a comprehensive coverage of Budget 2026 Reforms Reloaded. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and with our guests, let's just dive into the big question. Jobs. Now, with the recent EU deal, the estimation is that Bharat itself will create 80 lakhs to 1 crore jobs, 8 million to 10 million jobs in Bharat. Now, how much will that be? We'll have to wait and watch, because the youth unemployment rate has gone up to 17.8%. That's what some indicators say. 2017-2018, 47.5 crore. That is the jobs. In 2023-24, 64.3 crore jobs. That's the employment that's been generated. So which number would you want to lean towards to our experts? Anybody who wants to get into the jobs question first can take this. Nirupama, let's start with you.
So there are two things here. I think what is happening is there is a very, very huge mismatch of, the kind of people who are coming out and the kind of requirements for employment. So you see certain sectors, anecdotally lamenting, saying that I'm trying to find people, but I'm not able to find people. And then you have a whole set of people trying to find jobs, but not happening. Having said that, I think there's also a huge problem in India when it comes to employment data. Not to say any of them are wrong, but the definition of unemployed in that sense, whether it's last 1 week, last 1 month, actively looking for. So you take an average of any figure you want and go with it.
See, like if you look at those numbers, 2017, 2018, total number of jobs that were created, but the numbers further on, if you look at that, and if we continue in terms of percentage, 52.2%, and that's the self-employment number. Self-employment numbers 52.2% up to 58.4%. So more number of Bharatiya are getting self-employed. So that job creation, they would also be creating jobs. But here's an indicator which is a little bit of a concern, and that is, and if you move to the next one, this is all data from the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Unemployment numbers, they are saying 6%. 2017 to 18 is 6%. It's come down to 3.2% in 23-24. Now, this is what one indicator is, but there's another indicator which says that the youth unemployment is far greater. It's 17.8% in 2017-18. It's come down to 2023-24. It is 10.2%. Do you think these numbers are tracking, or is there some mismatch in the data?
So I don't know how much of this, considering the fact that we only started looking at gig economy and gig workers from a very recent PLFS survey, and even under that, the periodic labour force survey, but even under that, not separately, it's just clubbed as part of the larger ambit. So these figures, I don't know whether they do actually include a lot of the gig work and the contractual work that actually get it, particularly with the youth, because you see a lot of them doing that. But having said that, I also think that there is, as I said, a huge problem in terms of the younger people getting into jobs for various reasons. I think there is, as I said, a skill mismatch that exists.
Yeah.
I also think somewhere there is an what I'd like to call, maybe from our generation, an unreasonable expectation of starting salaries as well. You know, I think that's kind of escalated so much. People wanting to enter would expect anywhere on top of 50, 60 as starter salaries, which I don't think is feasible either. And at least I think that's a contributing factor. Now, I don't know how many others would probably...
No, investment to yield. They should also show how much are they going to work at starting salaries, the effort and the amount of the overall talent pool. There is a common crib across employers and across sectors that the quality of input is also coming down. The quality of skilled is also coming down. What the current generation or the first time employees are expecting as their starting salary, maybe because their perceived standard of living, they want to earn so much. But in terms their own standard of output, there is no question there. And most employers are saying we have to reskill or continue to upskill these people to try and bring them to the standards that we want, despite them being supposedly cream of the layer or some of the better crop.
Absolutely.
Sandeep, thought process on jobs?
I agree that I think the question is more on employability of the workforce. It's not that there are no jobs available in the market. I mean, we as employers always look out for people who have the right skill set, and it's very tough to get people. And obviously the aspirations on salaries have gone up. You know, you blame social media for that, or the lifestyle reasons and all that. And I think government has been doing whatever it has to do. They came out recently with the employment linked incentive scheme, you know, where they are trying to incentivize the employers to hire more and more people and try and see if they can get tax breaks as well as other cash benefits out of employment. So I think, you know, probably we need to give a little more benefits to the employers so that they hire more on the talent pool side. But
but then with AI coming as a disruptor, there are bigger employers who are actually shutting down and really retrenching. Like look at Amazon, 16,000 people, 14,000 last year, 16,000 this year. All their warehouses are AI driven. And they're all dark warehouses because there's no human force inside. It's all robots and AI driven and mechanized or automated. So clearly there is a trend where AI will be a disruptor because certain jobs will become redundant. It may create other avenues, but is our entire education system ready to cope with that? Are we looking at education as a major boost forward even economically, not just creating skilled labor force, but also one of the aspects of tourism, one of the four sectors that Saket was talking about. Educational tourism means that you'll have to up the skill standards of universities, not just create so that you have international students also coming here. It becomes a source of revenue for the government. Are we even thinking all of this? Because the next 25 years, we need talent here. Yahan talent nahi hoga to growth kahan se aayega? Then you'll have to import from somewhere else. And we saw nations which have imported talent, they're all struggling today.
So I think education is one of our biggest problems. While we've always said that, look, India invested in universities as opposed to primary education in the beginning after independence and so on and so forth. You look at the state of our universities today, and I think it's not just about the money you spend on universities, it's all the ecosystem you build around it. China managed to attract a lot of foreign universities there. Foreign university when you set up, when professors come back to India, they're not just looking for the job, it's also about the ecosystem they live in, right? And that is a big challenge in our country. So you have to take a much more holistic view to this as opposed to just the funding for research alone. That of course is critical, but you also have to do other things around that. And that ecosystem, if you look at the number of universities in the world and the global rankings, where India features, Indian university features, that tells you.
So let's bring back this conversation. I know it's early, but I still want to bring back this conversation to that part B, now that you talked about, Nalin. What is going to be the strategic vision? What should be the economic vision? I know that budget speech may already be ready. It may already be part of the draft, and the electronic Bhai Khata will be already locked and booked. But there can be last minute changes. And I'm just saying, if somebody were watching this broadcast, what are the 3-4 things which you feel will outline a clear strategic vision for Bharat economically over the next 25 years while taking into consideration the external variables? And I'm going to ask all of you this. Yes, now starting with you, Nalin. So, because khabar aapne di thi.
No, look, I'm not going to pretend that we know something more than others, and also that with this government you never know ever, right?
Yeah.
So, and until it's done.
Yeah.
And the budget, of course, is very closely guarded. But look, what my understanding would be that expect or we should look out for something path-breaking on AI. There is an entire vision around AI. There is an AI Impact Summit that's happening, which is a big bet of the Modi government.
Yeah.
The question is, and I think there's something that you were alluding to, that and what Saket was talking about big bets, right? And if you where are we going 20 years down the line? And I think in the last year we've seen moves on semiconductors, on AI, with Ashwini Vaishnav leading that charge. The question is, what now, and what is the extent of the ambition we're talking about? That we'll have to wait and watch on.
Yeah, AI defense, pharma.
And the second is on defense.
Anand,
the second is on defense.
Hanji.
I think we are creating a military-industrial complex. There is a huge opening on private sector, including in areas of defense that were never opened up. So I think that's another big bet. We should watch out for how much that increases, how much opening happens there. Because historically, in every major economy, when you have spending on defense, it's not just for defense. That has a huge knock-on effect in other parts of the economy always as well.
Correct, but you have to also have those kind of courses structured in our educational curriculum so that you are able to bring out skill. Now, semiconductors is a plan that's been happening for the last 5-6 years. But how many institutions are actually now pivoting to hardware engineering, chip design, skilling there? How many of the institutions who are teaching engineering courses, science courses, have actually now hardwired ingrained 4-year programs so that you have engineers who can help in chip design, semiconductor manufacturing and in those factories? You had to import a lot of professors from Taiwan and China, but have we done that already? Because we are setting out foundries, but who's going to man those foundries and who's going to be able to run those foundries? These are all questions. We also have Adarsh Narahari, founder and MD Primus Life. Namaste, good Sunday morning. We're all working, markets are working. Thank you for that, Adarsh, and you've also woken up early. Let me ask you, this is the question. What is that part B? What is the strategic vision that you're expecting from the Honorable Finance Minister today?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So, from my lens, I think aging in India and elder care in India has been looked at from the lens of welfare. I think it's high time it's looked at from the economic opportunity it presents by catering to what is going to be the largest base of the population by the year 2041. Right? We're not that far away from 2041. India is not going to be a young country forever. So it's high time we started looking at what we can do to tap into this sector and give dignity and independence to our elders. So what we would look at from the lens of elder care and age tech is fundamentally around solving for reverse mortgage. I think a well thought out reverse mortgage policy brings financial independence to elders, which thereby brings dignity, because a lot of elders have assets, but they don't necessarily have a lot of liquidity. The second thing is, of course, GST on services for people like us who are into elder care. For somebody who's spent a lot of time paying taxes, possibly a lower tax rate for services around elders in GST, might actually spur the sector. And a third and very important one is the lack of penetration of health insurance for this age group, right? For people above 60, if you're going and trying to get a health insurance today, it can be a massive challenge.
But I must tell you, health insurance for service providers are also not making it attractive. You're only making it far more expensive. And again, I'm just saying, because for everyone, health insurance has to be renewed end of the year. So year-end happening, and we look at that, and then we're saying, hello, they're supposed to be considerations. So, streamlining of that, yes. Palliative care is something which is going to be a big business going forward. That is something, economic opportunity. Will that be outlined in the strategic vision? We'll have to see how we take care of our old. China is really, really struggling right now. But there is also the other conversation as we talk about strategic vision, viewers and to our guests, just bringing in this aspect in terms of the formalization of the economy. He talked about the tax net. Should that tax net be widened? And should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors? Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that, there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But if you look at the numbers, in 2018, 1.39 crore people came down. In 2019, 2020, 21, 2019 it was 1.10 crore, 85 lakh in 2021, and of course this was the COVID year, and then 1.09 crore in 2021-22, 1.15 crore, 1.10 crore and 1.25 crore number of people who were brought under EPFO. So these are the EPFO numbers. So there is a certain level of formalization of the economy that we are witnessing. Now are these good numbers or can do better? Saket Mishra.
Pretty good numbers actually. We are, because it's not just formalization, it also means people are getting better conditions to work. It means that exploitation reduces, and it means that there's a degree of security after you finish working. So I think these are pretty good numbers. I genuinely don't believe that we should be looking down at, the quality of people that are being formalized. So when the gig economy, for example, becomes more formal, I don't think there's a huge cost issue involved there, but there is a difference in terms of the quality of service that people get and in terms of how we are treating each of these employees.
Yeah.
So I think it's a perfectly good thing as they come out. And
now, as far as the economic vision, are you looking at widening of the tax net, strengthening of the solidification of the labor codes and also a certain level of coherency rather than concurrency between state and government in terms of implementation of some of these codes?
So I think what Mr. Jaitley used to talk about was, I think, comparative federalism. And given the lack of coherence around states and the center can give guidelines, perhaps incentivize good behavior, and then the states have to do what they have to do. And if there's a K-shaped difference that happens between, let's say, today's date, North and South, for instance, that is a direct result of whether states do the right thing or not the right thing. How much they give out and whether their treasuries...
But somewhere there has to be some amount of compulsion, irrespective of political disposition, that you have to follow a certain economic blueprint. You have to follow a certain economic roadmap. Otherwise, the country is going to get compromised because the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Sandeep, others coming to you after this.
So I think on the labor code side, obviously the center came out with the draft guidelines and the states have to really follow and come out with their own rules, and it may take some time. I mean, maybe one of the talk amongst the industry was also that the government probably notified the labor codes too soon before maybe probably taking a concurrence from the states, because today it's effective from November 21st and the state rules are still not there, right? And if you look at the Q3 results of listed companies, most of these listed companies took a hit because of the provision that they had to create on account of the cost that the labor, the new labor codes are going to bring in. So definitely I think there's a need for, some sort of a concurrence between the states and the center as far as the labor codes are concerned. Now, on the numbers of employment, yes, the EPFO numbers are definitely encouraging, but what we also need to look at is that in a country of 140 odd crores, we have 8 crore filers. These are the people who file their returns, whereas there are only 3 crore odd who pay taxes, right? The balance are those who just file their returns for the purpose of compliances, right? So therefore, what is that the government can do to increase this number from say a 3 to a 5, right? That is probably what is going to make a little more sense from...
Yeah, but return filing, the latest numbers, if I remember, has gone up to 9.2 crore, from 6.9 crore to 9.2 crore. But yeah, like you said, at a population of 140 crore people, let's say about 80 crore who are still getting the food subsidy. Are still supposedly below the power, line of or ability to pay income tax. So below the income of say 10 lakh rupees. Let's keep that. Where does the remaining 60 crore go? Why are they not part of the tax net and why are they not filing returns? Is that an unfair question to ask, Nirupama?
No, not at all. And I think you'll see a large part of that probably is from the agriculture workforce as well. See, I think the days come where we, as you were mentioning, we need to start taxing agricultural income. Farmers, you have different breeds, just like in any other profession. There is no reason why a farmer who has an annual income of 1 crore shouldn't be paying taxes, or even let's say
No, why
50
should a
lakhs.
farmer who has got annual income of 1 crore get free electricity
Absolutely.
and free water?
It actually goes against the very nature of what the subsidy is meant for. So you have a better way of dealing with this, and I think that itself will bring in a lot of, I think, people in as far as agriculture. But that requires, that's a very
It's a huge politically loaded
politically
question
loaded
because there is
topic.
huge amount of political backlash that a government can face. Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I would just, I mean, I see rural India. And I think the easiest thing to do, whether it's on electricity or whether it's in water or whether it's on income, the easiest thing to do is to blame this so-called over-subsidized agricultural sector. The fact is, the most of our kisans who are working way harder than any of us do not make enough. Fact is, most of them, maybe they save a little bit, which gets used up in emergencies. The real issue, if we want to expand tax, is not, I mean, yes, of course, there will be some farmers who are very rich, but that percentage is perhaps 5%.
You know, we look
But where, how about the CAs and the doctors and the lawyers?
I'm
who
saying
do-
anybody and
that's
everybody.
where
Sir.
there's serious monies.
I'm not holding a brief
Yeah.
for any one particular
Yeah.
sector. I'm just saying that all five of us, if we are from different sectors, but our incomes are the same,
Yeah.
why should only those working
Correct.
in two sectors be taxed while the others don't get taxed? Let there be parity with respect to income. Self-employed professionals don't declare their income. Lawyers, doctors, so many chartered accountants, professionals. Even agriculture, we don't look at food processing. The allied ones which also come under the ambit of agriculture don't get taxed.
Absolutely.
Those who are doing huge poultry farms and making tons of money and not paying taxes. Why? Dairy farms making tons of money, not paying taxes.
And misclassified.
Yeah, and misclassified.
misclassified.
Misclassified. So why
agriculture
not bring
as a
all of
whole.
that? See, if you're really looking at strategic and economic vision, Adarsh, your thoughts on this?
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with the larger thoughts shared here in terms of penetration of taxpayers. And I think it's a problem that's going to get solved shortly with so much of AI being used in terms of tracking transactions. So I do think that that number is going to significantly move up because we will bring all of those people who are avoiding paying tax. So it is a needed issue, and it will be resolved with the simple technology that's come in that's going to be part of our daily lives.
But beyond healthcare, one more sector where you think that the government can do more to try and outline its strategic vision over the next 25 years?
I think dominance of technology is going to be the new weapon. So most certainly, I would think that the government should figure out ways in which it can have dominance in technology.
You believe manufacturing is a thing of the old, AI is the next gen. So if government has to embrace something which will perhaps create jobs, services, etc., it should be in terms of AI. And it's not like China powered itself through manufacturing. We should focus on services and service.
I think our big problem is that we don't have enough manufacturing. Manufacturing is 16% of your GDP roughly.
There are those who say कि manufacturing छोड़ दो, इसको करो.
So, Anand, remember, we are among the fastest growing economies in the world on this scale, right? We are going to be the fourth largest economy very soon. The point is, all these, and we have over 7% growth, 7.2, 7.3% growth. The point is, we have to create enough jobs. AI can do multiple things. AI can multiply value and do various things. But you have to have jobs on the ground. The reason why we have so many people becoming delivery boys and delivery girls is because there aren't enough manufacturing jobs. Yes, we can't do it the way China did, because there was a different environment, different global environment. But we have to have manufacturing.
But with automation coming in, how many shop floors are going to need active manual labor? Or do we need to keep that level of automation out because we need to give? And at how many places are people ready to do that kind of labor? See, there is also another thing. The current workforce, is it ready to do that kind of a hard labor on the shop floor and do that? Or is it looking at saying, no, give me something better. I have learned this one, I'll do the coding, I'll do this social media for you, I'll do that. We had on our channel employers from MSMEs from Bengaluru who said, local boys and girls don't want to do the hard work at the shop floor. There are kids, people who are coming from migrant workers who are coming from other states who are saying, whatever work you do, give us, we'll do. But here they don't want to do it. They want to do the soft ones. They want to do the skills ones. So that's where the focus is.
I'll give you an example. Anand, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Saket understands UP more than most people. And one of the things that has changed in UP, which is one of the most Bimaru states, is that with a big focus on semiconductors and electronics, a significant part of industry has moved to UP, especially in this area. I was shocked to see that. I mean, I was very pleasantly surprised to see the numbers on industrial numbers that 50% of phones are now manufactured in UP, right?
Yeah.
And this used to be in Tamil Nadu. Now, and that has happened. Why? Because there is law and order, so industry thinks that it's now
Correct.
able to
Safer
move.
to
There's
operate,
better infrastructure and all of that. Now, again, there's a lot more to be done. But if one state can start moving the needle, then other states can too.
Yeah, and why limit only to mobile phones and not
make
make so many others? The aspect of UP and also states focusing on one district, one product. That means trying to make each of their districts a hub for one unique product and create an ecosystem around that. That's a local economic model. We'll talk about all of that. We've got to take a very short break. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
India has just concluded the mother of all deals with Europe. And the architect of that deal, who came up with the formulation, ironically the first time actually, people forget that, is sitting with me, Minister Piyush Goyal. He needs no introduction. He's been the go-between Delhi and many capitals globally. Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for speaking to me. It's wonderful. This has been called a win-win deal. It's been called the mother of all trade deals. In plain terms, is this a win-win in intent or in trade balance terms?
I have always believed that every agreement can only be successful when both parties stand to benefit, both parties, people and their economies see gain in that. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has
Back live on Budget Day 2026, Reforms Reloaded. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, a panel of experts. But quick shout out to all our sponsors who are with us, and also shout out to you, the viewer, who are joining us this early Sunday morning. You can just sit and chill, just watch us through the day, and we'll get you everything from markets to tariff to the impact, to the numbers, everything. Now we got numbers. And news just coming in early this morning news just coming in from Mumbai. Early this morning, a firing incident occurred outside the Juhu residence of filmmaker Rohit Shetty. Unidentified individuals fired 4 to 5 rounds outside Rohit Shetty's residential tower. Mumbai police, crime branch teams and forensic teams immediately reached the spot to investigate and collect evidence. And heavy police security has been deployed around the building, and the area was cordoned off. So now these gangster operators who are trying to intimidate those who they think they can extract some money out of is a sad turn of events. Ananya now joining us with more. Yes, Ananya.
Yes, so an unidentified person fired shots outside the filmmaker Rohit Shetty's residence, in Mumbai's Juhu area. Juhu area is said to be a very posh suburb in Mumbai, and such an incident happening in Juhu is concerning. It is said that the incident, it is being said that 4 rounds were fired at Rohit Shetty's residence, in the building which Rohit Shetty stays. And it is being said that it happened around midnight in between 12 to 1 a.m. Following the incident, security has been beefed up. Mumbai police and the crime branch investigation teams have, reached the spot. They are investigating as to who was behind the incident, who fired those shots at Rohit Shetty's building. It is not immediately known that...
Well, Ananya, that building houses a lot of cine stars and film producers. That's a very familiar structure that I see, and Rohit actually lives on the first floor, and we can see the cops actually investigating. So was it actually pointed towards his house? How do we know it is purely at Rohit Shetty? Because were the shots fired purely towards his apartment on that first floor?
Yes, it is being said that 4 rounds of shots were fired at Rohit Shetty's residence in the very building that he stays. It is not immediately known whether the filmmaker was at his residence during the incident or not. It is still being investigated. It is still being known. But according to preliminary reports, unidentified persons fired 4 rounds at the building. And as of now, the officials are saying that no injuries are reported. We have to wait for more confirmation on this.
Right.
And teams from the Juhu police and the crime branch have rushed to the spot and have initiated an investigation. And also, as we can see, heavy police presence has been deployed outside the building. And also, forensic science team has also arrived to collect evidence.
Right. Thank you for that. Multiple cine-stars and other entities, public, very popular entities with a huge public profile live in that building. That houses Rohit Shetty's house. We just hope everybody in the family is well and they're all okay. Clearly, some kind of warning and some kind of intimidation that's being done, and this is a modus operandi of certain gangs. We'll wait and watch whether any gangster groups or goons take responsibility for this kind of an action. In the past, we have seen such acts out with Salman Khan, with also Saif Ali Khan and some of the others have also attacked at his house. But this is something which is a pattern and which Mumbai police and also the authorities will have to address quickly to ensure that the sentiment of safety and security is maintained, which is very key for growth and for prosperity and for a certain level of economic well-being. We'll talk about that when we come back after a short break. Back to Budget Reloaded when we come back.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
So the tool that you're talking about, of course, Anand, thanks for that, is our money control EcoPulse, which tracks the state of the economy on a monthly basis to give you early warning signals on where the economy is going ahead of the quarterly numbers. But today on the budget, well, it's the first time the budget is being held on a Sunday, like you said. I think Nirmala Sitharaman has presented more budgets than any other finance minister in history, barring Indira Gandhi, who also held the Prime Minister's portfolio. 4 or 5 things. One, what to watch out for today. I would watch out for what happens on social welfare, what happens on Manrega spending. Look out for that.
Right.
What happens on defense spending. There is a huge capex that's being changed, that's been put. The Prime Minister talked about Sudarshan Chakra, the air defense shield on the Independence Day. There is a huge cost to that. So what happens to that? Defense spending as a percentage of GDP for India has generally been very low.
Yeah, less than 2%, sometimes 2.2%, but many believe it should be upwards of 3%.
It's at the lowest point since the 62 war as a percentage of GDP. In absolute terms, of course, it's been increasing year on year. So watch out for that. I think we should watch out for stuff on AI. There's an AI Impact Summit later this month. A lot of movement happening around that and some moves around that. Let's wait and see what.
You are watching CNN News 18 and TBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
It's Budget 2026, Reforms Reloaded, and you're watching us live, and we're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 DBS Budget Day Studio. It looks fantastic, it's grand, and of course our experts and you, the viewer, are making it all the more special. We're talking about creating more opportunities, one district, one product, and of course trying to get the push on education. Let's just also throw in the tariff impact here as we take the conversation forward, viewers, and it's just going to pop up here in front of me. Let's try and You're on Budget Day Live, Budget 2026. We're building up to it in just about 3 hours and 5 minutes from now. The Honorable Finance Minister of Bharat, Nirmala Sitharaman, will be presenting her 9th consecutive budget, and this will happen at the Kartavya Bhavan, and from there it will get into Parliament, and where she will outline what is the strategic vision for Bharat going forward, the strategic economic vision. Is there a plan? Are we working to it? And what are the pillars that need to be further strengthened? One of them is education. The other aspect is it going to fireproof Bharat from the global weaponization of tariffs, or entities like Donald Trump who decide that they will decide whatever it is and throw this entire rules-based order right into the dustbin? Is there a new global order that's going to emerge out of this entire disorder that we see? What's the impact that Bharat has had to bear, and how have we been able to deal with those blows? Have we been able to defend ourselves ably? Let's try and look at some of those numbers on tariff soon after we speak with Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us this morning. 2:30 p.m. is when Nirmala ji is going to address a press conference. But before that, what is going to make the budget speech? Part A or Part B? Is बार वजन किस पर ज़्यादा होगा? Pallavi, good morning.
Good morning, Anand. So, naya budget, naya office of the Finance Ministry, but the 9th budget of Nirmala Sitharaman. So, this is the Kartavya Bhavan. You can see just right behind me. This is where the photo opportunity is going to take place, which she normally does, when she is going to essentially come in from her residence, drive into Kartavya Bhavan. She spends some time with her officers and all of those who have been involved day in and day out in the making of this new budget, her 9th budget, which is unprecedented, because the Prime Minister also made a reference to that, Anand, saying that for a Mahila and presenting the 9th budget is a huge achievement. So I think that is also going to be one congratulatory message which is going to come in for her. And also the Finance Ministry had shifted in over here just a couple of weeks back. So in the new building, Naya Bharat, Naya Budget, that's the pitch which is going to come in from Nirmala Sitharaman. Just to give you a quick update of the programs, she comes in here slowly around 8:30 a.m. 8:45 is the time which has been given to us, where she's going to stand with all her officers right over here. There she is going to give that first photo opportunities, and after this she goes to the President of India, and there she presents a copy of the Bahi Khata, and then she goes back to Parliament, where on the Makar Dwar steps, yet another photo opportunity, and of course the cabinet meeting around 10:15 a.m. The cabinet meeting is just a formality, because technically speaking the cabinet has to approve the budget. 11 a.m. sharp is when she stands up to present the budget, roughly around 1.5 to 2 hours. 2:30 p.m. is also going to be when she's going to do a press conference. But very quickly, before I come back to you, one important point, and I think that's an indication of what the budget could be about, the focus on the youth of India. The large panel of students who are going to interact with Nirmala Sitharaman inside the Parliament, and the same students have also been given a special invite to sit in the press gallery and look at the proceedings while the budget is being presented. So AI, job generation, youth, startups, that's going to be the main focus of this budget 2026.
Well, there is Adarsh Narhari on our panel who's also saying, Pallavi, that the geriats or those soon-to-be oldies have to also be focused on, because palliative care is a big economic opportunity. Because a large population of Bharat is soon, in the next 15 to 20 years, going to be 60 years plus. But Pallavi, coming back to you quickly, this 8 window on our screen also shows the maturing of Nirmala Sitharaman, coming of age from a young finance minister, first time to then salt and pepper, and now grey, wizened and also ready and in control, knowing fully well the nitty-gritties. She's also seen so many black swan moments that Bharat has been put through, and she's powered through that year after year. So credit is due. But will her sartorial choices also indicate that there is also an element of politics which the BJP and the government will never forget?
Absolutely, there's going to be a definite political tinge as far as the budget 2026 is concerned. Don't forget, in just a couple of weeks' time, I would say, in 2 weeks' time, the dates for the 5 mega state elections are going to be announced. One of them, of course, is the home state of Nirmala Sitharaman herself, that is Tamil Nadu. But, will the budget also have much in store for Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry? Because, budgets are also very much as much political as they are economic. And, in the past also, she's wrapped up her budget budget speech by any poetry from Tamil poetry, I think she's going to do that pretty much the same. But what is she going to give to the voters? Because why just her? I mean, just about any party which has been in power at the centre have always kept in mind the political angle of the budget. So I would watch out very, very closely. Just coming back to you, yes, it's been a mega journey for her, beginning as someone who was a saleswoman in a small store in London to becoming one of the longest standing finance minister of our country. Her 9th budget, that's been quite a journey where she's gone through a lot of comments, a lot of misogyny, I would say, a lot of trolling. But you know, she stood tall in terms of presenting people's budget, which we saw in 2025.
True, absolutely. And, you know, given the 4 of us on the window right now, our first alphabets make APPA, that is Appa in Tamil. So, or in South India, you are there, Payal is there, Arunima is there, and so am I. And you strike me off and it's apps. So that's again social media, APP. But Payal, what's the inside dope? What's the inside story, you know, of the budget? What's the scoop that you're giving us this morning?
The budget is definitely going to be one, right? The budget is definitely going to be one which will talk about, you know, reforms as well. The Prime Minister from time and again has been speaking about the reform express as India's border as well. There are multiple, you know, aspects in that respect to look up to, because the Prime Minister has also been speaking about deregulation of norms. He's been speaking about, you know, bringing in modern, you know, laws in place, doing away with anarchic laws in the past as well. Also, that might not have anything to do with the budget. But what I'm really looking forward to from Nirmala Sitharaman is if she will open up the country's pocket to, in fact, states like West Bengal, where infrastructure seems to be a big challenge. It seems to be a big challenge to have health infrastructure in place as well. Also, Tamil Nadu has been one of those prosperous states. What is it that they'll give to Tamil Nadu? That remains to be seen. So state-specific budgets is what I'm really looking forward to. But I'm given to understand a lot of thrust, you know, Anand, will be put on indigenous defense. Operation Sindoor has been a perfect example of how India can actually be Atmanirbhar. If that comes through, then India would have, you know, moved leaps and bounds forward. And from whatever I understand, a lot of our defense budget this year will be allocated for that as well.
Will there be a significant up in the percentage to GDP in terms of defense expenditure? Because a huge chunk of defense expenditure goes into pensions and emoluments rather than going into capital expenditure and also capacity building in terms of defense is concerned. But Arunima, 31st of March 2026 reduced to now just 400 cadre or lesser. If that entire red terror corridor is wiped out, 8 districts is left. Will there be huge investments and direction that will be outlined in this budget in those corridors where now perhaps manufacturing, development, growth, etc. is possible?
Well, you know, already you're seeing the winds of change blowing all across Bastar. I recently came back and the highway construction there is at a pace which is unbelievable. You know, there are new facilities coming up inside Bastar as well in terms of hospitals, in terms of, you know, road constructions, interior road construction. Roads have always been better now for CPI Maoists because roads would mean development reaching inside. But as I'm coming to you live from outside Parliament, very cold, you know, rainy morning, and the middle class is looking for some warmth as well. Income tax is what the middle class has always looked at every time a budget is presented. This year it's no different. Will there be any further incentive for more and more people to move towards a new tax regime? Will there be further you know, relaxation? Will the exemption limit go up? That's what the middle class will be hoping for some announcement of. Like Payal also mentioned, a number of states going in for elections as well. So other than state-specific measures, income tax definitely something that the middle class in all these states and across the country will be looking at closely.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming out on a Sunday morning when you're supposed to be actually spending some family time, but everybody is out at work, and I know the task for you is double because powering through all the super women of our news network, Network 18. Thank you very much. We're going to keep coming back to you. And as Arunima was saying, there is going to be focus on the middle class. Perhaps the middle class will say, "Sirf humko mat tax karo, sabko tax karo." We'll perhaps be happy even if you don't give us any rebate. If you just open up the tax net and bring in self-employed professionals also into the ambit, actively into the ambit. We got news coming through. What to expect from the stock market today? We are learning from Money Control. There he is, the managing editor, sitting next to us. We'll get him to elaborate on it. That equities are expected to open on a stronger note during a special trading session ahead of Sunday's union budget as investors await signals on growth support through government capital expenditure and potential relief for export-focused sectors affected by higher US tariffs. So we'll come to tariffs after this. So 9 a.m. when the markets will open. some surge as expected, with hope.
Well, Anand, I'm just looking at the data. So, look, this is the first time markets are opening on a Sunday for the budget. I'm looking at the data on what has happened in previous market days on budget days. So, in the last 3 budgets, I'm looking at Sensex opening numbers as a closing. In the last 3 budgets, 25, 24, 23, markets opened slightly, markets closed slightly in the red on budget day from where they had started off. The big uplift was in 2021-22, and in 22-23, 21 ended at 4% higher and 22 about 0.3% higher. So if you go back Nirmala Sitharaman budgets, 3 or 4 have been very positive for the markets on that market day. Now, of course, sentiment changes over the next 2-3 months.
Correct.
Because you can't just judge it on one day. But I think it's an interesting factoid because it kind of tells you that the Modi government's focus in a lot of budgets has been on much more. The instincts have largely also been conservative, but also focused on traditional markers of the economy and not necessarily things that markets start jumping about immediately.
Right. Adarsh Narhari is still with us, but we also have Bhavesh Kothari, who is CEO of Property First, who's with us, founder and CEO of Property First. Bhavesh, good morning. What are you expecting in terms of real estate?
Good morning, sir. So, as you know, real estate gives around 8% to an entire GDP, and it contributes to at least 10 crore jobs, directly or indirectly. So, the finance minister needs to relook. The finance minister needs to relook at the exemptions, the tax exemptions, the ATC, the exemptions, and also the finance minister needs to relook at the long-term capital gains for real estate. It has to be made very favorable, because currently LTCG is 1 year in stocks, but in real estate it is 2 years. Also, there's a lack of clarity whether LTCG is applicable on the short-term and under construction properties or not. So under construction properties also need to be under the ambit of long-term capital gains.
Okay, you want to catch your breath? Are you okay, Bhavesh? Is it you've just been running and just to get on air on time, or is it because you are on live television?
It's both. I was late. Yes, I was late, so I was just running to catch up to the television.
All right, so catch your breath. We have also got some chai here into the studio. Pani baad mein aayega. Chai pani saath mein karte hain, to then the connotation is very different. So and it's not healthy to have chai and pani together. So one after the other. That's why Adarsh, you're saying something.
Since we're talking about housing,
I
think senior housing and is a large upcoming market. So there's a formal demand of something like 5 lakh homes currently in India. So some policy around making it friendly for people of that age group to live with dignity, is also part of the wish list.
Well, we're all inching towards that in that direction, so I empathize. It's planning in advance, but slowly. Those in their 40s will now think about what happens when they're in the 50s. Those in the 50s will be thinking about their 60s and the 70s. So everybody would want to plan ahead. Is there a vision outlined for the same? We'll have to see. But we're also talking about youngsters. We're also talking about the youth. And one of the focus, interesting that she's going to interact with youngsters inside Kartavya Bhavan, and they're going to be part of the press gallery. That is a big significant shift. And perhaps the intent comes with the fact that the BJP has elected a 45-year-old as their national president. So somewhere this focus on youth, Nirupama,
I think
they are wanting to walk the talk.
No, I think so, and I think you need to. I mean, we've been talking about unemployment within the youth, etc., and I think it becomes more and more necessary, because I also think just drawing it back to education as well and making the connect. Like we said, are we teaching the subjects of tomorrow? Your arts side, whether it's economics or whether it's commerce, you are learning a lot more. Subjects are incorporated. Things that I studied, when I studied economics versus what you're studying now, there's a huge shift with what is becoming popular. But I don't know if we've done that with our sciences as much, or with our engineering syllabus. As you rightly said, are we studying for tomorrow? I think that also requires some amount of overall. AI, of course, I think has AI and data. And data sciences, I think, is growing well. But I think with hardcore engineering subjects, we need to do that. So I hope with the youth, all of this is feedback that goes in at some point.
Yeah.
And let's see how it works.
As you were talking, we've just put out some of the budget wish lists on our screen, and I hope viewers, agree with that. Let's just quickly go through the budget wish list again and go big on it. Manufacturing sector, low compliance costs is something which everybody has been asking for and saying, when are you going to address this? That's the only biggest, perhaps, roadblock towards manufacturing. Let's just go through this, and then we have more news coming from Pallavi. Boost to fertilizer ecosystem. So that is something which they want, and fertilizer ecosystem was a problem because of the Russia-Ukraine war and where our sourcing was happening, urea especially. Review of the 6% gold import duty. Huge amount of smuggling that is happening because of the 6% import duty. Can that be curbed? Also, EV sector, tax breaks for innovation. When are we going to actually embrace renewable energy technology and also EVs in our country and innovation in that front? Push for tier 2 and 3 tier 2, tier 3 startups. Most of the startups, most of the ideas are coming from tier 2, tier 3 markets. There's a huge thrust and a growth that's happening, and that's something which the government, will it focus on, will it incentivize, and that too, they're coming in sectors of importance. Even local needs, these startups are able to try and look at, and especially agricultural, agri-innovation is something which is huge. We got more news coming through, and Pallavi getting us this detail, Pallavi getting us information right now that possible incentives in new tax regime like reduction in medical premium. Healthcare premium is a possibility. That's what, and there will be a push for exports and defense spending. We are also getting to understand that there could be higher capital allocations to defense and rationalization of customs duty slabs as the government looks to boost export competitiveness. And more insights ahead of the budget, possible incentives in new tax regime like reduction in medical premium possible. Others will be very, very happy. He was just talking about this, that the premium in medical healthcare. Yeah, Pallavi Ghosh joins us. Others just left. I hope he's still watching the broadcast. But in the healthcare sector, premium for medical insurance, that could come down. That's possible. GST for health insurance, is there going to be a reconsideration? But that the GST Council has to decide. But in terms of expenditure, more spending in defense, more spending in terms of capital allocations to defense, and also rationalization of customs duty slabs. Three important points. Pallavi.
That's right. Anand, we have to understand that economic survey actually has given an indication as to what could be the possible focus of Nirmala Sitharaman as she presents her budget. The fact that there are those tariff turmoil is something which cannot be wished away. That is something which they're going to be keeping in mind. And, as a precursor to the budget, she has been meeting with all the stakeholders. And one of the biggest ones has been the importers and exporters lobby. And they have been raising their concerns about whether this tariff uncertainty is going to have an impact on their livelihood or on the trade. So when the new budget, which is going to be presented in a short while from now, Anand, there is a possibility, in fact, we've been given a strong indication from our government sources that there could be a massive incentive as far as a slash in import duties on some of the critical products are concerned, and those products specifically which are required for any kind of an infrastructural development. That is one. And as far as exporters are concerned, the focus has largely been also on finding newer markets, so some incentives can come in for them. Second thing that we have been talking about, given the kind of global uncertainty, the trying times, that is where the budget for the defense comes in. India wants to become Atmanirbhar, and the Prime Minister, the Rajnath Singh, both of them have been stressing on that, which is why we need to inflate and increase our defense budget. We don't want to rely, and wherever the Prime Minister has gone, wherever the Defense Minister has gone, all of them have been focusing on the fact that indigenously made our defense equipments, our warships, so on and so forth. But this requires more money. But more than that, the people, our soldiers who are fighting for us, who are protecting our country, they also require a lot of facilities. So some incentives for them as well, some increase in the defense expenditure could mean extension of some benefits to them. the focus which I'm picking up is going to be on MSMEs, the startups, AI, job generation is going to be a very, very important factor. AI is one,
See, everybody says AI, Pallavi, but what is the roadmap? How are they going to use AI? Because AI can be an enabler, it can also be a disruptor, it can also hurt the economy, and if not, if it is given unbridled and unchecked advance in terms of what kind of AI and what sectors, how is it going to be used. The other thing is social media, the impact of it and the influence that it can wield. Is there going to be a clear vision on how Bharat is going to secure its data even as it opens up to setting up of so many more data centers? Professor Santosh Mehrotra ji is with us. Band gala, but khule khayal. Let's hope that this morning, aapki bhi chai aayegi, sir. But Pallavi, quickly, in 15 minutes, we should have that photo up behind you.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, I can see already the car started to come in a bit. So the finance minister is expected to come in another 15 to 20 minutes here. You can see all the officers putting everything in place. So this is where on 8:45 is the time.
Where is she interacting with the students?
Opportunity will take place. Then she's going to interact with the students inside the parliament, and the same students are then going to be there in the gallery. And that's what we were talking about. When you were asking me about AI, that is also the huge issue is something which is a huge concern. And as you rightly pointed out, it's also a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. The economic advisor has already spoken about how the social media has to be tempered, a certain amount of control as far as the younger people are concerned. AI could be extensively used in the medical sector as far as the data researching is concerned.
Okay, let me ask you.
Those are the positive aspects of AI, which I'm sure they're going to stress on it.
I'm cutting you short because I just want to understand who are these students and do we have access to these students? Do we know between you, Payal, Arunima, Arun, anybody who's interacted with these students, where are they from? Do we have any idea? And if we can get them and try and see if they will interact before or after the interaction, it will be fantastic. I'm pulling away from you, bringing it back into the studio. Let's talk about another aspect, viewers, and just bring this up. It's the tariffs impact. Now, we've got the numbers here and let's just put it out in terms of what's happened. Smartphone exports in May 2025 were $2.29 billion. In September 2025, it was 884 million. So clearly there is an impact that one can see. The numbers have come down. Now, if you look at pharmaceuticals, May 2025, it was $745 million. It's down to $628 million in September 2025. Solar panels was again $202 million, and it's down to $79 million. And if you look at overall, if you look at the overall export numbers, $8.8 billion was the export in May 2025. It's dropped to $5.5 billion. That's $3 billion nearly in exports that we've been hit because of the tariffs. Now, that's a huge impact on an economy. And add to that, Saket Mishra tells us that we actually spend $3 billion outward on education every year because that's the money that's going out. So these are three places. One, this is an external factor. Education is an internal controllable variable. If we can stop that 3 billion going out and bring those universities into Bharat, it's a different story altogether. But this tariff impact, how are we going to tide over this? Because this is going to come back and hurt us somewhere. More pictures coming through. But yes, Saket.
Look, I think the tariff, overall exports are actually slightly higher than last year. If you look at the first 6 months, we're at $418 billion or something, somewhere around that. Having said that, I think the diversification that we've got in terms of, I think, 9 FTAs that have come through, the European Union FTA is going to be a big one, including labor moving out, etc., etc. So I think we are diversifying in the right direction. And what this has done is perhaps increased our window to change to 6 months with the US. We need a deal with the US.
I'm just going to check if Pankaj Chaudhary, the MOS Finance, is leaving. If he's speaking, we'll go up on the audio, but these are just pictures. Usually they don't say anything. It's largely just photo ops, them getting into the car, getting there on time. The other part is punctuality, viewers. This government is dot on time. 8:30 is the photo op. 8:18, the minister is out on his way. 8:28, he will be there for the photo op, and by then the finance minister will also come. So MOS will go there. Behind him, the finance minister will come, and they just have got that right. They stick to time. But let's come back onto the tariff impact. We looked at some of the others. and also the opportunities that we are missing. Professor Santosh Malhotra, we're just getting your mic changed and then we'll get you into the conversation. Yes, Nirupama ji.
See, I think if you look at it, some of the sectors that have been really impacted because of the tariffs have been your traditional export strong sectors, gems and jewelry for one. And part of gems and jewelry has been mostly the diamond sector. Then it's been your apparels, of course, and your automobiles to some extent.
Yeah.
But I think the EU FTA particularly is focused on actually looking at creating a US +1 scenario for our export markets. And I think not just that, but with other FTAs that are also in the pipeline. Whether we like it or not, we need to strike some kind of deal with the US. I think that's inevitable, that has to happen. But what the EU FTA does is it buys us the time that we can actually negotiate. And it's also a way of saying, well, we won't be bullied into accepting any terms because we are exploring other options. So then you kind of get in a good equal footing. So I think with that, gems and jewelry will certainly get a big breather because you are looking at a completely different market outside of the US. So I think we will see it picking up.
But those trade deals have not yet come into effect, especially the critical ones. UK and also EU will not happen before latter half of 2026 and EU is 2027. So the gems and jewelry industry and the rest will have to wait that much longer.
So gems and
even
jewelry,
the UAE trade deal, you know.
Yeah, no, gems and jewelry will have to wait, which is why they've been asking for also that sector's taken a severe beating. What with gold prices already going up. So therefore, the demand muting a little in India as well. And with import duty at 6% actually is not bad. It came down last year from what it was. And I personally don't think that they will reduce the 6% any further with the bills climbing and with the price of gold. But what I think the industry has been asking for, and I don't know how it will come in, is on the GST side, whether they can actually reduce the GST when you're buying gold so that you can drive some demand up.
See, that on GST, I know it's not in the ambit of the Finance Ministry, it's the GST Council. One of the issues with the GST slashes, slapped, that the input GST into raw materials, that was high, but the output GST rates came down, and there was an input-output mismatch, which a lot of them said, how do we pass on the benefits when the costs have not actually come down for us? The other thing is that a lot of the manufacturers, with either increasing the grammage or reducing the price, don't seem to have actually passed on the benefit. Now, will that be part of the Part B, the economic vision that is outlined? Or will it be something else? Professor Santosh Malhotra, the tariff impact, and also what are you expecting in terms of strategic vision from the government?
If you don't mind, let me address the strategic vision very briefly, and then I'll come to your specific question. My expectation, or maybe it's my wish list and perhaps it may not be realized, is that there will be a new focus on manufacturing output, because manufacturing output has not been doing very well.
Correct.
Secondly, within manufacturing, there needs to be a much bigger focus on the MSMEs, because it's the MSMEs that create the manufacturing jobs. So that so much on the vision. And finally, on the vision, I would ideally, given the fact that the government is trying very hard to remain on fiscal consolidation path, but its fiscal deficit to GDP ratio is still quite high, and debt to GDP ratio is still in the 80s. The objective of the government is to bring it down as rapidly as possible back to the 50s where it was before COVID. So on that, how are you going to raise revenues? You've been cutting corporate taxes, personal income tax. So what are you left with? Can we at least begin to think about taxing the super rich? Inequality has been growing.
No, why not tax the self-employed professionals also? Bring them actively under the ambit. Bring lawyers, doctors, chartered accountants, consultants, all of these entities. That's a huge network. That's about more than 20 crore individuals, sir.
No, I'm not for a moment denying that. You're absolutely right. But they are supposed to be within the tax net already. It's just that we are not taxing them sufficiently, or not the tax officials. You see, there's the problem with the tax staffing. Our income tax office, if you compare across countries, what you will discover is the following, very distressing, that per number of employees or per number of taxpayers, the tax collectors, meaning the tax office itself, We have among the fewest people among emerging market economies. Don't even begin to compare with the rich countries. So we will improve the collection if we just had more people.
Why do we need more people in sarkari jobs? Why don't we use AI? Why don't we use AI in terms of why don't we use AI to streamline this? Nirmala Sitharaman, sir, coming back. Sir, more pictures coming through. The finance minister has left from her residence. Like I said, dot on clock. It's about a 6-minute ride, 7-minute ride from her home. She's already left for Kartavya Bhavan, where there will be that photo op sharp at 8:30. Pallavi Ghosh will join us live moment those pictures come through, and we'll go. Arun Dhanta is there at her residence. We'll see if he's through. These pictures coming through, he's been there since morning, since about 6:45 this morning. He's been outside Nirmala ji's residence. Those are pictures of her walking out. Arun, are you there? All right. Okay. We'll try and get back. That's the picture of the finance minister making a way out. Yeah. Your thoughts on this tax net, use of AI in our courts? Lots of paperwork. 2 months chutti that is taken just to finish up the paperwork. Lots of cases pending, judgments reserved because order has to be written. Lot of paperwork. Why can't AI be used here to streamline and improve our judicial procedure?
Hanji. Because what I was saying was that you need people to use AI. First of all, you don't have the warm bodies in place. I'm not arguing against AI. Please don't misunderstand. We have far too few people in position. We need more warm bodies. Just no getting away from that. You can continue to use AI, no question.
Right.
But I was making a bigger point on your vision question.
Right.
The vision question was, you see, you guys all balk at the possibility of taxing the super rich. There is a desperate need to actually mobilize additional resources because despite the rise in incomes which we all laud over the last 10 years, the tax to GDP ratio has not risen. And as per capita incomes rise
here's my concern.
Sure.
The number of people who are coming in that super rich is a very small number. Please, I'm just saying, okay, I take your point.
I'm not denying that.
No, I take
That's precisely the point. That's why you have to capture the very top.
I take your point.
And
hear me out. Just the others bear with me. And what my submission is, and Sandeep, you can say, please come in, and Saket and Nalin, please jump in. The fact is, tax the super rich, but don't disincentivize people from creating wealth.
Sure.
Open up the tax ambit. No. Why is it only 9 crore people are filing returns and not 90 crore people? File returns, and those whoever, anybody, you can also widen the tax net and you can do it smartly. Your thoughts?
See, I think my humble point here is that we can't solely rely on the super rich here. We also need to look at some of the data around the migration of the super rich from India to outside, right? I mean, if you look at the statistics, countries like India, China, they have been on the negative side when we talk about the super rich moving and shifting their residency outside the country. Countries like UAE, specifically Dubai, for example, like UK. I mean, people are moving from UK
look at the
to
number of
UAE,
people
right?
who moved out.
Right. So the moment we are trying to tax a little more harsh on the super rich, we will start looking at people trying to move their residency from the country.
Not just residency, they will move investments also. Their future investments will be on the places which have given them and then moving out of creation of wealth.
They are moving out.
No.
Regardless of the...
No, sir.
They're still moving
out. Sir, my point is there are two ways to look at it. Either I tax those who've got money, or I incentivize them to create more wealth here, thereby generating more employment, thereby incentivizing them to stay here, generate more wealth, and while increasing their tax net and not hurting them at every step. Yes,
one reason
Nalin.
why people are moving overseas, why a lot of India's rich are moving overseas, is it's much easier to set up companies overseas.
Ease of
look
doing
at your
business.
influences. A lot of people have moved for tax purposes to Dubai. Look at the quality of life in our cities. When you have pollution so high in Delhi, why will anyone want to stay in Delhi? There is a real issue. We have issues around urban governance. So when the state is unable to provide lots of things, people say, okay, I have the money, why will I not move overseas, right? So fundamentally, you have to provide lots of other things. Saket, what do you think?
Let's bring in that Give India a break here, number 33 after this, since we're talking tax, if we can. We'll bring that in. Yes, Saket? And then Nirupama.
I'll give you a simple number. $300 billion in 1 year moved out of China into just Singapore. And that's because of, and what we had in the 70s, 70%, 80%, 90% taxation. My heart says we should tax the super rich, but in reality, they're the best equipped to actually be mobile with their money, and they will actually never ever pay any significantly higher amount. So, second, I don't think we need more tax officers. One of the problems with our country today is that there is a perception, and I don't think it's a fair perception necessarily, that there is a targeting of the super rich and involving them in long litigations because of which they prefer to go out.
Yeah.
We need fewer people, we need fewer laws, we need those laws, exactly what you said. It should be actually digitized where you pay or you don't pay, and there should be no conflict.
Correct.
And that's the way to encourage people. If I know that I've got, let's assume for the sake of argument, I pay 40% tax as a 10 crore plus person. I wish I had that, but I mean, let's say 10 crore is the number.
We also wish you have that. Yeah. Okay.
But that 10 crore, if I know how much I have, I will then plan things accordingly, and I will think of that as part of my clarity of business.
Yeah.
But we certainly, I don't want more tax guys.
Just bringing in the tax aspects, the tax break aspects. If you can fire the graphic, and I'll bring in. Oh, we've got pictures of Nirmala Sitharaman reaching Kartavya Bhavan, going across to Pallavi. We'll check if Pallavi is there. I told you it's exactly a 5 or 6 minute drive. Pallavi dot at 8:30. Yes, Pallavi, Nirmala Sitharaman arriving dot at. Yes.
I don't know if you just can. Yeah,
we have the
I
pictures.
don't know if you just got those pictures. She's just walked inside. Yeah, she's just walked inside the Kartavya Bhavan. The officers have already been here. The secretaries have already been here. Pankaj Chaudhary was already here. It's going to be a brief moment that she's going to spend with her officers over here. And it's after that, another 15 to 20 minutes, maximum 8:45 a.m. is what we have been told. She's going to come here and have that mandatory photo opportunity. So she just comes out of her car, quickly goes into her office. The final touch which is being given, actually it's all been finalized. And she's also going to be holding that Bahi Khata. Remember, she broke away from what was believed to be a colonial practice of holding a briefcase in carrying the budget papers. She switched over to the Bahi Khata, but she also uses an iPad. So that's a blend of modernity as well as our tradition. So we can just wait for a countdown for her to come out of her newly shifted in office. At 8:45 a.m. is when we are being told that she is going to be coming out and giving us a photo opportunity.
Well, traditional Kanjivaram, that's what it looks like. Simple, elegant, and the colors also chosen, which are very, very favorable to the deities, the Devis of Tamil Nadu, and also Ma Kamakhya. So those are the colors. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but somewhere the signaling is very, very clear. The intent is very, very clear. Coming back, and we'll come back. We'll stay with these pictures and go back to Pallavi. Moment that photo op happens, she's right at that spot where the photo op is happening. She's actually gone in, the finance minister, into her office, quick settling in, and maybe in the next 2-3 minutes we'll see them all coming through for that joint photo op, that collective photo op right outside Kartavya Bhavan. Perhaps the first time that it's the Ministry of Finance moving to Kartavya Bhavan, and that's where the photo op will be. The 9th consecutive budget that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting. We are talking about the tax breaks, give India a break. Let's try and I also have Property First CEO Bhavesh, who's now seemed to be equanimous with his breath. Everything is all right. He's settled in. All right, let's look at some of the points. Viewers, if you can call that out, I'm going to check with my team. Can we call out that graphic, please? Give India a break, number 33. PCR, can you acknowledge it? We're live on the broadcast. I hope they're listening. Okay. Now, tax break for married couples, higher disposable income, boosting consumption and savings, scrap or cut securities, transaction tax and raises. Let's try and have a look at that. Can we call that out, please? All right. Okay. The other aspect is reverse the STT hike on futures and options, pushes volumes and capital to offshore markets, rationalize LTCG on equities, double taxation discouraging long-term investment, portfolio rebalancing and reduce and harmonize stamp duty, adds friction and fragments at a unified market. Somewhere, all of these aspects, including what Bhavesh talked about, real estate and long-term capital gains, for stocks it's 1 year, for real estate it's 2 years, and also each state has its own rules. Unless this is unified somewhere, there is not going to be ease of business. All of these actually contribute towards a sentiment of setting up shop in Bharat. Agree, disagree, and also investing. Nirupama.
on long-term capital gains, etc., I don't think, I mean, rationalization helps certainly, but I don't think that's the problem. Transaction tax, on the other hand, makes a bigger difference. Because LTCG, I know, last year they did rationalize on property with the 12.5% without indexation or 20% with indexation, that's work. But these choices are always a little bit of an issue, but it does help, and we will probably move to a lower thing. LTCG and STCG, I think there has been rationalization over the past years. They have to balance the two with making sure people are invested for value rather than just, you know, very short-term churning of portfolio kind of thing. But otherwise, it's okay. But, you know, but taxes, I'll tell you where the bigger problem actually is. I think when we're looking at exporting of taxation, you know, revenue and therefore loss of taxation, Saket mentioned your education, you know, outflow that goes out, what people spend. But the other thing that we've done really badly is export businesses. You know, because of lack of ease of doing business. Look at two things. Now, we know that the government has been talking, after the G20, there's been a lot of chat on crypto and a paper that's supposed to come out from the Ministry of Finance on, you know, the crypto assets in India. But the number of Web3 technologies, and that's your future. You know, we've been talking about what's the next thing. Web3 technologies, the value addition that they add, they all are dependent, underlying is on your crypto ecosystem. We've exported a humongous amount of business because it's just not feasible to work in your Web3 technologies in India because we still don't have a regulatory framework for cryptos and we don't really help in terms of fostering those. That's one business. With what
because we don't even know how to manage crypto. How do we even police the amount of money? I think cryptos actually...
You don't.
No,
That's
no, but
the
crypto freaked out the government because during there was a period of time when nearly 11,000 to 12,000 crore, no, actually 40,000 crore of the economy was actually trading in cryptos, but it was not coming back into the market.
No,
there was a parallel, separate entity which was not circulating back into the market.
Interestingly, all that's
It was not circulating back into the market.
But that's changed. See, because ever since you've brought in the taxation, whether it's your capital gains, whether it's your transaction taxes and your tax deducted at source, your TDS, you have had a higher kind of compliance and data collection, and it is increasing. There is data to show that it's increasing. But the flip side of that argument is when you have tax deducted at source as high as it is, you're exporting businesses to basically crypto exchanges that are outside of the country, offshore, which means you get nothing. As long as, so you lower it down so that it's like a transaction tax where you're able to collect data.
Right, hold that thought please. News just coming through. MOS State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary has said over the last 11 years, the budgets presented under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi have reflected the aspirations of the people and have aimed at taking the country forward. The budget being presented today is aligned with that vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. So there is a strategic vision that has been pointed out. It's flashing right at the top of your screens. There you go on the studio here at the CNN News 18 DBS Budget Day studio, Budget Day 2026 and Reforms Reloaded. That the budget is aligned with a Viksit Bharat vision for 2047. So is there going to be an outlining of where Bharat's trajectory will be, the economic vision? We will talk more about that and also join you back with pictures from Kartavya Bhavan after a very, very short break. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
In this aspect, in terms of the formalization of the economy, he talked about the tax net. Should that tax net be widened and should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors? Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But if you look at the numbers in 2018, 1.39 crore people came down. In 2019, 2020, 21, 2019 it was 1.10 crore, 85 lakh in 2021, and of course this was the COVID year. And then 1.09 crore in 2021-22, 1.15 crore, 1.10 crore and 1.25 crore number of people who are brought under EPFO. So these are the EPFO numbers. So there is a certain level of formalization of the economy that we are witnessing. Now, are these good numbers or can do better? Saket Mishra.
Pretty good numbers actually. We are, because it's not just formalization, it also means people are getting better conditions to work. It means that exploitation reduces, and it means that there's a degree of security after you finish working. So I think these are pretty good numbers.
Back live here on Budget Day Studio. That's brought to you by CNN News 18 and DBS Bank. Budget Day Studio, Budget 2026, Reforms Reloaded. Heated conversation between Nirupama, Saket and Nalin here. What are you talking about? Sumita ji, good morning as she walks into our studio.
Saket and I were discussing the entire crypto bit, where I kept saying that the first thing we need to stop saying is cryptocurrency. It's not, I mean, currency is a very wrong word, and I think that's what scares everybody. I think assets is good, and there are various kinds. There is different, and I think we're losing a huge opportunity there. But
yeah, I know there are people who believe so, and I empathize with those people. But given our structure in our country, we have not been able to police social media. Today, we have allowed social media to penetrate into our system to a level that nearly 40,000 crores were siphoned out of our country via cyber crimes. We do not know how to police digital media. We do not know how to create firewalls and to ensure that there are rules in place. We have allowed big tech companies to come here and set up shop, so much so that they can control the country today. If Google shuts down today, decides to shut itself down, if Zoom decides to shut itself down, Microsoft decides to shut it down, what's going to happen to our country? We are going to be held at ransom by this big tech. Not that they're holding us, but we have not protected ourselves to a country. So a nation that is digitally illiterate to that level, that we know only yes and no buttons largely, and all we know is doom scrolling, and we are being influenced by doom scrolling. How many people actually understand the risks of crypto, and does this government itself know how to regulate crypto? They don't.
No, but that's the point, right?
No.
It's not a point. Do they know to regulate crypto? No, but look at what happened with G20. Look at the number of countries that have managed. There is enough that we can look around. There are draft regulatory structures that have come out from multiple organizations. We haven't even started, and the result is
that's what I'm saying. We got a drone policy in place and a drone corridor in place, but no drones. And we have got lakhs of crores in crypto, but no crypto policy. Okay, US President Donald Trump has said on Saturday, reportedly has claimed that Bharat will buy Venezuelan oil as opposed to purchasing oil from Iran. And Bharat does not import significant amounts of crude oil from Iran due to US sanctions. And though prior to the sanctions, Iran was one of India's top sources of crude oil. So somewhere buying Venezuelan oil, although there are other reports which say that a lot of Bharatiya money is also stuck in Venezuela because of investments via one of the Navratnas. So is there some way of freeing up those investments while also trying to placate Trump on the tariff bit, and we're inching closer towards announcement of a deal? Sumita ji, your thoughts?
See, the US tariffs have been a great challenge for the Indian economy, and particularly the labor-intensive
the gossip here is Venezuelan oil still Venezuelan, or is it now American oil? That's the conversation. Gee, Sumita ji, yeah.
Right. So, US is our largest single export market, and a lot of labor-intensive products also go there. Textiles, gems and jewelry, leather, footwear, carpets. So it's been a challenging time, and we do get reports from, for example, from the hosiery units in India about the jobs which depend on these exports. So it's important to have a deal soon. And if this is a way to, get closer to a deal, I think it makes a good sense.
It makes sense, and
yes.
we got billions of dollars stuck there in Venezuela, which we are expecting the Americans to help free up, because it brings back that money too. So
it's heavy crude, Anand. Let's remember that, and our refineries are actually prepared for that. The Reliance refinery in Jamnagar is built for a whole variety of crudes, and it's particularly suitable for the Venezuelan thick sludge type
oil.
crude. Yeah.
Sludge
So it
type
may
crude.
well be that we might actually resume imports from Venezuela.
Not just resume imports, but if it gets us through the deal, then the art of the deal, somewhere we've got it in place. Yes, Nalin.
I'm just saying the
He's been
markets
at it on its. It's just one keyboard after the other keyboard while 1 year is here. Multitasking. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been just checking. The markets are opening shortly, as you know.
Yes.
The word from analysts is that the Nifty and the Sensex may see a weak start on budget session, largely because there are poor global cues. There are persistent FII outflows and the weak currency. So there is if you looked at the markets are volatile at the moment. You could see sharp moves in either direction, I think, depending on what the budget announcements are.
Rather
around
better
fiscal
start
policy.
on a slow note and end on a high.
So what a lot of analysts are looking for is moves. Is they're going to be watching the announcements on fiscal policy, on the capex push, on sector-specific incentives, and on fiscal deficit targets, which is expected to be somewhere around 4.3 to 4.4 the GDP, according to a lot of analysts.
All the day traders get ready to buy.
See, we have to remember that on Friday
is open today.
Yes, it is open. It's been open for the budget day.
It's opened down. That's the live number. Sensex down by 206 points. Nifty down by about 98 points. So those who are day traders wanting to buy, it's the time when the market stocks are down.
Anand, the S&P 500 was in decline on Friday. The benchmark index slipped by about 4.43%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also fell 0.36%. The Nasdaq Composite also underperformed. So because all three major, because of this global sentiments, that's also affecting the markets as we go on the weekend. So which is why now let's see.
The markets are down before she speaks. Let's see what happens when the markets, when she's speaking. And when it's got, okay, so this is the Q's indication. The markets will open in a bit. The moment they do, we will have the numbers. That was how it was. The stocks aided, the markets ended, trading ended on Friday evening. That was the numbers there. The latest numbers not yet come. It's only 8:45. Around 9 a.m. early trade, we'll get some numbers around 8:50. But I think 9:05 is when we'll try and put those numbers. Okay, we've got to take yet another short break, and then we'll continue to talk upon this entire economic vision, the 4-5 pillars, which is the most ignored, where has got to be perhaps more focus so that it generates more jobs, active jobs beyond manufacturing. Is tourism a huge possibility? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
In this aspect, in terms of the formalization of the economy, he talked about the tax net. Should that tax net be widened, and should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors? Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But bringing it back into the studio, let's talk about another aspect, viewers, and just bring this up. It's the tariffs impact. Now, we've got the numbers here, and let's just put it out in terms of what's happened. Smartphone exports in May 2025 were $2.29 billion. In September 2025, it was $884 million. So clearly, there is an impact that one can see. The numbers have come down. Now, if you look at pharmaceuticals, May 2025, it was $745 million. It's down to $628 million in September 2025. Solar panels was again $202 million, and it's down to $79 million. And if you look at the overall export numbers, $8.8 billion was the export in May 2025. It's dropped to $5.5 billion. That's $3 billion nearly in exports that we've been hit because of the tariffs. Now, that's a huge impact on an economy. And add to that, Saket Mishra tells us that we actually spend $3 billion outward on education every year because that's the money that's going out. So these are three places. This is an external factor. Education is an internal controllable variable. If we can stop that $3 billion going out and bring those universities into Back live, and this conversation is going on here even during the break over chai and nashta, viewers, and let's listen in. Santosh Mehrotra and Saket Mishra having an exchange going. Yes, this is about government staffing, saying that Santosh Mehrotra ji believes that largely it's C and D group, and the upper level A, B cadre or level group A and group B in the government, where we need more people, is only 10 to 11%. Saket, you had a counterpoint. Tabhi we came back live. Haan ji.
We need to just look at really the effectiveness of government. How many hours are they spending? How many files each person is doing for the sake of argument in a tax case or in any other case? And that's what we need to measure, and how much can we augment that productivity before we start putting another lot of people onto this group A and B.
Right. The other thing is tax.
No problem with increasing in numbers and simultaneously.
So there is another problem. The problem is also about tax terrorism. पैसा वाला है, इसका है तो कुछ गलत किया होगा, and then to harass people and rather than redressals.
Anand, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. We've all been through this.
Yeah.
We need to avoid that, but that requires a mindset change, a culture change, and let the government think about ways to prevent that.
Right. Okay.
So if they want investment to increase
We'll talk about that too also, but let's take this thing forward. Sumita ji is now part of the panel. We talk about jobs when she was not there, so we got to bring the jobs aspect back. It's very important for all of us. But just quickly taking the GDP growth numbers, and let's have a look at let's try and have a look at the GDP growth numbers, viewers, and how these numbers actually pan out over the year-on-year growth. Interestingly, when I was having this conversation with Minaz Merchant, he said Bharat during the colonization period grew at 0% for nearly 200 years. Now, if we continue to grow at 8%, 7 to 8% over the next 15-20 years, we will be able to get close to overtake China and also get close to America, because that will continue to grow only at 2%. So we will be able to make up. And what we have done in the last 50 to 55 years is phenomenal. Now, 6.5% Q1, 5.6% Q2, 6.4% Q3, and 7.4% in Q4 in 24-25. And the projections, if you look at it, in 25-26, Q1 and Q2 numbers are going only higher, 7.8 and 8.2%. So now, is this healthy? Is it encouraging? Is it taking us back on a track which perhaps we have overcome after some of those black swan moments which have happened in the last 6 to 8 years? COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, the regional conflict, etc., and of course the global headwinds. Sumita ji, all this is very important towards one important aspect, that is naukriyan kahan se aayengi, which sectors are going to create jobs. They said manufacturing is one, but I'm going to ask you, isn't tourism another big opportunity? Real estate employs about 10 crore people. Tourism is perhaps untapped if you are able to streamline, economically have a vision of how we're going to improve tourism, and 4-5 levels. 1 is education, 2 is medical, 3 is cultural, 4 is wellness.
Right. You see, we spoke about growth, and if you see the economic survey, somewhere between around 7% growth, and we are going towards a prospect of 8%. So I think it's very important for jobs to have more growth and to leverage on the strategic potential of the Indian economy.
But the opposition has been saying it is jobless growth.
I would not agree with that because I have recently, superannuated from the Labour Ministry and all this data, we have been looking at it. But there is a need to create more jobs, to formalize the economy so that the jobs become quality jobs, to bring in more social security.
Is there a number that we need to create?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
There are estimates. Yes. So there are estimates, and you were looking at EPFO data a little earlier in the day. And we saw, on an average, more than 1 crore.
Yeah, it's somewhere around 1.2 crore if you were to look at it.
Yes, 1.2. So if you take an average. So that is the formalization which is happening. But with the labor codes having been notified, and they'll get operationalized very soon after March, that's what's expected. We can expect the formalization of the economy. With the labor codes coming in.
I'm just going to ask the team to call out that EPFO data again, if we can, in terms of formalization of the economy, if you can, because she's talking about it.
And we can expect, the number of people who are joining the workforce every year is estimated to be somewhere between 80 lakhs to 1.2 crore people. So we need to bring them all into employment. Now, it's probably it would be right to say that it's not that they're all unemployed. People are in employment in various sectors. They could be in quality jobs, or they could be in jobs which are, where they are being underutilized. There's some level of underemployment. And when we look at the data, agriculture has 46% of the workforce. And that's where a budget could leverage on the potential there by bringing in technology, skilling, more allocations, and particularly agri-tech startups, and more for storage, warehousing, food processing industry. Huge scope, particularly the GST 2.0 has already set the stage for
Right.
more
This is the
processing.
photo op. This is the photo op that's happening inside Kartavya Bhavan. That's the picture that's coming through. So the finance minister looking quietly confident. It's not usually that we see a smile on her face. There's a little bit of a smile on her face. There's an articulation of strategic vision. We will try, and as we're getting more inputs, inside scoop on the budget that is also there, that there will be incentives that could come in the new tax regime. There are possible incentives which would come. There has been some call on long-term capital gains, revisit that, short-term capital gains, if there can be some and left, and also group incomes, that is family incomes. Is there something that is a structure that will come in for a family where the husband, wife together, it's a joint income for the whole family that's seen. There's a lot of consideration whether or not that will happen. Bhavesh, your thoughts? Where all would you want to see Bharat get a break in terms of taxes?
Well, overall, if you ask me, the middle income person who is, earning around 12 to 15 lakh is just getting 1.5 to 2 lakhs of tax deduction in real estate interest home loans. So that could be increased to 4 to 5 lakh because inflation is rising, property prices have risen. So government has to increase the cap to around 4 to 5 lakhs. Also, the GST rates have to be, rationalized because real estate GST is very, very high as proportion to the contribution to the GDP of, real estate. It allies to manufacturing industry, it allies to steel and cement industry, various other industries. It creates around 20-25 crore direct or indirect jobs. So government has to look at real estate seriously. But more importantly, we all invest in real estate and that money stays in India. It is one of the safest asset class. Gold, silver, equities, crypto are not very safe right now. A lot of volatility there. So we need more people to invest in real estate, and government needs to take steps towards not looking real estate as a negative way, but a positive way for Viksit Bharat. The 45-50 lakh lower income segment housing rates have to go up from 45 lakh to 90 lakh for the tax SOPs. That is also one thing government should look into.
Tax SOPs government should look into. But which are the sectors which you think is going to create more jobs? And I'm going to come back into the jobs number.
So continuing our conversation on jobs, see, the service sector today employs 30% plus of the workforce. And the employment elasticity of the service sector is the highest in the country, as you saw in the latest economic survey. And that's where there are low-hanging fruits in AI, in software as a service, in the digital exports. And that's where the IT companies need to quickly go up the value chain, use the digital chapters in the FTAs, and we need to create, use the UPI, for instance, in B2B expansion across the globe. So there are a number of low-hanging fruits there. Similarly, manufacturing, the excess labor, the surplus labor from the agriculture has to be absorbed by manufacturing. And that's where I think there's a huge need for FDI to come in larger amounts. To create scale, to create supply chain integration.
But this FDI will come only if I don't have 5,000 compliances, and if there is not just single window clearance, but then a uniformity across the state in terms of setting up shop. The other thing is in terms of, have we been able to achieve levels of connectivity? Nalin, are we there in terms of infrastructure and capacity building to a level where port to point, is connectivity has been established?
So on infra, one of the big things which have been shifting in India for the last 4 or 5 years is on infrastructure spending. In fact, one of the big drivers of the economy has been government capex spending. You look at what's happening in Mumbai, look at UP with various highways being brought in and brought forth. So you've also seen reform with ports. This parliament session, the winter session, passed 5 bills which changed, which govern our ports and coastal structures. The idea is to use that, the logistics. See, the problem in India is that our logistic costs are higher than in many other, like in China, for example.
Right.
The cost of raising capital is also higher in India than in China. Now, the idea is that if we can move those costs a bit down, that will lead us to higher capacity utilization in the industry. Industry capacity utilization somewhere around 70%, if I'm not wrong, Saket. So we do need to move the needle on these things.
So one person who's continuously been moving the needle is Donald Trump in terms of tariff. He's also tweeted just this morning that Bharat is not going to buy oil from Iran, but is going to buy oil from Venezuela. How much of this geopolitics is going to affect us? There's somebody whose forte is geopolitics, who's also going to look at the global impact of Bharat's budget, and is it going to be fireproofing against global headwinds? Zaka Jacob is going to be walking into the studio to take this forward as we are inching towards 9 a.m. There you go, Zaka, morning, over to you.
Good morning.
Trump
good morning.
has tweeted even before Nirmala Sitharaman
into the party.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
You're welcome to join. Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much, and welcome to our viewers. Thank you, Anand. Thank you for your... thank you very much, guests, for joining us here on this Budget Day special coverage. What a morning it's already turning out to be. We are expecting, a bonanza from the Finance Minister. Whether she will live up to it, whether she will fail to deliver or disappoint, we will have to wait and see. The markets are open today, so that's a big thing. We'll get a ready reckoner of what the sentiment is and how, the markets are going to be reacting to the Finance Minister's budget speech. Good morning and welcome back to our continuing live coverage from the CNN News 18 DBS Bank Budget Day studio. I'm Zaka Jacob. Stay with us throughout for the next 2 hours as we build up to the big Budget Day speech by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day studio.
Parliament will see in exactly 2 hours from now when the Union Finance Minister will rise in the Lok Sabha and present the Union Budget for 26-27. The big structural question, it's not just about the new figures, the GDP is looking good, inflation is looking good. It's about India and its next phase of growth. Coming at a time of global uncertainty, what are the domestic green shoots that we're looking at? The core thrust of the budget, is it going to be more stronger state-led capital expenditure, something that's been a feature of the Modi government for the last 10 years? Or are we going to see much more sustained investment and momentum coming in from the private sector? Yes, public investment, capex is upwards of 11 lakh crores. Will that continue? Or are we going to now expect and see the private sector come in, rush in, and do some of the heavy lifting as well? Because remember, up until now, gross fixed capital formation from the private sector side has been underperforming. Can and how may that change? The government is also leaning on public capital expenditure to anchor the growth rates. The economic survey is, of course, predicting 7.4% for this financial year. Big allocations are also being made out, not just for public infrastructure, but also on the health side, on the education side. And given our security challenges we've seen over the last year, even on the defense side, we'll keep an eye out on how much the government will allocate for the defense budget this time around. It's not just about spending more. It's also about capacity utilization. It's also returns on that capital expenditure. At the same time, like I said, private capital is continuing to punch below its weight. How long can the state carry on the growth burden? And when does private sort of infrastructure and private capital finally step up? Let's bring you the capex story so far. I'm going to show that on our Stipe graphics first, our 3D graphics, and then I'll get in our guests. So this has been a feature of the Modi government over the last 10 years. There's been heavy-duty public sector expenditure when it comes to capital expenditure. In FY 2021, just the COVID year, the public sector expenditure on capex was 4.3 lakh crores. That went upwards of 5 lakh crores, almost 6 lakh crores the next financial year. And that in itself was a record. Up until that time, no government had spent more than 5 lakh crores on public capex. The next year, it went up to 7.4 lakh crores. So every year, there's been an addition of 1 lakh or maybe 1.5 lakh crores in public capital expenditure by the Modi government. FY 2024, a couple of years before the general election, 9.5 lakh crores was the public capital expenditure. And for the last financial year, FY 2025, at least as far as the budget estimate is concerned, it was upwards of 11 lakh crores. So the first time in 2025, the financial year 2025, India spent more than 10 lakh crores in its public expenditure. That is a huge amount of money that's being allocated for public capex. Yes, we are at that stage of development where we need public expenditure, public capex, but how long can the government alone continue to do the heavy lifting? I want to go across first to our reporters. Arunima is joining us. Payal is also joining us, and Pallavi will be joining us as well, as we just see the Finance Minister. She's now in Kartavya Bhavan, which is the new office, the new North Block, as it were, where the Finance Ministry is housed, and she will be going with her colleagues, the two MOSs, as well as other officials, Finance Secretary, Expenditure Secretary. They'll be leaving from Kartavya Bhavan, going to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where they will present the first copy of the budget to the President, and then after she will go to the Parliament House, where she will, there you go, these are live pictures of the Finance Minister, the two MOSs, the top officials of the Finance Ministry, and there you go, that red bag, the red Bahi Katha, as it's called, which has her budget speech and, of course, a copy of that budget speech in the iPad from where she will be reading that speech. All the top officials of the Finance Ministry accompanying the Minister. If we have Pallavi Ghosh there outside Kartavya Bhavan. Pallavi, just walk us through these pictures, the traditional photo op with the top Finance Ministry officials and the MOSs. Of course, the highlight, the Bahi Khata, the red Bahi Khata that the Finance Minister is carrying.
Yes. So that's when she's taken that break from the colonial practice of holding a briefcase, and you can see her flaunting it and showing it to the media. The Bahi Khata, of course, contains of the iPad. So that's the modernity and tradition. Typically wearing a kanjivaram, you would understand this, Zaka, the political nuances of it. It was a very short photo opportunity accompanied by the MOS, an entire battery of our officials who have been working, whether it's been the Chief Economic Advisor, the Revenue Secretary, all of them have been a part of their photo opportunity. I can see her sitting in her car, and following her is MOS Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary. From here, she's going to go across to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and as the convention and tradition shows, she's going to give a copy of the budget to the President of India, who is the representative of the state of the Republic of India. And it is after that that she is going to head to the Parliament House at the Makar Dwar, which is the entrance to the Parliament. On the steps, she's going to once again do that photo opportunity with that Bahi Khata in her hand. 10:15 a.m. is when the cabinet is going to take place, formally accepts and approves the cabinet, and around 11 a.m. But also after the presentation of the budget, which we are being told will last around 2 hours, she's going to interact with 30 students from across the country. The focus is obviously going to be on job generation, the AI, the defense budget, and whether there's going to be some more incentive so that people completely switch over from the old tax regime into the new tax regime. But of course, how can there be no political angle to it? That political touch is expected to be there in the budget, Zaka, because there are 5 mega elections coming up: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal. Will these 3 states find the focus in the budget, the 9th budget to be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman?
Also, just very quickly, last budget, the big talk was around, rationalization of income tax, increasing the initial slabs to, I think, 12 lakh rupees and so on. Thereafter, in September, there was the GST rate rationalization. Given the limited elbow room fiscally as well as the global situation that we're seeing, what can we expect? What is the big headline that we can expect from the budget for financial year 26-27?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, Zaka, but the point is that, even within the Finance Ministry, many people have been telling us that what more can we offer, because last year was a very good year. It has to be a fine balancing between the trade tariff concerns, what impact it could have on the economy. I think there could be a very good news as far as the importers and exporters are concerned. So that is going to have an impact on our lives as well, because if you start slashing down the import duties, what the government is hoping for is a cut in the pricing of many of these consumer products. I expect a kind of a bonanza as far as the fishermen, as far as the farmers are concerned. That is also to take in mind the concerns which have been raised regarding these tariff negotiations. I'm also being told there's a possibility of at least 2 big concessions as far as the new tax regime is concerned. We already put out one as far as the premium on medical is concerned. Something to do with the housing is possible. That is something which is not ruled out. Couple tax, which everyone has been talking about. That would be seen as a huge bonanza, particularly particularly in the single earning member families. Will that really come about, as it's been called a couple tax? I think these are the big watch outs I would do for, and also what will states like Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala get out of this budget? Anything special for them?
Okay, Pallavi, thank you for that. I'm also going to get a quick word from Arunima, who's there at Vijay Chowk as the convoy now moves from Kartavya Bhavan to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she will present the first copy of the budget to the President. Arunima, yes.
So, Zaka, I mean, Umesh, video journalist Umesh is showing you the frame for Kartavya Path. Any moment now, we can see the cavalcade. Any moment now, you'll see the cavalcade in the frame as well. Nirmala Sitharaman, along with her team, travelling towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now. The route has been sanitized. Delhi police is trying to ensure that the cavalcade moves smoothly towards the Raisina Hills. And there you see the cavalcade just in the frame as we are speaking. Nirmala Sitharaman moving towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now to present a copy of the budget to Rashtrapati, the first citizen of the country. They will, the last few times we've seen Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu giving dahi and shakkar. It's considered auspicious in terms of Indian culture. And then now you see, Umesh is just showing you the Raisina Hill visuals. The cavalcade is moving towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now. So I was telling you that last 2-3 times we've seen Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu give a spoonful of curd and sugar to Nirmala Sitharaman, and that tradition is likely to be maintained even today as we speak. The fleet of cars which has the Finance Minister, her team of secretaries, the MOS and all the others who are team members moving up the Raisina Hill. They will enter from gate number 2 of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Then they will subsequently move in. I think about 15 minutes or so, 15-20 minutes will be the meeting between the Finance Minister and Rashtrapati, and then she'll take the same route to come towards Parliament House. Parliament is where the Union Cabinet will take a look at the budget. The Union Cabinet will approve the budget, and then around 11 the budget will be presented to the Parliament. But the first step has been taken. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu will be given a copy of that budget as Nirmala Sitharaman and Team Nirmala Sitharaman get ready to present the budget on 1st of February 2026.
All right, Arunima, we'll leave it at that. Big convoy this time. Usually it's just her car and a couple of other cars, but this time it's a massive convoy that's making its way up the Raisina Hill to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the first copy of the budget will be presented to the President of India. As we welcome all our guests, Professor Rajiv Kumar is here, Mr. S.C. Garg is here, Sumita Daura, Professor Santosh Mehrotra and Nirupama Soundarajan. We're also joined by Alpesh Jain and Arvind Srivasthan. Thank you very much. Mr. Garg, as somebody who's been part of the budget making exercise, how has it changed over the years? And now, like I said, the length of the convoy is one thing that I referred to, but also the complexity of the budget making process has changed immensely over the years.
See, the budget is presented with the permission of the President of India. So we seek the permission of the President some days before the day of the budget. On the day when we go there, it is basically to brief about the main points, and seek President's blessings for that.
And the first copy is always given to the President?
I don't think this was the tradition. I don't think it is the tradition even now.
Okay.
There is no copy which is given. It's basically the briefing which is done.
Okay.
And the President offers some counsel, listens to it, which she has already approved on file, because this is a finance matter, and it cannot be presented in the Lok Sabha unless the President has given permission. So she is aware of what is there in the budget.
Professor Rajiv Kumar, we're speaking to our reporters also about this. Last year was all about rationalization of income tax. I mean, the slabs got changed, the rates got changed. You can still make the case that there could be further rationalization in this budget. In September, they did the rationalization of GST. So direct taxes, indirect taxes, both have been tackled to some degree. What can she offer this time to the Indian taxpayer?
I think the best thing that she can offer is to reduce as far as possible the regulatory and compliance burden.
Sorry, just one second. I think there's some issue with your mic. I'm going to get somebody to fix that for you. But let me ask Nirupama Soundarajan and I'll come to you, ma'am, after that. There is limited fiscal elbow room. We all know that. There's also global uncertainty because of the tariffs. Direct tax is done, indirect tax is done. What next?
I think there are 2 or 3 things that have been doing the rounds. One is, of course, this entire thing on this joint income or couple taxation bit, because that is one big advantage if that comes in, and that can work within the existing system. The second, I think there have been asks for reduction in your transaction taxes. I think security transaction tax and
this also LTCG and STCG also.
Rationalization of your LTCG and STCG to some extent. GST, though not really the realm of the budget, it's a way to look at. That's one. The second thing I think is in terms of under the new regime, you don't have any kind of exemptions given, but there is talk of maybe probably introducing your health tax, your health insurance premium under ATD, under your new regime also. Possibly, because the premiums have been going up and we were discussing that. So if you can't reduce premiums, then at least the tax exemption works. I think the second is for real estate sector where home ownership is there, at least for home loans that are been taken for own residence, where you're staying in your own house, at least for income tax, your interest payment deduction, which again is not there. Because these two interesting...
No, but that defeats the whole purpose of moving to the new regime.
No, I know,
the whole
but
point
it's
of the new
also...
regime was do away with all these
Agreed.
deductions.
I agree with you because it does go against it. But I think even if not your home loan bit, but these two are strategic in the sense of maybe helping to stimulate demand a little more. You know, at least for some time.
Let's see if Professor's mic is fixed. Your mic is fixed. Can we go to him? Yeah.
So, the thing that Finance Minister can do actually is one to announce that some things will not change in the next few years. So therefore, they give a kind of stability, certainty about the whole fiscal situation, whether it's the corporate rate or it's the income tax, etc. So that's one that he can do. The second thing he can do is to, maybe I think it's time to shift to the new regime. You know,
push mandatorily.
Yeah, push the new regime and be done with it. And the third, which because of the weakness of the private investment, is to announce measures that will encourage the private sector to start investing
more. Ma'am, you know, I just showed that graphic. I don't know if we can play that again. This public expenditure, public capex expenditure of the Modi government has been breaking all kinds of records. 10 lakh crores was crossed first time in FY 2025. Last year was 11 lakh crores. I mean, while that's great, how long can the government alone be doing this heavy lifting?
The increase in infrastructure spending has been a very important part of the recent budgets, and it's a big growth driver. The roads and the railways and the interventions in the ports, connecting the manufacturing clusters to EXIM gateways, interventions in the rural economy. And when there's so much of push for infrastructure, not only is it good for the investor sentiment and to improve the logistics cost, but it also has a lot of benefits. A growth momentum is unleashed in the economy for the steel industry, the cement, and all the other components which go into infrastructure. And look at real estate. Real estate is a growth driver today. And all
markets are flat. I mean, markets are open today, by the way. It's a Sunday, but because it's the union budget presentation today, the markets are open. Fairly flat, about 0.1%, I think, down the Sensex. But again, you can never tell with the markets. You could have the best budget, the markets could still be down. You could have the worst budget and the markets still can be up. I think, but the big expectation from the market is on LTCG and STCG. I think this is something that they've been talking about for a while. Whether or not the finance minister has the elbow room to fix that, I don't know. Just in terms of, you know, her fiscal mobility, as it were. But aside of that, Professor Mehrotra also wanted to make a point about, you know, we've been talking about why is private sector not coming in? Why is gross fixed capital formation still not showing that change of trend over the last 4 or 5 years, certainly after COVID?
So let me begin by talking about the good news on the public capex. You are absolutely right, Zaka, that it has been very large and in absolute terms, in lakh crores, it does seem to be extremely large. However, you know, lakh crores is not a very good estimate to look at, because obviously the rupee is depreciating all the time, meaning the inflation is taking place. So all economists look at this as a proportion of GDP, you know that. And in the last 10 years, there's been, you know, significant capex, but it's always been in the region of 6 to 6.2% of GDP, which is what it used to be in the preceding 10-year period. The difference was precisely what you asked about, that the private sector used to kick in and it has not been kicking in. And that's very problematic, and it's very critical that, you know, everything is done to actually prevent the government from continuing to spend so much on infrastructure, because it is not being able to spend on all the good things for human capital, on health and education and nutrition that it could have, should have, and where the public expenditure has come down. So we should spend some time talking about private investment, why it's not rising.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to that graphic again, if we can bring that up on our Stipe graphics as well. We've got the Sensex numbers. Let's go there. It's again flat, less than even 0.5%. Forget about 0.5%. 40 points down on the Sensex, and what is it? 30 points down on the Nifty. So there's not much to write home about there. But of course, we're still waiting for the speech to begin, which will happen in less than 2 hours' time. 11 a.m. is when the Finance Minister will rise to present the Union Budget for FY26. But like I said, 0.05% on the Sensex and 0.1% on the Nifty. So it's very flat. But like I said, the markets are still open because the budget is being presented today. I guess once the speech starts at 11 a.m., we'll have a live tracker of how the markets are reacting. Right now, extremely flat. But I want to come back to the point that one of our guests was making about fixed capital formation as far as the private sector is concerned. We've seen public capex go massively in a big way, and it's been a feature of the Modi government over the last 10 years. But what about gross fixed capital formation? Now, 2011-12, that's more than 10 years ago, as a percentage of GDP, it was above 30. It should be in the 31-32 range is what we are told. 34% is what it was back in 2011-12. But in 22-23, it went under 30%. It's 29% is what we're given to understand. So what explains this sort of declining trend when it comes to gross fixed capital formation? It's an indication of private investments. And why is it that private players, we keep hearing about animal spirits, okay, now the Sensex is going back up in green territory, it's slowly climbing up, 20 points up, 15 points up. But again, like I said, relatively flat, both the indices as of this morning. We're waiting, like I said, a little less than 2 hours for the budget speech to begin. But just on that point about gross fixed capital formation and how the rise in public capex is almost inversely proportional to the declining sentiment or the declining appetite, if you will, in private sector for further investment. So let me ask both our guests, all our guests about that as well. Let me start with Mr. Garg on that. We've been hearing about this phrase, animal spirits. Why aren't we seeing that in the kind that we were expecting, at least for the last 3 or 4 years?
I think first of all, we should understand the whole context. As you rightly mentioned, that's about 30% of the capital formation which is currently taking place in the Indian economy. It is less than 35-38% it used to be earlier, but 30% of our GDP is about 110 lakh crore. The government capex is 10 lakh crores.
Yeah.
So it's about 10% of the capex which is the central government. So sometimes we get an impression that as if only the government is doing the capex and the private sector and the household sector is not doing. That's not correct.
Okay.
Right.
But it has been declining,
so
right?
it's proportionally,
correct,
it is declining.
Proportionally, yeah.
And government capex is proportionally increasing. But that's a very low, from 6% to about 10% is where it has gone. So that's one. Now your question about why it is declining, there are two big reasons in my judgment. Number one, over the years, the great capital guzzling industries and infrastructure is reducing.
Okay.
And the share of the GDP from services and less capital consuming industries is increasing. So if you have 52% of this GDP coming from services, which requires much less kind of the capex will decline. Whereas the physical, earlier the road, rails, the manufacturing, factories that required large amount of not required. Second, since we're moving towards the industries of the future, let us say power sector. So the electricity production or the computers and all, they also require much less capital expenditure. to produce a solar energy or a wind energy is far less capital intensive than
traditional
the coal and the
plants.
petroleum.
Okay.
So don't worry about too much.
Okay.
There's only one element where I think there should be we should be watching is the real estate. Because real estate is also a consumer of very large amount of capital.
Correct.
If that goes up, then it's good for economy. If that comes down, then that's bad.
Good.
And in last 10 years, if you've seen, the real estate has sort of flipped down, flipped up, gone up, and again is declining these days.
Okay. Let me go across to two of our colleagues as well. Shweta Punj is joining us from Money Control. Sonal Butra is joining us from CNBC TV18. Sonal, let me start with you first. Markets so far very flat. Looks like both the Sensex and the Nifty are, less than 0.1% down. What's your read on what's going on with the markets?
Very flat right now on the headline index, but if you go underneath, there's big carnage that we're seeing across major sectors. If I talk about sectoral movers, only two of them, that's pharma and autos, they are matching reasonably right now. Big cuts across the board. The mid caps and the small caps are down 7%. Metals, that has been one talking point for the last couple of weeks, and there's a big crash across commodities. Be it copper, be it silver, gold. In fact, silver and gold is down 30% over the weekend, and that crash continues as well. And related stocks, the likes of MSEX, which trades in commodities, you have the metals index, which is the top loser right now. So underneath, there has been a lot of fall that we are seeing across sectors. Of course, we are watching out for the budget. And since last budget,
all right, Sonal, thanks for that. That's a check-in on the markets from CNBC TV18. Shweta Punj of Money Control is also joining us. Shweta, in terms of the elbow room that the finance minister has, last time she addressed the income tax question, then you had the rate rationalization of GST that happened in September. How much elbow room does she have for further relief for India's middle class? So you think the focus of this budget is going to be on something else? It's about the global uncertainties, the tariffs, what can importers and exporters get in terms of relief? What is going to be the focus of this year's budget?
Zaka, so we were discussing this earlier as well in the newsroom, that every budget cannot be a consumption-focused budget. There has been a lot that's been done to boost consumption. As you mentioned, we've seen income tax rate cuts, we've seen GST rationalization and so on. This budget will be, or has to be rather, about presenting a medium-term vision for India. We saw some of that in the economic survey as well, where the CA has, specifically mentioned the areas and sectors that India needs to build upon to build its manufacturing capabilities. He speaks about deploying economic statecraft to become indispensable to the world. So I think that's what we're going to see being taken forward in this budget. In fact, yesterday we reported on a story that the Part B of the budget would be very, very forward-looking and represent a vision for India. And I think that's exactly what everyone's really looking for. We are seeing markets that are looking very volatile at this point. That's because at the moment, considering the geopolitical uncertainty, what's really needed is a direction. We've been behind the curve where AI and innovation is concerned. So that could be another focus area in this budget. We could see a lot of work around custom duties. That's something that's been initiated with a lot of FTAs that have been signed, but that's happening in piecemeal measures at the moment.
Okay.
We should see a more consolidated push towards that.
I also want to go across to CNBC TV18 Managing Editor Shireen Bhan. She's joining us from the CII studios. What's industry's expectation, Shireen, this time from the Finance Minister?
Well, Zaka, good morning. And it is a super Sunday here as we decode the budget for you. But I think industry is going in with measured expectations. The hope is that there should be continuity, there should be no negative surprises, that the reform agenda that's been set by the government were to continue. CapEx, 14 lakh crore rupees, that's the CapEx number that industry is hoping for. That is certainly something that we're going to be watching out for, because remember, the heavy lifting has been done by the government when it comes to CapEx spending. Defense, watch out for that. Unequal vocal consensus that this is a post-Operation Sindoor budget, and hence the defense sector allocation is going to go up significantly. Will it be 10, 15%, or even as high as 20%, or even 20% plus? That's the big question. But most people that we've spoken to are going with a 15 to 20% higher allocation as far as defense is concerned. more schemes to boost R&D investment, to incentivize R&D and innovation. We already had the RDIF fund announcement, so that is still being operationalized. I'm not sure whether we're going to see anything specific on that front, but I think the larger vision on AI, the AI infrastructure build-out, etc., is certainly going to be something that the finance minister may allude to in her speech, which probably is likely to be longer than usual because we're told that Part B is going to get special focus and special attention. Another aspect that we should look at, and this is my hunch, but if I look at the last two economic surveys, there has been a convergence between what the survey has prescribed or suggested or recommended and what the government has done in the budget. Now, the survey is talking about disinvestment, reviving disinvestment, in fact, going as far as to say that public sector companies should in fact look at bringing down the government holding to 26% while retaining control. Now, will there be a revival of the government's disinvestment program? It's been dead quite virtually for the last several years. That's my hunch. I don't know. They are faced with a tax shortfall. Non-tax revenue mobilization is going to be crucial. So that is going to be something to watch out for as well. And finally, I think India's impetus to be a part of global supply chains, India's impetus to draw in FDI and FII, there's a lot of chatter that the government may do something to draw in both foreign portfolio investors and FDI. Nilesh Shah, speaking to us just a short while ago, said he would like a Digi Yatra, frictionless entry for foreign investors as well as for domestic investors. So could we see some announcements on taxation as far as foreign flows are concerned? Given where the rupee is, we will have to wait to see. But that's kind of the mix that industry is going into Budget 2026 with.
All right, Shireen, Shweta and Sonal, thank you very much for joining us on our Budget Day coverage. As we get live pictures now from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, you can see Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu walking out that main door, greeting the Finance Minister. Yeah, Mr. Garg, I just wanted to walk us through these pictures. As you say, this is a new practice of presenting the budget copy. You have the MOS Finance and the entire...
The Finance Minister is not handed over.
Okay.
She just showed and then took it.
Okay.
So it's not handing over the copy, it's taking the blessings.
But then there is also a sort of conversation that they have where she briefs her about what is going on.
Now there would be a conversation. They would sit together for about 10-15 minutes. We'll have the conversation. Finance Minister will brief the President about it and re-seek the council and the blessings of the President.
I know we said this last time and the time before that as well, but the fact that the two protagonists in this picture both are women, I think that's a fantastic testimony to Nari Shakti and to the fact that...
Even Economic Affairs Secretary is a woman.
Is also a woman, yeah.
So
I think that is a great testimony to women's power, ma'am. I mean...
Yes. I do hope that in this budget we get more allocations for childcare, for creche, for working women hostels, because the Viksit Bharat goal is to take women participation in the labour force to 70%. So I do hope for that as well.
And that has been a concern as well. The labour participation force among women has been coming down.
It has been actually increasing, but not as much as we would want it to be.
I would suggest that women's participation should increase, but it should increase in more remunerative jobs.
Okay.
The largest increase is coming up in what we call unpaid helper in family enterprises. That is where women have overwhelmingly coming up in the job. The job increase in last couple of years is in that.
There's also this practice again that's been started, Professor Rajiv Kumar, about mixing curd and sugar and offering that to the Finance Minister. I don't know if we have pictures of that this time around, but last year we did see the President offer
there is a full
sweet
breakfast.
Oh, there's a full breakfast that happens at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
And also dahi shakkar.
Dahi shakkar. That's good.
Well, that's a good omen. I mean,
good omen.
I feel that given all the noise at the global level, it's a time for India, and the FM has a very big responsibility to have a very strong focus on the priorities for Viksit Bharat, and she needs all these blessings and the curd and the shakkar, I'm sure.
No, we did talk about, the global turmoil that is going on. Even this morning, Mr. Trump, I think, has posted on social media saying India has assured that it will buy Venezuelan oil. Again, it's I don't know who has told him this, but it's certainly having an impact back here in India. How does the Finance Minister sort of insulate to whatever extent she can,
I think
Indian industry from these
the
two global
first thing
shocks.
I hope the Finance Minister will do will give her point of view of the global turmoil that is taking place at the moment. How does she understand that?
Yeah.
Is that a more fractional world, more protectionism,
Yeah.
etc., and so on. But and in that context, talk about the EU,
FTA.
India FTA, and say what, and maybe the budget should actually announce very specific measures of taking advantage of the India-EU FTA. But that is what is, for example, now if textile, garments and leather are going to have 0% duty on the EU, this is the time to now give some incentives to the manufacturers of these commodities to take full advantage. So I think India in the world economy should be, in some sense, at least a prominent theme of the budget, and not all inward looking.
So, the one thing that we've seen, every country has been affected by this tariffs and the tariff war that is going on. The only country that's managed to sort of at least save itself, or at least look America in the eye and negotiate on an even keel, seems to be China, because they have the capacities, they have the leverage, whether it is rare earths, whether it is manufacturing. What leverage can India hope to achieve, if not immediately, at least in the near future, where you're not browbeaten into accepting such lopsided deals? And India has been holding off from accepting this US FTA, the US interim FTA.
Well, it seems that the India-US trade deal is going to get delayed even more. And as far as leverage is concerned, we did have the leverage in respect of pharma and possibly services exports. But pharma, he had already let us off. There were no tariffs on that.
Yeah.
Services exports, I guess we didn't decide to use because it would have hurt us.
More than
exactly. So in a sense, we don't have that much leverage, and that's certainly is clearly a fact. But can I just go back, Zaka, to the point that Rajiv was making, and very important one, because one leverage we could have or should have had if we had begun to diversify away from the US market. They are our biggest exporter in advance, and the EU deal does give us that opportunity. However, let's just remember that the EU is going to take over a year to ratify this, put it through their parliament and their national parliament.
European Council,
So for that reason, Rajiv's point becomes that much important, because we will have to increase our labor-intensive exports, which will get cut if we attempt to try and sell more to the US. And EU could be a much bigger buyer. And if we put in place labor-intensive sector packages, it would be very helpful, because it will help these industries to prepare for next year. That's the point.
And I think, there's also the economic consideration, there's also the political consideration. For example, a place like Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, which is a huge textile manufacturing hub, that state goes to polls in a couple of months. You have even a place like Agra, Kanpur, that belt, which is a big leather manufacturing hub. That state goes to polls in about a year's time. So the finance minister will have to address some of these labor-intensive, small-scale industries who are export-oriented, export-dependent. I also want to get in Alpesh Jain and Arvind Srivatsan, both of them joining us via link. Alpesh, if we have the stock market picture right now, I think last I checked about 5 minutes ago, it was flat, relatively flat. What are the market's expectations from the finance minister? I know we've talked about long-term and short-term capital gains tax has been a long-standing demand, but does she have the elbow room to make that rationalization there?
Hi, good morning. I will talk in specific related to FI, what we are missing in the entire discussion. We would have seen almost 10 lakh crores worth of shares have been sold off by FIs. FIs hold roughly 17% of the markets. This is where we are missing. So everything about STT, LTCG, STCG, all has to benefit specifically when it comes to FI in picture. Because what is happening is 10 lakh crores sold, still markets are stable. The only reason here is the SIP book size which is helping us. 32 crores, if I'm not mistaken, is the SIP book size which is helping us markets to be stable. when it comes on a global front, we are the least performing markets for this year. And the entire global pack, we are the least performing. So this year, all investors eye on how this how this budget shapes. So let's see how it works. LTCG, STT, and especially STT has to be removed, which is double taxation for a FI, taking dividend taxation. So
okay, Alpesh, give me a moment. I want to go across to CII, where Shivani, my colleague, is joined by Mr. Pirus Kumbata, Chairman of the CII Task Force on Affirmative Action. Shivani?
Yes, Pirus Kambata Zaka is joining us. He's Group Chairman of Rasna Group as well. Mr. Kambata, thanks a lot for joining us pre-budget today. It's a Sunday budget, and as we were discussing, it's not just rare, but possibly has never happened before. But I want to touch first on the whole atmosphere of FTAs, trade deals getting done. You look at food processing very closely. Is there a good sense of buoyancy in the Indian industry because of these FTAs and particularly in food processing?
100%. I think our Prime Minister talked of reform, perform and transfer, and it applies to industry also. And I think he has given us, when I say he means it is leadership. We are not signed one FTA, but so many FTAs. Australia, New Zealand, UK, UAE, Oman, the list is going. Now it's for us to take the opportunity. And I'll tell you why food processing is going to be benefit. Because processed food products, when they get exported, the value benefit comes directly to the farmer. And what the government has done is they have said, no, we will not cover a part of it, but processed food we are covering. And I have been a bit propaganda that Indian companies, should not concentrate on pickle, papad for Indians. A lot of people tell me, you export to Indians. I say, no, I don't. I export to the global markets. We can make let us say, the pastas of the world, and we can make the pizza sauces of the world. We can make everything.
All right, Mr. Kumbata, they're talking about rising exports. Well, despite all of this tariff trouble, the exports for the last financial year topped $800 billion, $825 billion. So, Nirmala Sitharaman, the point is, while, yes, there is this global uncertainty, the tariff wars, etc. happening, India is also diversifying. I mean, India is diversifying through the Middle East, through Europe with the FTA. I think there are 9 FTAs that have been signed so far, including the Europe one last week. So, is that the way to go?
No, it has to be the way to go. We need to diversify. The conversation about stepping up regional trade has been a very long-standing one. This gives us the opportunity to focus on that. And I think the FTAs certainly help. A trade deal with the US will have to happen at some point or the other. That's inevitable. But I think, it's pretty much like how manufacturing went the China +1 route at one point. India will have to diversify where we're looking at. And I think somewhere the focus on e-commerce exports has also helped to a large extent. So, with the kind of reforms that RBI has brought in for through their EDPMS and things like that, I think that has also helped. And that's an area one can focus on, especially with changes being made to courier regulations and your entire logistics sector. So we can continue to look at that. But I think US +1 or US plus more than one, obviously, many more will be the way to go, at least in the foreseeable future.
I put this up on social media the other day. After COVID, China realized the world realized that the world has to move towards China +1. And I think in the last year, the world has realized we have to move to an America -1 strategy as well. So it's China +1, America -1. But one thing that has been a critical focus, has been a political thing as well, that the government has had to take flak for over the last certainly over the last 4 or 5 years, is jobs, the rate of growth of jobs, the quality of jobs. So can we bring the jobs picture? And the government has been stressing that, look, there's been a lot of formalization of the economy. So let's look at the EPFO figures, the number of subscribers that have been added over the last 4 or 5 financial years. And the government's contention is that there is a lot more formalization of the economy that's going on. The political opposition doesn't see it. The opposition says unemployment is going up, particularly when it comes to youth unemployment. I think the last CMIE figure was 17.5%. But here you go. The jobs outlook, 2017-18, pre-COVID, it was 47.5 crores employment, formal employment, 2018. COVID, there was a dip, but now, 5-7 years later, 23-24, we're looking at an additional almost 20 crore people who've been added to the formal workforce. So the figures there, this is from the Ministry of Labour and Employment, 64.3 crores. That's the formal labor in this country, the formal organized workforce in this country. Self-employment, that's also gone up by about 5 or 6%. It was 50%, 52% in 2017-18. It's gone up to 58% in 23-24. Similarly, I mean, there was a conversation also about bringing self-employed folks like CAs and doctors into the tax bracket. But let's move on to the other sort of breakup when it comes to labor. Unemployment rate, this is official Government of India data. Unemployment rate pre-COVID was 6%. In 23-24, it's been halved, almost halved, to 3.2%. So this is what the data is showing, at least this is what government-given data is. Youth unemployment before COVID, 17.8%. Post-COVID now in 23-24, 10.2%. So the question then is, why is this, and let me start with Ms. Davra on this, because you've dealt with this very closely in the past. Why is this not, why are we not able to feel this? That if overall employment, formal employment is going up substantially, why is there still a thing about, jobs, quality of jobs? We had this whole debate around gig workers recently. Why is that the case?
See, when we talk about youth, the age bracket is lower, right? So overall unemployment comes down to around 3%. But when you look at youth, you get a little higher figure, because a lot of the young people are in education, higher education, they are in skilling, or they may be doing household chores. And I think it's important to look at NEET rate, which is the youth who are not in employment, not in education, and not in training. So when we look at that rate, it gives us a more meaningful figure. And
just give me one moment, ma'am. There's the live pictures that are coming in. Just want to point our viewers' attention to that. So the Finance Minister and her team have left the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They're just pulling in to the Parliament complex. And again, at the Makar Dwar of the new Parliament complex, you will again see the Minister, her team, sort of turn around and present a photo opportunity to the photographers there. And then, of course, she will enter the Parliament building. There will be a cabinet meeting presided over by the Prime Minister. They will affirm, they will give their assent. The cabinet gives its assent and passes the union budget for 26-27. And then, of course, at 11 a.m. In the lower house in the Lok Sabha, she will rise to read the budget speech. But yes, please go on. You were making the point about the quality of employment.
Yes. So I think it's very important to make interventions there. The new education policy has come out, which integrates vocational education in a big way in the schools. So that should bring some improvement. Plus the many skilling programs which have been brought in by government, the Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Yojana, the qualification packs in skilling, but it's very important to bring industry now into skilling, into trainings. Plus the ELI scheme, the employment linked incentive, should have a good impact, and it is linked to the manufacturing sector for a longer term of the ELI. But in all this, I see the economy rising with a new strategy to a higher growth trajectory, which is going to bring more jobs, more quality jobs, more formalization of the economy. And I think the reforms we've seen in the last financial year are preparing us to go to a higher growth trajectory. The labor codes have come in.
So the Finance Minister there at the footsteps of the Makar Dwar in Parliament, of course, the red Bahi Khata that we keep talking about, which of course is a change that this Finance Minister has brought about. It used to be this brown leather briefcase before, but now it's the Bahi Khata sort of taking off on Indian tradition. You'll see, you want to spend a minute on this new tradition of the Bahi Khata. I think it's been for the last 4 or 5 years since post-COVID, I think, right after COVID.
Once she decided to move to the iPad kind of thing, to read it from there instead of a written speech.
Correct.
The convention changed from the briefcase to the Bahi Khata, what you call. So that's fine. I think this, but inside what it is the same.
Okay.
The budget speech.
No, but this time I believe the part B of the speech, which deals with direct taxes and so on, will be much longer than the part A. That's what we're given to understand.
We will come to know part B.
That's what we've been told, yeah.
I hope not.
Okay.
No, I think this is very important. See, the part A is essentially expenditures.
Correct.
That, to use a phrase which the government has been using, Gyan, the Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari, which covers 97% of the people. That is what the expenditure addresses. The part B, which is the tax, addresses basically the 2 crore taxpayers and 1.5 crore GST taxpayers.
Okay.
So part B, if it is longer, you are addressing to a rich and the upper middle class.
Okay.
Rather than
let me also go across quickly back to Shivani at CII with Mr. Pirus Kambata. Yeah, Shivani.
Yes, thanks a lot for that, Zaka. Quick comments, as we stay with those live pictures, the FM reaching Parliament. Mr. Kambata, you were talking about, the expectations, particularly for the industry, the food processing industry, because of the many FTAs that have been signed. How important do you think these FTAs will be for the Indian industry?
Very important, for food processing in particular. Because see, when we process food, India hardly processes 2%, 3% because we consume fresh. But the world consumes processed. So imagine we can process now for the world, and what wisely has been done in all FTAs is that the processed food has been included. Fresh is out. So that means we should not just concentrate making papad and pickle, but we can stop making the pastas and the tomato sauces for the world, and that's a huge opportunity for food processing, and we should thank the government for that.
We've been talking about this for several years, boosting private investment as far as, business or the economy is concerned. It's still been kind of underwhelming. What's holding the private investment?
One thing, for me, ease of doing business is important, but the underlying thing is the trust. There is honestly a trust deficit. Industry, when they are told you file 100 forms, you give this declaration, you give this bank guarantee, you give this attestation, then we feel, oh my God, what is happening? And from the government side also there is a trust deficit, industry side also there is a trust deficit. So I think that has to go. We have to partner in Vikshit Bharat. If we have to develop India, it is the industry and the government, we have to do it together. And if this comes about, let the government also say, okay, fine, have self-declarations, go ahead, we'll have one license. And I think slowly it is happening. For example, you see the labor codes. And I think that is the step in the right direction. Labor code has something what I'm trying to say. Second thing in my mind, we need tax certainty. I don't think any businessman, he wants his entrepreneurial skills to be used for his product, not for sitting with a lawyer and discussing cases 20 years old. And many times these cases are 20 years old. So the cases go on. So certainty, ease of paying tax, ease of litigation, amnesty schemes, tax resolutions, make a taxpayer's life easy and let him concentrate on his business. If this happens, I think it will bring in more investment not only from Indians, but even foreign players. That foreign investors actually are very wary about the Indian system. If you ask me anyway. And I think I want to take care, so call out that first.
No, we were discussing exactly that in our studios as well, the FIIs and the FDIs, etc. Final quick question, your biggest expectation from today's budget announcement and speech?
My biggest expectation from today's budget is that the government's agenda is reform, perform, transform. And I think we are going to see the reform agenda in full flow. Because the GST rationalization has shown that if you reform, you get more growth. Honestly, that's what the GST has shown. So I think I expect that to be now done much more, what I call in a bigger way.
Well, certainly that's what the expectation is. Reforms reloaded is what we are calling it as well. Pirus Kambata, thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your brief sentiment ahead of that budget speech. Zaka, back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Shivani, and to Mr. Kambata. We're just showing this in our ticker as well. So metals have been falling in a big way. In fact, the multi-commodity exchange gold and silver is seeing its biggest single-day fall in 6 years. Gold ETFs have crashed up to 16%. So the precious metal gold has now gone down to 9,000 rupees for 10 grams, and silver has fallen down to 17,000 rupees per kilogram. Why is that, Professor? Is this just correction, or is it?
One, it is a correction, and two, I think the commodities people are sort of now factoring in this is a post-Trump tantrum era now.
Okay.
The Trump tantrums are over, and therefore there will be a greater stability, greater certainty, going forward, whether it's in exchange rates or in the world trade and thing.
So falling commodities is also good in the sense that the people are predicting, stability and less volatility, more stability when it comes to.
Rise when there is abundant uncertainty in the global market, and and this is seen as the safe hedge.
Yeah.
Now that's changing.
Okay.
And that's changing, I think, because the Venezuelan situation is coming. All right.
Yeah.
And the Greenland thing is now sort of
subsided
gone off the burner. So therefore, and there is a correction. 17% increase in January on gold prices has been enormous. So there is no harm there. Yeah.
So Nirmala, the point being that for a country like India, this is good news because obviously the question also rises, where is this money then going? Is it going to come back to emerging markets? Is it going to go back to the developed markets? Will it go from commodities back to equity? Where will it go, some of this money, if people are taking profits out, as Mr. Rajiv Kumar was saying?
I think there are two things here. I think the correction was long overdue. If you look at it, it was actually quite high. So money, will it go back? I think lots of profit booking has happened, which means that I don't think it will go anywhere. It may go into consumption also for a little while. I think that's a big thing because you've seen the large profits that silver and gold have generated. Plus, I think there is also some kind of conversation that's been happening on hopefully reduction in your import duty on gold, though I don't see that happening, but maybe all of that is...
No, but where I was getting at was, do you see some of that money go back into the equities? I mean, the returns on the Sensex in the last year have been in single digits, I believe. Or maybe even in negative territory if you ask. We'll also go across to Mr. Arvind Srivatsan on that. But just a quick word on...
No, I think you will see value slowly coming back in. I mean, budget day today, it's also been what the global cues have been, which is what we were discussing. The global cues haven't been very, very favorable. And I think over the next month or so, you will see a little more stability and money slowly moving back.
Mr. Srivatsan, why are these commodity prices falling, particularly gold and silver? Profit booking, correction, and two, more importantly, what does it mean for an emerging market like India, as we see pictures of the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, arriving in Parliament? Yes, Mr. Srivatsan.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit of everything that you mentioned. Clearly, profit booking has been happening over a week or so. People are taking money off the table, and I guess some portion of that can come to the market. Again, it depends on what we hear today. Certainly, I think it'll be nice if this gets back into the domestic economy. So I think correction was overdue and it was overheated. So I think it's fair that we are where we are. So it was always expected.
Well, what about on there have been net outflows of both FDI and FII in the last few months. What needs to be done to correct that? Or do you reckon that's just simply because of this AI boom that's being talked about in the US, and a lot of money has been going after AI. Now things are stable. You see some of that money coming back into emerging markets like India?
Yeah, so I think FPIs, they really don't have a law. I mean, they have a short-term sentiment. So if you really see 25, they took money out of India, invested in Taiwan and Korea and South Korea, and they got, they got double-digit returns. So I think that was the sentiment. I think what's required to really get portfolio investors and even FDI back into India, I think the ease of doing business. If you really ask me, we've dropped the tax rates. We've created a faceless administration system. We'll hopefully see reforms on customs. I think ease of doing business, if you can acknowledge and really work on it, reduce the multiple interfaces, compliances, and if you can have some committee that really accelerates ease of doing business, I think it will certainly help get patient capital. If you just to also go back a little, the government actually amended the insurance laws to permit 100% FDI insurance. Under a unified license, you could do general and life. But the fact is, despite this, capital is yet to get into India. So I guess one is the rupee factor, but I think more is they would like to wait and see. And hear from the budget and pause and see how the geopolitics reset. But I think that's where we are, if you really ask me.
Professor Rajiv Kumar, I mean, we've been talking about ease of doing business, certainly in the last 10 years since Prime Minister Modi came to power. If after 10 years, Mr. Srivatsan saying that's an issue that needs to be addressed, then what is the...
That's the issue which needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And if we want to give an answer to why private investors are shying away still, it is this, which is that on the ground, there are lots and lots of pricking points, there are lots of sort of stumbling blocks, etc. for this.
Like what? I mean, labor codes have now been
labor codes have been
simplified,
but not notified, so we don't know what's going to happen.
The
GST
to be operational.
Notified, but the rules have
they're
not
in operation yet.
Not operational. I give you one.
GST has been rationalized.
No, GST has not been rationalized. In fact, for a large number of commodities, the GST on intermediates is higher than the GST on the final product, as a result of which GST credit is collected and the refund is done only once in three months.
Okay.
And therefore there is a cash flow block. Now the capital, the GST on capital goods, on capital machinery is now not going to be credited, but they are saying that you add it to your cost and depreciate it.
But the whole point of this reform, this indirect tax reform, was to reduce compliance. One of the aims was also
just this figure that GST rose by 6% in January.
Yeah.
It shows that the tax buoyancy is less than 1, because the GDP is rising by more than 6%, and that's not a favorable thing to happen. So GST rationalization, GST simplification is really required, and then the whole refund mechanism that is there. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is, the sort of work being done by the agencies, the so-called agencies, and there is almost free for all for them at the ground level, and there is no rule, there is no curbing anything of this kind, and therefore there is really uncertainty about what a person can expect, when they do A, B or C, and that's this budget, if it can clarify that if you are going to do this, this is what you will achieve, and nothing else. So the arbitrariness has to be reduced.
Can that, I mean, the compliance costs, whether it is GST, further rationalization of the process, not so much the rates, but the process, can that be addressed? I mean, the GST is out of the ambit of the budget, but when someone like Mr. Srivatsan says address ease of doing business, why has that still not been addressed?
It's been addressed, and the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 has come in, but it has yet to be passed. There are a couple of things here. There's the compliance burden, which has to be reduced further. There's the deregulation aspect, and there's the decriminalization aspect. And in this budget, we can look forward to the customs being made more rational, streamlined, the inverted duty structure being, addressed. Similarly, in the GST and the Direct Tax Acts, if we can see reduction in the compliance burden and a mandate for the national single window system for all ministries and all states, I think that could address a number of things.
It's a good time to welcome Rahul Shivshankar into the conversation. Markets are flat, commodities are falling. What are your expectations from Budget 2026?
Well, first of all, thanks, Zach. We're doing a relay race here today. So Zach will be back very, very shortly, viewers. We're also, of course, building up in the next 1 hour to the FM's much-awaited speech. It's going to be another one of those records that she has set as one of the longest-standing FMs in India's history. But welcome to Budget Day Studio, presented by DBS, viewers, as we take you through the big day.
News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Great Sunday morning, viewers, and a buoyant start. Record GST collections coming in. That's going to give Nirmala Sitharaman some additional elbow room, really, to flex a little bit, to spend a little bit, and perhaps also, of course, at some level or the other, viewers, to ensure that India's growth story remains extremely robust. That's the fundamental issue here. We have underlying problems. I'm not going to gloss over them. There is optimism. There's reason to be optimistic, but we can't gloss over some of the problems. We look at them. We've got the best panelists in the business, the best analysts here. You don't need to go anywhere else to get even Insta analysis for the budget. As the FM speaks, our experts will be giving you their take on what you can make of this budget. But let's get some details into this conversation, because what we're really looking at, and we're being told, viewers, there are going to be massive policy decisions, and they're going to be packed into the Part B of the budget. And let's shoot some of those graphics out here that set the context for this conversation. Remember, viewers, GST collections up, gold and silver taking a bit of a beating, as you know. And that's happening for a variety of reasons, and we're going to get into those reasons. One of them, of course, overheating. Silver is also used in industry in a big way. So is it possible that certain analysts believe that global business is not going to be robust as we go ahead? Are those the cues? Remember, it's an industrial metal. Also, of course, there you can see these are some big numbers. Exports really not looking so great, and that's really the big problem. This is the impact of the tariff. This is the impact of the tariff, and this is really where the problem begins. We need to ensure that we can pull up. I'm going to go behind this big screen here. There it is. We're going to go behind right there. There we are. There we are. And we are going to go straight there into that hot seat, so to speak. But fundamentally, we have a lot to talk about. Good morning. I want to begin with you first, ma'am. Fundamentally, we have an issue where we need to project to the world that India is the place to come and invest. Investment is not coming in. The numbers, as I've shown you, are looking good. The GDP numbers are up there. They look good. What's the mismatch? What's happening, and what does Nirmala Sitharaman need to do to attract business into India?
Right. The foreign portfolio investment is volatile, and the foreign direct investment, we've had about $81 billion in the last year. So that's quite sizable, but it's offset by the capital outflows. Now, my favorite topic for this budget is the FDI, attracting FDI into India, more FDI into India. And for that, there'll be a lot of expectation that the Honorable Finance Minister will look at strengthening the manufacturing ecosystem, whether that is by way of institutional reforms or structural reforms, more allocations to the industrial parks, the amenities, utilities for plug and play, water supply, quality electricity, and so on and so forth. And also, how do we attract the MNCs? How do we target them and enable them to bring their supply chains into India? So I think there's a lot of focus there which would help us, and look forward to a big announcement on customs today, rationalization of the customs duties, also simplification of the GST systems, more digitization in the economy for ease of doing business, single window clearances, deemed approvals, and so on and so forth.
Well, this is one aspect, deregulation, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Deregulation, can't stress that. Why is it taking so much time? This is a conversation that has been going on for years altogether.
Rahul, it's taking so much time because it's not just the central government's job. A lot of it, maybe the majority of it today, is in the state government, and the responsibility of the state government. And these state governments behave the way they would, which is why I had suggested at one point that this is now the time maybe to revive the interstate council and bring all the states together, or create a council on deregulation and list all of these numbers, list all of these provisions, and say, so what is the timeline in which you will remove them? So that's one. So the second thing is that with all due respect to Subhash, the bureaucracy doesn't want to get diverse itself of the controls that it has over the investor or the business. So and not at the higher level, at the lower levels, which is where they come, which is where they create issues for rent seeking. And that's because it's in the interest of this lower bureaucracy to have this regulation as much as they can. So I think those are the two reasons for which deregulation is not taken off as yet.
Okay.
If I could very quickly add, the labor codes actually...
The bureaucrat in her is taking offense.
Right.
I hope not.
No,
but yes.
Very open to listening.
Yeah.
See, the labor codes, I think, show a path ahead, and when we see them operationalized, we'll see compounding of offences, and a lot of decriminalization has taken place. Compliance has been made simpler. So that takes care of a lot of things, but yes, we need more speed.
So what are we expecting?
For example, the standard operating codes, whatever, the BIS thing, when you import some intermediate goods, the inspector has to go to the factory from where you are importing and clarify that and certify that you can import it from there. And then it takes a year after her certification for then this to be notified. Now, how do you get the investment, working on that, on those lines?
Let me just very quickly, viewers, give you what we think are going to be some expectations. And I want to bring in Suhail Seth also. Let's put them out. Come on, let's fire them. Let's not waste time. Let's bring in Nalin onto the panel also. Nalin, please join us and grace us with the big breaking news that you're picking up from your money control system. I know that there's a lot happening and you need to share that with us. On your screens, viewers, deepening foreign direct investment, the impact of that. But here we have some important, the budget wish list, incentives for innovation, R&D, very, very important. R&D remains a very, very critically low, underperforming or underfunded sector of our economy. And when you want to make in India, when you have to compete, when you're signing all these big trade deals, you need to have manufacturing up there, you need to be cutting edge, you need to have enough in the bank to innovate so that you are competitive globally. Support for AI-led incentives. Also, of course, duty cuts on EVs and related components. Will this happen? Will this not happen? We're going to have this big conversation. What's in it for us? You and I, the Aam Aadmi viewers, we're expecting a few things. We're expecting a higher disposable income boost, consumption savings, perhaps for married couples. Will that actually happen? Big talk around this, which will really, really help a large number of households. Let me tell you, scrap or cut securities transaction tax. That's the big one. That's the big budget wish list from a tax point of view. Reverse STT hike on futures and options. Let's bring up that also. Arindam, let's bring up that other graphics. The big one, the tax break angle, the expectations on that front. Let's pull out those graphics and put them out. Rationalize LTCG on equities. Something else that is required. Nalin, what's the big breaking news that you're picking up right now?
So Rahul, the markets are in the green this morning. The Sensex is up by 0.1%, the Nifty 50 by 0.04%. The markets opened on a weak queue, largely because the global sentiment has been weak. The metals have been collapsing. Gold and silver have been significantly down, largely because with the changes in the Fed, there is an expectation that about interest rates with the dollar. About a lot of people are buying metals to hedge against the dollar, right?
Yeah.
So if the Fed changes its positioning, so that's why the metals have been going down. So at the moment, what we are hearing from markets people who are on a money control broadcast and various analysts in the markets, the expectation from the markets is not too high from the budget, which actually is a good thing. Because if you go into a budget with virtually no expectations, then unless there's some catastrophe, anything it is likely to be positive, right? So that's why I think. But at the moment, the market expectation is not very high.
Market expectation not very high. Why is that?
Largely because of the global environment. FIs have been. This is now we are also the lead up to this budget, right? This is the weakest January in many years on the markets. FIs have been leaving the markets for a while, and because on Friday the global markets closed on a low. If you look at the Dow Jones and the New York Stock Exchange, they were down. So that's why India and also the weak currency. So all of that is affecting. It's not just the budget in isolation, right? So.
Okay, Santosh Mehrotra, how do we get the sentiment going? You've got some ideas, you've got some thoughts. Do you think the FM is going to walk you halfway there? Reforms is what the market is looking for. Are we going to go deeper in? What else do we need to do?
Well, budgets are rarely about reforms, as you know. You know, I think we seem in our country to be very fixated on budgets. Nowhere else in the world is the budget seen to be such an important document.
Yeah.
Budgets are inevitably about taxation, expenditure, and the borrowing that the government is going to undertake. So that's where we should be focused on. So what I'm hopefully looking for on we've had already a lot of action on the, forgive me, on the taxation side, both corporate as well as GST as well as personal income tax. So what we are looking for now is, as I think you were suggesting, private investment to rise. And for that to happen, the government will need to put in a much greater focus on its expenditure for packages for labor-intensive manufacturing. And labor-intensive manufacturing is largely carried out by the MSMEs, and they are the ones who will create the jobs. If the process of job creation through the MSMEs is put in place, Rahul, we will begin to see an increase in aggregate demand over a period of time, as a result of which down the road we will see greater private corporate investment.
So you're looking at that very closely in the budget. Nalin, you were raising your hand.
I was saying that expect a huge focus on AI in the budget. With the AI Impact Summit is just a few weeks away. We are expecting announcements around investments in AI and deep tech. There was already a hint of this when the government was preparing the India AI Mission 2.0.
But there is a fear globally also that AI is overhyped. Is that a fact?
No, absolutely. I mean, there are. In fact, that's been the big speculation around the US stock market as well, right? There's a lot of over-indexing on the AI stocks. I think what we are expecting is a move away from this on sector-specific AI models, and the idea that you focus on applications as opposed to LLMs. I think that's what that's what I think the drift of the conversation at the moment is.
Okay, give India a tax break. Do we expect tax breaks, Mr. Garg, from this particular budget? Are we expecting any tax breaks? Do you think this is really going to happen? We're going to have a few graphics pointers here. We're also going to put out types of our GDP and the earliest types that we've been putting out so that we have a good interplay. We can refer to certain numbers. The Sensex picking up there. So there's buoyancy. Generally, even some amount of expectation, the sentiment is positive, and that Nirmala Sitharaman will be gladdened by. Sunday, of course, for the first time in history, we're presenting a budget on a Sunday. Yes?
There are expectations or people look for in the budget on the direct tax side, both on income tax as the corporate tax, and also on the indirect tax side, since GST is not part of the budget, it's on customs and excise. So let me, on the direct taxes side, I think both the corporate taxes as well as the individual income tax have been taken care, have been given good concessions, the rates have been rationalized, liberalized in the past budgets. So I wouldn't expect anything more in the sense of giving concessions, but there is one major agenda left there. And that agenda is that there are two regimes still. The old regime
and the
is
new one.
Very low, it has not been changed for 11 years. There has been very low exemption and very high rate of taxation on that. But there are exemptions there. The new regime is very balanced, very fairly taxed, in fact over concessional to some extent. I think it's time now to merge both of them, have only the new tax regime and build some of the good incentives into this and abolish the old tax regime. I think that is one thing which should be. We can also look at a customs package because we have very high incidence of duties and that is required to be rationalized. A major package on the
so there's a straight suggestion coming in for the Finance Minister, and we're getting into that business end now, viewers. You're seeing pictures coming on your screens from that cabinet meeting. That's where the budget contours will be discussed and shared amongst ministers, and of course there you can see the Finance Minister talking to Geopolitics Murmu, who is India's president, and giving her a brief really of the broad contours of the budget. So obviously that, we would love to be a fly on the wall there. But I'm just telling PCR and the Director Saab to fire some of the Skype graphics that we have, that we might have even put out earlier, so that we can give you an overview of the macro picture of the economy. So let's do that. I also want to welcome Suhail Seth. Suhail Seth, if you're there with us, your big expectations. Your big expectations from this particular budget. What do you expect the Finance Minister to be doing? There's a bit of elbow room. We are doing well macroeconomically. Some problems at the micro level, but what's your big one?
Prime Minister Modi took over. The first thing he said, the business of government is not to be in business. If the Finance Minister stays off business, it will help India.
Right.
Number one. Number two, Rajiv Kumar, who was also a quasi-bureaucrat in running Niti Aayog, I love his confidence in taking on Mr. Garg and blaming the bureaucracy. The point here, Rahul, is we have created a bureaucracy which has a problem for every solution. We need to get rid of that. Having said that, I think the bureaucracy has also steered India with great confidence and with, a lot of value. I have four things to say. Number one, the job situation is dire. You may not believe it, it is dire. Start talking to people, start traveling around the country, and you will see how dire the job situation is. Santosh is absolutely right. If you do not encourage MSME, you are killing the entire job potential of India. Number two, AI, whether you like it or not, is here to stay. But it's just like what happened with Y2K. We all went nuts saying, oh, Y2K, end of the world. It's not going to happen. Number three, the ease of business is miserable. Miserable. They will never tell you that because we are a great country for rah-rah, everything's good. Ease of business is very problematic. Number four, if you're rich and you can steal, you will get a bank loan. If you're poor or not as rich and you want to start a business, you don't get one. I think our banking regulations or the way we provide funding for mid-cap or lower-cap businesses is critical. Look, Rahul, the problem is as simple. You know, GDP, we've got 6.7, 7%, blah, blah, blah. You have to look at two things. One is, how long will Rajiv Kumar and, you know, the two ladies and Santosh and Mr. Garg, how long will we subsidize India and Indians? This whole freebie nonsense has to stop because that money is not Mr. Modi's or Mrs. Sitharaman's. It's your and my money as taxpayers, which is going to, it's creating an army of lazy Indians who don't want to do anything because they're getting all these sops. Number two, we have to incentivize industry.
Yeah.
I will tell you this because I advise some of the biggest companies here. A lot of companies feel that their investments outside India may well be profitable. Look, Trump is a hiccup. He hopefully will vanish after he finishes his term, if not before.
Yeah.
But the point is that we can't always be dependent on, oh, the tariffs have increased, what do we do? Look at what Modi did during COVID. We were able to manage our economy on our own. There was a certain self-resilience.
Okay.
And I need to build that.
Let me open that. Let me get those thoughts in. Stay with me. I just also want to bring in Anuj, who is my colleague from CNBC, managing editor, Anuj Singhal, CNBC Awaz. Anuj, I just want to talk a little bit about the gold and silver crash that has taken place this morning. What do you put this down to?
Rahul, good morning. Look, that simply can be put down to unwinding of positions. Silver prices had gone one way from $40 to about $120. The ETFs had taken unnecessarily large leverages both in US and in India, and at some point something had to give. The trigger was the US President Donald Trump announcing Kevin Walsh as his nominee for Fed chairman, and Kevin Walsh's policies are against asset price inflation, and that was the reason that you saw this kind of collapse. But you know, when you pump something beyond a point, when some asset class is in a kind of a parabolic move, all it needs is, it's like, you know, it's a bubble which is waiting to be pricked, and you just needed a trigger, and that trigger came.
So are you saying it's only a course correction? Because some people are saying the US dollar has strengthened sharply while US bond yields remain elevated on expectations that perhaps interest rates will now hold and stay higher for longer.
You know, Rahul, this might be above my pay scale because, you know, anyone who can answer this question correctly over the next 1 year is going to be multi-millionaire. Whether this is actually a top in gold and silver or this is just a fall in a parabolic market. Like you saw in the case of Bitcoin, you know, you never know. An asset class which goes up 10 times in between will have 30-40% corrections. Now, if this is one of those big parabolic moves in gold and silver, which is going to take gold and silver much higher, and keep in mind, this is actually right now a big global battle between US and China, and China is not going to let it go easily. So this is about de-dollarization over the next 3 years. Donald Trump is going to be in office for next 3 years. There's going to be a bit of a China versus US playing out. Who wins? You know, I think that's going to be a multi-trillion dollar question. But right now,
I'm going to ask you a simple one.
It would be too early to call it the.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you deceptively.
I'll not stick my neck out.
Oh, there you go. I'm going to ask you a deceptively simple question.
I'll not stick my neck out.
Let me just put it this way. Is it the right time to buy? Is it the right time to buy? Buy gold. Buy gold.
Look, you're asking
silver.
You know, a gold bull. You know, I've always been a gold bull. I have been buying gold for last 4 or 5 years, and I continue to believe that gold is something that you must have in portfolio. Silver is a different beast altogether. You know, right now there's a bit of a meme going on in the market that कल तक silver EV में भी लग रही थी, commodity में भी लग रही थी, आज सिर्फ वो काजू कतली में लग रही है. So silver is slightly different because the kind of run that it has had. But I think if you ask me, gold I'm still buying.
Okay, gold he's still buying. He's a gold digger. Okay, great. We're all going to dig for gold, and we are hoping that we'll all go and find our El Dorados. That's an important tip. Thank you, Anuj. Thank you very much for giving us your insight. Yes, Nalin, you have a big news coming in.
Quick updates on, we're talking about El Dorados and gold. The metal index has plunged 5%. Gold and silver prices have crashed this morning. Hind Copper, Nalco and Hind Zinc shares have fallen by 19%. The Nifty Metal Index is down 5% in the early trading hours this morning. Fundamentally, I think what we are seeing is that also crude oil we're rising to $70. So the idea, the fear is it will strain us a lot in terms of imports and gold. Overall, gold is down by 8% and silver down by 30%, which is the biggest intraday drop since 2008.
Wow. That's big. That's big. Let me also go across to Aditi Nair, who joins us, and Somdata Singh, founder and CEO of Assiduous. Aditi, can you hear me? There you are. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. What are your comments? We're getting divergent numbers this morning. Numbers to be optimistic about, numbers to be optimistic about in the long term. The ones that we have to be optimistic about are rising GST collections, another record being set. And the optimistic numbers, well, are the softening gold and silver prices. Should we go in? Should we not? All of that, of course, that's the macro picture. But I just want to ask you, we're all talking in a global scenario where things are very unpredictable. Day, hours, things can change. How should the FM now approach this budget in this changing, broken world, so to speak?
Thank you. And I think that's a really important question. I mean, we just keep talking about uncertainty and volatility day in and day out. And that's really the situation that we're in globally. There is more and more uncertainty that keeps coming our way. And I think in this situation, the budget and all of economic policy really needs to hunker down and sort of focus on the domestic resilience that is already there and build on strengthening that. Now, going back to the budget nuts and bolts, I think, everything that we've been talking about, the reform push on one side and then coming back to the basics, revenues and expenditures on the other side. As an economist, I lean towards, the budget really being a statement of revenues and expenses. And the bottom line, that is really what I'm looking for as an economist. What are we working backwards from? We have a debt to GDP ratio that we are targeting over the next 4 or 5 years. Moving back from that, what is the debt to GDP ratio that the budget is going to pencil in today? What is the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio that is consistent with that? And then in the current environment, what are the kind of revenues that we can target with the kind of expectations there are on some rationalization, some simplification, etc. And what do we really have left for expenditure? How are we going to prioritize that? So that's what I'm really looking for from the budget. If we get some reform announcements today, great. If we get them not today, but over the course of the year, I'll still be happy.
Can there be an if and but? That's the fundamental question. Can there be an if and but on reforms? I mean, is this a fait accompli? Let me just bring in Suhail Seth on that before I open this up. We also have Ms. Somdata with us. Yes, Suhail Seth.
No, as Aditi said, if you go back into history, you will see that many budgets were followed by rollbacks. Those rollbacks were either politically instigated or someone had, expressed their infinite stupidity in the preparation of the budget documents. I believe, and I will continue to reiterate, that Rahul, we are facing a massive job crisis in India. We need to wake up and smell the coffee. This constant subsidies, people giving money to buy votes across states, across political parties, that needs to stop. Because when you're funding from the taxpayers' money, then all the things that you spoke about in your opening remarks are not happening. Look at our healthcare track record, miserable. Look at our tourism track record, miserable. Thailand gets more tourists in half a year than we get in 1 year. Why? To this day, tourism is not recognized as an industry, which means it cannot apply for certain loans from banks. Real estate, absolute mess. I mean, you might have fancy apartments and, a few players playing, but look at urban middle income housing. Look at urban infrastructure. You tell me, and I've railed against this, why would people want to invest in India when urban infrastructure sucks in the manner that it does? Look at Gurugram. So I'm not being a negative person. I'm saying it's time to smell the coffee. The budget excites three classes of people. 17 industrialists from various chambers of commerce who praise the budget on the face of the finance minister. As soon as he or she turns her back, they start abusing the budget. So that's, and I'll tell you the phrases that will be used: transformational, visionary, globally accessible. All these words will come out from all the chambers of commerce. Second, the budget to an average Indian, as Santosh rightly said, is seen more as tax kitna bachega. They are not interested in desh ki tarakki kaise hogi. And the third, my appeal to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister would be that please focus on ease of business. We need to make India a great manufacturing hub. We cannot be just the factory of the world.
Well, as if on cue.
And I will end by saying that we keep talking about our software prowess and what a great country we are in terms of brilliance of minds. Why are we not producing a Facebook or a Google out of India or NVIDIA? The reason is ease of business and a fertile environment.
Well, as if on cue, we have the Prime Minister's pictures coming through. So he'll say it addressing himself to the Prime Minister there, the Prime Minister coming through there on those pictures. He's entered Parliament. Let's just open this up because, you know, plain speaking is required. No one is being negative here. We're just speaking the bare...
Smelling the coffee.
Yeah.
For example, you've got to bring down the cost of capital.
Cost of capital.
For that, you have to reduce your fiscal deficit and your borrowing. For that, what you need to do is disinvestment and asset monetization. I hope this budget has that. Second,
not the subsidy burden? I mean, look at the amount of...
Forget the subsidy because that's politically very difficult to touch.
No, but why? Why shouldn't there be... Look, the government said, the government said that this is going to be reforms...
Which subsidy will you cut? Fertilizer subsidy you can't touch. Food subsidy you can't touch because it will be political. You're distributing food to 80 crore people. You can't touch that either. So improve your revenues. And improving your revenues, there's a lot of scope for disinvestment and asset monetization. Second, the banking sector's credit flow to industry has been actually declining. So you've got to set that right. It's the personal loans, you know, which are higher, which are rising and so on, but the credit flow to industry has been very weak. So do something about that. And maybe what you need to do, and I suggested that long ago, is that you start moving on banking sector reforms.
But you know, I was speaking to Piyush Goyal yesterday, and he was saying that, look, now we've opened markets to Indian business. We've opened major markets. We've opened the whole continent of Europe. That's huge. That's 1 billion potential consumers that enjoy greater prosperity than perhaps anywhere else on earth. And industry needs to walk.
But
it needs to, yes.
What you need from the industry is to have the supply side facilitation for industry to take care of it. And that's the third point that I was going to make, which I made earlier. You choose 3, 4, 5 industries, which are labor intensive. You know, textiles, garments, leather, tourism. And you focus all your attention on that. And I hope the budget will do that. And finally, the real estate sector has something like 200 backward linkages and huge employment potential. Why have a 12.5% long-term capital gains tax on that? Maybe you can remove that and therefore encourage the real estate industry in a big way. So those are the sort of specific things that you want the budget to have. You know, and
what about, you know, look, I mean, obviously you would want to see that in the budget. I'm surprised that it hasn't struck us, even when we know that the emergence of Trump will mean that there will be headwinds, Mr. Mehrotra. Why are we not coming to the party? To use and paraphrase Sohail Seth's slogan, smelling the coffee. What's going on?
Rahul, so let me pick up on
I'm not even talking about the politically tough decisions. We're talking about the basics here. We're talking about what Mr. Rajiv Kumar is saying.
No, and I will pick up on what Rajiv was also saying, but let me first pick up on what Sohail was saying.
Yeah.
So, it's very important that he did mention middle income housing.
Yeah.
What he didn't mention, unfortunately, was low income housing. This country needs massive investment in low income housing, both from public investment, but also the private sector.
Yeah.
Now, public investment can happen on partly on government land.
Well, I'm just going to tell the director to open the studio so that we can be seen speaking to each other. Yes, Mr. Mehrotra. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Public investment can happen on government-owned land. Government has a fair bit of, land that it is holding. Unfortunately, it is not being utilized. Secondly, low-income housing is absolute necessity if we want our cities to look a little bit more reasonable, and if we want urbanization to happen and workers to come back in. Workers went away.
Well, let's take a long shot on this. Let's take a long shot. Director Saab, let's take a long shot. Please wake up and smell the coffee. Yes, go ahead. Sir, yeah.
So I'm saying...
Brilliant. Yeah.
So I'm saying, can in the budget we think about some subsidy on interest rates for low-income housing. So, that's building up. So, because otherwise we can't have a situation where simply luxury housing continues to grow.
But, I'm looking at what the opposition is saying. The opposition is saying we have no expectations from this budget. Is that a rational, reasonable statement? Are we going to go through just the motions today? Because we've done so well?
No, I think there's a very defining moment because this year is very important. And this year is going to build on the future years which are to come. And this is when we, give allocations to the reforms which have happened in financial year 2025. We look at some interventions to keep the growth drivers of the economy revved up and also unleash some new growth drivers. For example, we were just talking about domestic demand. The economic survey says that's a great, bright spot in the Indian economy. I do hope and look forward to some stimulus in the economy at this point in time, which would,
Somdata Singh, what sort of stimulus should we expect?
See, I heard what Suhail had to say and all the marquee panelists. There are a few things which is very, very important for here to highlight. One, we have already seen the unpredictability of the global ecosystem like the Trump can take a big beating on India, right? We can talk a lot about our internal competencies, our internal protocols, our internal production. But the truth is most of our production that we have in India often doesn't even meet the requirements of quality in the international standards. I run a company that is into cross-border distribution and supply chain. We are the third largest. And let me tell you something, sometimes not only is export into India or export outside of India or import into India is a nightmare, but most of our quality standards are not in place. That is purely because one, we don't have a skilled economy. We are a 1.5 billion consumer. We can harp around it, but we don't have the skilled economy. We don't have the right regulations when it comes to customs or imports that allows us very qualitative method of importing and exporting products within the region. Now with this 10-year-long battle being fought, EU agreement being signed, we are the largest exporters to EU and then importers. I feel we'll become more an import hub than an export hub, to be very honest with you.
Okay.
Again,
well, big news
our
coming
infrastructure, there are huge infrastructure challenges. Look at it. Like I have a big team sitting out of Bangalore. I'm joining from Dubai. And let me tell you something. Dubai is growing, Dubai's e-commerce, and because we are largely in e-commerce, is growing at a faster rate than India. And there's a reason to it, the ease of business. The ease of business is the most paramount fundamental of any economic growth within a region. No matter how much you talk about the budget, which is more like an annual operating plan for a country, unless you have the basics, which is access to working capital, access to proper supply chain, subsidized warehousing and infrastructure management, skilled labor, and there is a minimum capacity optimization on quality and infrastructure, we can talk about budget year on year. Rahul, but it is not going to give us the...
completely agree with you. I think you're absolutely right. And I think, Suhail, plain speaking from both of you, absolutely spot on. Let me also bring in Parikshat Luthra, a colleague of mine from CNBC TV18. Straight across, he's going to be interviewing Piyush Goyal today, probably the first journalist who will get that interview, so it'll be interesting because we're looking really at very unpredictable times, Parikshat. We're looking at trade being politicized, weaponized. We're looking at pressures on the Indian economy where we didn't expect. We're looking at a political class that is completely right now going after the FM for mismanagement. You know what I'm talking about. What can she do really to transform this economy into one that is firewalled against all these changes? Sunil Agarwal also joins us. Yes.
You know, the theme of this budget, I'm quite sure, will be resilience. Resilience in very turbulent times. We're possibly going to see the finance minister increase capex and record capex for defense expenditure. It could be as high as 15 to 20%. We're going to see a major rejig of customs duties. Why is this important? Because you want to make exports more competitive. You're having trade deals with a number of nations, but at the same time, you want to make sure that the import of raw materials comes at the lowest possible cost to the Indian manufacturer, and the exports go out at the lowest possible cost as well. We will see ease of living, ease of taxation, ease of compliance. All these messages will be very important. Somehow there will be a message to global investors that we want to create a very sustainable, durable environment for foreign portfolio investors and FDI investors as well. Now, talking about the turbulent times, we're seeing that India is embarking on a very strong diversification strategy, be it energy, be it trade as well. Donald Trump has tweeted to say India will be buying Venezuelan oil. We are getting to know from analysts that perhaps there's only one company which is buying Venezuelan oil right now. It's going to be difficult in terms of buying oil from Venezuela because it's very hard crude, it's difficult to refine, it's costly to refine as well, but Venezuela will be a part of our diversification strategy. So be it trade, be it energy, we will diversify, we will not put all our eggs in one basket, that is the United States, but at the same time, we have our eyes on the ball. I'm sure Piyush Goyal has his eyes on the ball when it comes to the United States, and they are working on trying to negotiate and conclude a trade deal with the US at the earliest.
Okay, so Parikshit, thank you very much for giving us that overview. Custom duties, ease of living, ease of compliance are his topics. We're going to be focusing laser-like, viewers, and we're going to have Insta analysis. As the FM starts speaking, our experts will give you their take on what she's saying. Now, let's just pull out some of these numbers, because this export shock is what we're really worried about, because this is what really has been unfortunate aspect of these Trump tariffs. So there are certain sectors, the textile and apparel sector, orders have been deferred and cancelled, and you can see that on your screens. It's coming out through our studio floor, this particular graphic. Let's look at engineering goods, price uncompetitive, that's a problem. Sunil Alag, you probably involved with industry, auto components, margins wiped out. This is a problem. This is a problem, and I'm going to ask both of you to tell us how this can be addressed, and is the budget the place?
See, all I'm saying is 75% is budget for the year is 75%. And 25% is strategy, which is the vision of Mr. Modi.
See, that's the issue.
The vision is correct, but what the person is wanting to do is to increase employment. Internally, he has to increase employment. Otherwise, he will not be elected. So there's no question of anyone, which I was on the Hindi channel downstairs. But I was saying that, look, either in infrastructure, what China did was infrastructure spending. It did not decrease at all. So consumer spending internal, that has to be done. Now manufacturing has to be increased, but the Hindi channel said, but manufacturing, only the power sector, which is the power private companies are actually generating power, and they are losing money. So where's the question of manufacturing coming in? The government might say manufacturing, wo, but it's not going to happen.
I totally agree with him. See, because while you're going to be the fourth largest economy in the world, you have, say, 7% growth rates. That is not reflecting in jobs on the ground and increments in new earners coming into it. So any government, whether it's this government or any other government, has to solve this issue. We have to. Our manufacturing is somewhere around 16% of GDP, right? It used to be much more, and we can't follow the China model as it was.
Increasing the share of manufacturing in the GDP does not assure you jobs any longer. So
yes,
therefore, what you've got to do is something that I had mentioned earlier. I am repeating myself. Go after tourism, for God's sake. Go after leather exports. Go after garment exports. Bangladesh exports more than you. Why should you be able to do that? Engineering, auto components. Go for those. But so therefore, the thing is that you can't escape the fact that you've got to get the export demand going. And this government or any previous government has not been able to incentivize exports to the extent
let me ask some of the business.
We need a paradigmic shift on that, Rahul.
Okay.
Incremental change will not
Paradigm
work.
shift is needed. Suhail Seth.
I will say this, as I said in my opening remarks, your largest generators of employment are tourism and real estate. Luckily or unluckily, they don't require that level of skilling. Having said that, what the hell has happened to the NSDC, the National Skilling Development Corporation? The problem is we have more institutions than people actually delivering through them. Now take, for example, tourism. Cost of land is so high that a hotel company or hospitality company will never invest because the return on capital will be miserable. Now look at the ease of business there. To open a bar in a hotel will take you forever. Today, the Gift City in Ahmedabad is an outstanding example of an international financial center. It took them, with Mr. Modi's intervention, years to, get a liquor license. I'm only saying two things. One is you need jobs and jobs and jobs, and you need more skilled Indians. I hate to say this. Try getting hold of a skilled plumber. And here, some of our famous industrialists used to use words like jugaad. That is what has destroyed India's competence. Because jugaad is more a shortcut than actually skilled process-driven work. We are not focusing on that, Rahul. And until we focus on that, Sunil also said, you will have a budget, but you will have vision which is not being implemented upon. And that's what you need. You need the budget to be transformational. Today, you can't get skilled people. I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm proud of that. The Northeast contributes almost 70% to front of house staff in most hotels.
True.
Because of language skills. Today, the language skills are abominable. So I'm saying all these things we need to work on here. We can't just keep saying, "Bhai, budget aayega to pura duniya change ho jayegi."
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just bringing you in, ma'am. I just also want to bring in the other entrepreneur, and news breaking also that the cabinet has approved the budget. This is almost an expected thing. It's part of the process. Ms. Somdata Singh, yes.
So, as an entrepreneur, there's one of the things that I want to highlight here, because we were talking about skilled people, skilled laborers, where is skilling happening? There's a national skill organization, where is the output? And especially with India having 40% of our population under the age group of 35. It's all the brain drain. You may still think that, it's not happening. There's a lot of reverse brain drain happening from outside. Most of the Indian population, and we hire people in GCC, most of the Indian population is moving to GCC. One, because of tax, there's no income tax, right? So you get to save all the money. There's a minimum wage that the government mandates all the organizations that have to pay because of the quality of the labor that you're importing from a different nation into the GCC region. So where do you find talent? Most of the talent today is so subsidized, is so migrating towards other countries that you can't find talent within the home geography. The second thing that we were all talking about is that the subsidies or the access to working capital. How do you increase manufacturing, Rahul, when you have to sit in a bank and do paperwork for months together just to validate whether your business is worth funding? And in other cases, without even having stock in inward stock ratio or a manufacturing setup, there are businesses that are getting funded. Also, the competency when it comes to Indian production, we say we are innovators. We are innovators outside of our country. We are innovating for Google and Microsoft. Yeah. But can I tell you something? Even in food and beverages, we are copycats. We copy what has worked in United States, try to bring it into India, try to subsidize the quality, and then try exporting the same product out. And the reason I'm able to draw these statistics to you is because we are one of the largest exporters of food and beverages outside of India for some of the largest Indian names. Right. They don't pass the quality test.
Well,
so
okay.
At the end of the day,
these are very important suggestions coming from stakeholders, viewers. These are not people who don't know what they're talking about and are just being negative for the sake of being negative. This is not that. This is a constructive conversation. I just want to quickly bring in Sumita Daura. You had a point to make.
Yes, we were talking about exports.
Yeah.
You see, quality of exports, testing labs for exports is something we can expect in the budget. Similarly, the customs we've already spoken about, the rationalization, the inverted duty structures, we can expect some reform there. We can also expect the QCOs. The already good work has been going on, and probably more focus on withdrawing the unnecessary QCOs which are hindering the quality upgrade in the economy, more outreach to the market, and also bringing in more investments. Again, I would say the FDI is to build the scale and the connectivity to the regional markets, the regional trade agreements. We should also look towards ASEAN, and probably we could consider the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We need to look at other regional.
Yeah, they're being renegotiated,
yeah.
Mr. Garg, on this whole issue of trying to get investment to come in, demand to increase.
The budget has a very important role to play in attracting investments. I think this goes without saying. Through the FDI route, through the FPI routes, and even otherwise.
I'm asking, is this make or break time?
There is never a make or break time. It's a continuum which is always going on. And the policy is also, you don't make for the 100% of the economy all the time. You make the policy for what is going to sort of add value in future. That's why, to my mind, if we look at the policy framework for attracting investment, we should be looking at the policy on the products of the future. The future products are in the renewable energy transition space, the solars, cells, modules, wind, hydrogen, and those kind of things. Can we get those technologies here? Can we guys get those investment here? And one of the things which is very important there is that most of these are sort of controlled by the Chinese companies. Can we allow the Chinese investment to come in the country? That is where the policy making should lead to if you want to get more investment in the country.
Okay, I'm going to go across because the big elephant in the room, of course, is the jobs outlook. And that's really something that I'm going to look at with some numbers. Always put the data first, and I'm going to take gentlemen in our studio as well as Sumita ji, get her to give us a little bit of an overview on this. This is the problem, viewers, as you can see. Employment, while absolute numbers might have grown, many people say that these are not jobs that are quality jobs. And that's really the issue here. It's not absolute numbers, but it is quality jobs. So while that number looks about 15% up, you have to look at this. Yes, sir. Yeah.
3 crore translates to 643 million, which is actually the size of our workforce. Pretty much. So I don't know where this number is coming from. If this is all coming out of the EPFO, then the whole workforce is therefore formalized.
Well, this is another question that people have sort of put. The youth unemployment numbers are, at 10.2%. Some people say they're actually higher. They're in the 18 or 17% category. So, look, I mean, numbers, and I'm sorry to say this, but there is always a debate around the numbers, the quality of the numbers, the quality of the data itself. Is that a problem to begin with first, sir? Is the quality of the numbers suspect? First of all, I want to ask you this question because this is what is constantly talked about.
The definition of employment in this country, and along with, according to which the PLFS survey is done, has to be changed very quickly. 1 week's employment for the whole month qualifies you to be said that you're employed. 1 month in a year qualifies you to be. If you're self-employed on family labor without pay, and that is where the women participation rates have gone up, you are employed. So I think all of those numbers, definitions.
So the definition is the problem, perhaps not the data. No one's fiddling the data, it's just that the definition needs to be changed. Would you agree?
But I'd agree with everything, but South India is where when I was in Hyderabad, and it is not our government at all, but not BJP government. But when South India accounts for so much of GDP growth comes from South India and Northeast, as somebody else has said. But where do we pay attention? We pay attention only around Delhi when the budget, and budget has no meaning anymore.
Has no meaning?
Has no meaning because every 3 months Modi is going to change.
Would you say that, Sunita? Has no meaning?
I would again say this budget is a chance to turbocharge India onto a higher growth trajectory.
Is it one of the last few chances? Or will we then settle in a very comfortable middle income trap? And that's it.
It's a
That's what
continuous
I asked you. Is
exercise.
this a make or break moment? Are we in that place?
We are going to have continuity in whatever reforms we brought in for Viksit Bharat and also for inclusive growth.
But Viksit Bharat needs sustained 8%. If you have to hit those targets, you want to be the #1 economy, you want to be the world
you need
leader,
to grow
8%.
faster.
We're not hitting 8%. Come on,
we
let's
need
be
to grow
honest.
faster, and there are certain sectors.
Okay, not hitting 8%, Mr. Garg, why?
See,
I'll bring in Suhail Seth. He's going to cut through all of this and going to give you absolutely the hard one.
So let us first deal with this employment and the worker question. I think there are two aspects of it. One is the quality of data, about 65 crores or something.
Yeah.
That includes a lot of people who are employed for a very little while.
Okay,
and
so the
also
definition is a
those who are
problem.
not employed. But that's fine. 65 crore is the number which is
Yeah,
actually put out as counted as workers.
Yes.
But the side which we generally miss is that what is the wages they are earning? What is because that is where the demand comes, where the income of the workers. So workers work for wages, and that wage increase you would find is not taking place at all, and that is what the worry is. The chief economic advisor in last year's economic survey put out a number, again taking from the EPFO survey, that the real wages for the whole lot of self-employed and the casual workers is actually declining in nominal terms. So that is the cause of concern. Now about 8% kind of thing, 8% growth will come. You see, we know in composition of our economy.
No, can this budget give you, can spur the growth engine, yes or no? Because someone here said budgets don't matter.
Not much. It can.
It can,
is
not
important,
much.
but it can make very important intervention.
Okay.
But it is not the decider of the growth.
Not the decider.
Rahul,
Okay.
you know, there's an old aphorism that India only reforms when there's a real big crisis. We saw that in 1991. In the last year, we've dealt with a lot of crises induced by Trump after Sindoor. So you've seen a slew of reforms, a slew of movements, GST reform, reforms in pension, a regulatory push has been happened with SEBI and RBI to clear a lot of things. We've seen a reform in our legislation on nuclear energy as well as on coastal, and that is an important one because if you look at logistics, the cost of logistics in India is higher than in most other countries. You know, the point I want to make is this reform momentum has to continue, and you know we get happy we've removed 12 QCO orders, but problem is that those were put by ourselves only a couple of years ago. There's still 800 more to be removed.
Okay,
the
so
measure is not where you
yes.
compared 2 years ago. Measure is where we are compared to Dubai or Vietnam or Indonesia.
There are still 760 odd QCOs in place.
Right.
Which are, but two things that the budget can do, which will take it to 8%, reduce the cost of capital for the private sector, especially for the medium and small enterprises, by reducing the burden of your fiscal deficit, and two, ease of doing business. Really go
ease
after
of doing business.
Those really go after it. Go after it in a manner that
four words, Suhail said 4 words. What do you want? What do you exactly, which you started with, what do you want? What do you want to hear the FM say today? Look, we can listen to another 1 hour long speech, but inside scoop of what the Prime Minister told the Cabinet. Let's hope that he has told the Cabinet that this particular budget is going to send us down a path of massive growth because we are reforming. We are going to make sure that the ease of doing business in our country is going to improve by leaps and bounds. He says, keep in mind the 2047 goal. Is this budget going to meet those expectations? Is this budget going to reload reforms in a manner that haven't been done before? Is it going to be instrumental in getting rid of those bottlenecks that we keep talking about year after year, but only act upon when there's crisis? And why should that be the case, viewers? Why should that be the case? Why should we only wake up when we get a tight slap? Why can't we move quicker, faster, stronger, swifter, and do what is needed without crisis? Yes.
Mainly because.
Yeah. Okay. Suhail said. I asked him. Yes.
The union budget. Yeah. The union budget is excitable for 3 classes.
You said.
One is for television channels because they have a full day. TRPs go up. You get sponsorships. Blah blah blah. Okay. Number 2 for chambers of commerce because people who you had forgotten or you had assumed were dead will be brought back from the woodwork to hail the budget as transformational and visionary. Number 3. You will hear secretaries to the government of India waxing eloquent about jargon that you and I can never understand in our lifetime. So I'm not bothered about the union budget. It is just a statement of accounts where, depending on who the finance minister is, you will also get a minuscule crash course in civilizational history by quoting some poet who the whole world has forgotten. So forget the union budget. What is important are the issues that the entire panel has raised. My belief is that the finance minister and the prime minister have good intent. We need execution. The situation with India is operation successful, patient dead. You know, so being happy with a budget is like getting married to a corpse. Only you will feel good because the corpse doesn't even know. So my point is, make the budget either a policy document or a statement of accounts. You can't have partial pregnancy. Sunil Alagh mentioned 75-25. No, the vision document has to be distinct. And as Rajiv mentioned in his earlier remarks, the states must also contribute. Today, trust me, everyone is on the subsidy bandwagon. You saw what these Johnnies did in Maharashtra, 10,000 rupees just before the election.
Yeah.
Was it Maharashtra?
Yes.
It was Maharashtra.
Yes.
Now every state is doing it, so we don't even know which state did it. Now, if this is what you're doing, I mean, what the hell is...
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, yes, you have a point there, but as someone was saying on the panel, I think it was Rajiv Kumar, these are politically loaded issues. Cannot mess about.
The budget is not being presented by Karan Johar.
Okay. So you're saying it's a okay. So you're saying it's a political statement at the end of the day. It's got nothing to do with anything. But this is the point, Rajiv Kumar. Are you sort of giving the government too long a rope? I think the time has come to bite the bullet. I mean, you can't say, and that's what we've heard from Piyush Goyal many times, telling industry, "Come on, walk with me," but then you don't incentivize industry.
No, but
you don't have. Yes, go ahead.
Rahul, just the opposite of giving the government a long rope. I've been saying the government has to bite the bullet and get the ease of doing business.
No, that is fine. But what about subsidies, sir?
Two,
huge expense. It bloats our fiscal.
You have to focus on a few sectors and incentivize them so that they can, they can grow at 12, 15%.
Look, those are narrow prescriptions, but there are larger issues, and we talk about it all the time.
Larger issues like?
Inflating subsidy bill, which puts so much pressure on the fiscal deficit. It's getting worse. The Prime Minister came up with Revdi, said that, look, we shouldn't get into this competitive race, but then the BJP itself put out some Revdi. So how does this work?
It doesn't work.
So when are we going to bite that bullet? And why can't the budget take a position and say, look, from now on, we're increasing taxes here on these people who are out of the net and so on and so forth. Why can't that happen? Okay, it's all coming together. In just a minute, Parliament is going to be convening and the Finance Minister will be speaking. So we're in the countdown minute now. Anand, we're in the countdown minute. He joins me. Anand, you've been speaking to a lot of our guests and our panel. What's really the focus? What are you hearing now? We're getting all sorts of breaking news. Can we put some money to these words and say that this is going to be a budget that is going to take the hard decisions?
Well, the Bahi Khata has become electronic and I'm walking with my laptop around, but and I'll keep it here. But the fact is, the question that you asked, is the government going to facilitate, let me say, is the government going to facilitate job creation? Is the government going to give hard policy and give...
I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, Cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers, and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up a mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT-MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform cum result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, ABGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up ABGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1, increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B, empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C, empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D, focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2, strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A, credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar. that is, virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. the government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation. TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely, A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019. by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long-continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. ease of doing business, approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है. माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है. बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So as the budget is tabled in Parliament, the House stands adjourned. It's a Sunday, the first time ever that the Union budget has been presented on a Sunday, the 9th consecutive budget by a Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, many oftentimes they say, read the fine print. The devil lies in the details. In this case, perhaps not the devil, but the delight lies in the details, viewers. The markets are down. The markets are also operating today. As of now, the Sensex is down by about 1,000 points. That's what we are given to understand. Is it because of the gold ETFs and the plunge that gold and silver ETFs have had through the day? Or is there a sentiment which says, what's in it for me? There is, as elucidated in Part A and Part B, huge steps that have been taken towards spreading and disseminating this growth story into Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets. There is a huge impetus that's been given to agri-producers, be it cashew, coconut, and also pole-bound states. There is a thrust to try and create a corridor, an industrial manufacturing corridor towards the eastern parts of Bharat with Purvodaya. There is a thrust towards easing the tax norms and simplifying tax procedures with the new tax laws that will be tabled in Parliament and perhaps be enacted, come into force within 2 months from now. But are there huge tax rebates? No. Is there a certain concession on import duties and customs duties that have been improved? Is there more effort to try and create and generate more employment in the labor-intensive sectors? Let's ask our experts. We've got Rajiv Kumarji, S.C. Gargji is there, Sunil Alagji and Sumita Davraji with us. Rajivji, your thoughts first up.
Yeah, I sort of very, how do you say, well-designed budget, especially to promote foreign investment.
Okay.
So therefore, the exemptions on NRI taxes, then the ability of the NRI to buy property here, and also the facility for the foreigners to invest in equity here. All of those are meant to attract FDI into the country, which is a very good thing to do. Now here, tax rates not change. Nothing, which is also very good. No point tinkering with them. I would have been happy if there had been some more on disinvestment, because that's what the budget started off with, and that's where she should have got the revenue. But also, I think commendable that there are no announcements of new schemes again like last year. So
right.
no more.
We're not looking at the market indices here, Rajivji. We're looking at the engagement on social media platforms, on our YouTube platform. And this is the live data. And we thank our viewers for this phenomenal support. 3,61,970, outclassing all competition on social media. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your support. And I think it's huge credence to the weight of our panel here. These are the concurrent leads and the concurrent views that we are getting. And overall, 3,61,970 compared to a lot of our competition. At the end of the day, budget, like Suhail said, was a little tongue-in-cheek about it. And he said this is all about ratings and viewership for the channel, but it is also important who's watching us for credible understanding and analysis, and we also were giving you live analysis by our panel. Rajivji, we are completing, yes. Yeah. So you believe it's positive overall?
It's positive. It's it's a sort of regular, if you like, conservative budget, but and as I said, emphasis on investment, on also on no tax increases except for STT, which will probably impact the transaction, the equity market, which is why maybe one reason why the equity market is down for that reason. Nothing much on promoting exports except for textiles. I think she announced an integrated package with 5 components and including a mega industrial park, which is very good, which I think will take advantage of the India-EU FTA that's there. And then the focus on agriculture, which is very welcome. Because most budgets don't have that, and this time, the whole focus on the coastal food products that they've got, and also on agriculture. I think that's
no duty on fishing in economic zones. It's being treated as even the waters are being treated as special economic zones, so there'll be no duty. And if it lands on another port, it will be treated as exports. Somewhere trying to push fisheries, which is happening. There is a segregation and a deep dive focus, but like they say, the delight lies in the details. This high-speed rail corridor. So try and pushing on integrating the entire infrastructure bed and improving connectivity. Another 12.2 lakh crores that have been now committed towards capital and expenditure. Will that largely be towards infrastructure, or is it going to be directed towards other?
The public capex all very well, 12.2 lakh crore and increase 9% increase. But I would have liked actually a bit more on how to improve private capex. Domestic private capex. I've been talking about the FDI and there's incentives given to them.
Right.
But I didn't see much on incentivizing domestic investment, into either into manufacturing or into exports.
Right.
Maybe I missed it, but it would have been better if there were some incentives for private investors.
Let's try and understand the sector-wise investments. One, capex has been raised to 12.2 lakh crore. We've got that on camera. The next one, let's just quickly look at some of the key takeaways. Introduction of a new income tax act that will come into force. Will they permanently be moving to a new tax regime? Simplification of the tax codes, etc. 10,000 crore biopharma Shakti scheme. These private healthcare advisors and workers. So is that again adding to the labor force and alternative employment? Aim to lower fiscal deficit to about 4.2%. This time around, she says that she stuck to the brief, keeping of the fiscal deficit targets. Budget estimates and also the revised estimates, and also more importantly, boost for labor-intensive sectors. The labor expert is sitting right next to me, so let's go to her, and then Garg Saab, I'll come to you, and then Sunil Alagji. Yes, ma'am, you've been taking copious notes right through the last 90 minutes. Yeah, so please tell us.
No, I'm just trying to understand the landscape of the budget. It covers a lot of sectors. What I feel most happy about is that on infrastructure, the allocation is the highest ever, and there was some debate about that before the budget, whether that will be maintained. So that is a growth driver, and that's a growth driver in many ways for the labor force that works in construction, also for the labor force that works in factories which produce components, steel, cement, so on and so forth, for the logistics sector also, which will be carrying all these goods to infrastructure points, and for the capital goods manufacturing, this will be very attractive. At the same time, the 7 high-speed rail corridors between the cities, that will be a growth connector. It will help the mobility of labor and also help them to reach the places where the jobs are, where the employment is. The waterways brings in a lot of multimodality. Climate-friendly multimodality into the logistics framework. So this is something to really feel happy about, and also the focus on services. What the Honorable FM has announced, a high-level education to employment for services.
Correct. We talked about education, improving and focusing on education. So 5 university townships have been focused on. We looked at tourism, and then they're saying that we're going to improve also cultural tourism and also medical tourism. There's going to be huge impetus on these two because they're also labor intensive. They also generate a lot of jobs.
The local ecosystem gains from that.
They generate a lot of jobs. Mr. Garg, Shivani is also joining us from the CII dugout. A quick word from there, and then we'll come back, bring it back into the studio. Yes, Shivani.
Yes, so certainly, Anand, as far as the industry is concerned, there are mixed reactions and very first few reactions that are coming in right now. We're going to, of course, get you some of the top industry voices and reactions here, but there's a lot for many, many industries. So we will be joined by many of those representatives here at the CII dugout. Our guests are going to start arriving very, very soon. But initially speaking, there's a huge murmur going around as far as the corridors here is concerned. and the focus that the Finance Minister has announced, which is, as you were saying, in tourism, there's education, there's the future sunrise sectors as well. There's, of course, pharma industry. We're expecting a reaction from that industry as well. And we'll be right back with you as soon as our guests start arriving here. Anand.
Right. So let's swing back to you and come back to you into the dugout as soon as we have experts there, Garg Sahab, and then Sunil Lalakji.
See, I think great budget in this in the way this has been presented. For the first time, I found the budget focusing on what the budget should be doing rather than sort of announcing the announcements of the government and all.
Right.
So this is one great aspect.
Right.
Second, to my mind, a very nice macroeconomic budgetary balance. The FM has not increased the expenditures very much. It's
Right.
only about 6%. She has not taken any tax hits kind of thing.
Right.
The fiscal deficit at 4.3% for the next year is good.
Right.
So I think the budget balance is excellent in the circumstances. Third, to my mind, there is very specificity of everything which has been announced this time.
Okay.
So proposals across the
yeah, there's some attention to detail. You know, that's
no,
what, and sector-wise.
Exactly,
yeah,
and
sector-wise.
that is very, very good. Everything was a very specific proposal, whether it was for the electronics industries or whether it was for services boost kind of thing. So that's, I think, the big, very good things about. Three bad things, which I think is very
they could
big,
have done or did not do.
which to my mind are very big misses.
Yeah.
One is this, again, this privatization and disinvestment has been completely forgotten.
Yeah.
Second, the customs package was expected. There is no customs package. You don't find it there at all.
Correct.
There is again some tinkering which has been done in the past. And lastly, to my mind, the one big problem which India, especially Delhi, has been facing is this climate change and pollution has been completely missed out.
So pollution has not been addressed in the budget, but is it because it's going to be addressed not at a central level but at the local, state and administrative level?
We must recognize that this is a national problem. It's not local problem. Anywhere else in the world, whether it was China after 2010, this has been handled and dealt with at the central level.
But we must not forget, I agree and I buy this point with all respect, but Beijing 2008 has everybody forgotten. Did we see the athletes wear masks and choke?
Correct. So that is,
and then till 2016 Beijing could not solve it. Beijing also took 8 years to get rid of the
exactly, it takes time, but you have to start.
Yeah.
You have to start.
On that, the numbers actually say that Delhi in the last decade and a half has not had clean air days as many as it has had in 2025.
No, that's latest is wind effect. How do we deal with the pollutants?
Correct. Now,
Did
should
we
that
do
be
anything to deal with the pollutants?
Okay. You believe strongly it should be part of the budget and there has to be a national focus on it. There is another thought which says this is an administrative challenge that the Delhi government has and the Delhi government has to deal with it along with the respective neighboring state governments. So that's the thought process. There will be no overall central budgetary allocation for it. It's something which everybody has to put some work in it and collectively sit together.
Where's the cooperative federalism, Anand? That's what has to come in, and that begins with the budget. I'm sorry.
So, ye aap batayenge. I mean, AAAP. Sorry.
You're going to ask me, no, because I said basically a budget to increase our effort on growth. Basically, it's a budget. Therefore, I like that portion. But it's focused on employment without actually talking about employment. Now, for instance, tourism. And if you talk about infrastructure, you talk about every other thing is going to generate employment.
Right.
Now, employment is 1.4 billion people the Prime Minister has to look after. Because he stands for elections every year.
Correct.
He stands only for employment. And inflation. Now, ultimately, people vote for inflation or employment.
This year in the next 3 months, 4 months itself, there will be West Bengal, there is Assam, there is Kerala and there is Puducherry. And towards the end of the year, we will look at again Tamil Nadu. Then we will go to
So he's not talked
Punjab
about
next
employment
year,
at the moment, but he's all through his her speech was on infrastructure and consumer spending and everything else that generates employment. Now, whether you want to make a political issue out of it or not, because when the Hindi channel of yours in the morning, when the opposition wanted everything, but when it came down, when I asked them about one question which they had to answer, was will they go into one government and one policy? And they couldn't answer this question. And they could not answer this question at all because everybody wants everything for themselves.
Right. Santosh Mehrotra ji with us. I'm going to check if Mohandas Pai ji is through with us. Mohandas ji, namaste. Can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and go across to him the moment he is through. Mohandas Pai is also joining us.
On jobs. What I feel is that the private sector and we must join hands with the government. Every time the private sector has come in and they've increased through AI or whatever you want to increase productivity, they've sacked people. The private sector has actually dismissed people. So it's a question of them increasing employment and joining and perhaps in reducing their profits.
What is labor intensive, where AI can be an enabler? Now, globally also we are seeing AI getting into the warehouses and huge numbers of jobs being retrenched even by the likes of Amazon, etc. And this will happen. But there will also be perhaps a counter opportunity where opportunity will be created, especially in places like Bharat.
The skill development like that is going to take place might take 2 to 3 years. Now, he is standing for elections every year and therefore he has to generate increased employment. Now, when I said reduce profits for the private sector, it does not mean that you halve your profits or quarter of your profit. But if you increase,
frankly, sir, how many jobs you create, how many roads you build and how many nalkas and houses you build does not seem to be getting them any electoral yield. What is getting them electoral yield is somebody is putting out a dole, some yojana comes, there is 10,000 rupees in your pocket for three installments comes, before the 4th installment election happens and the next 3 installments come.
But when you create employment, then that's important. Infrastructure is employment creation. Is going to be important.
I'd just like us to join some of the dots which are there before us in the budget when it comes to jobs, employment generation. One is reviving the legacy of 200 industrial clusters. If that can be put on the fast track, and then the 10,000 crore SME growth fund. This is for sector which has high potential within the SME. And then the women self-help entrepreneurs, the marts, so that they get linked to marketing, to the markets. And of course, the East Coast Development Corridor is also for growth, but again, it will take 2 to 3 years' time. But the focus on biopharma, on pharma, this is a sector which is expected to double. The market is expected to double by 2030. And there's a lot of scope in the contract research and manufacturing of the pharma and biotech. So I think when we join the dots, we see that a stimulus has been given to the employment
generators. If that is the case, why are the markets down and why is the Congress's first reaction? Jairam Ramesh has said it's a lackluster, non-transparent budget which does not say where have you allocated the monies, where have you put the monies on the big schemes, which are the big schemes where you're focusing attention on.
Inevitably we have to wait for the numbers. Let the Ministry of Finance actually put the numbers up and then we will, hopefully in an hour's time, we will get a chance to analyze that. For the moment, we are only analyzing the speech. So if I may sort of just return to the jobs theme as well as the manufacturing theme. I mean, my first reaction was good news, return to manufacturing as a theme. I was talking about it before we heard the budget speech, you will recall. And I was also hoping for a new emphasis on MSMEs and we got both of that. I'll speak about that. So I'm pleased to hear that, there is an attempt to focus on the semiconductor mission as well as on rare earths. Because these are likely to remain vulnerable areas in our international relations given the geopolitical environment.
Yeah, some 40,000 crore allocation on semiconductors has already been announced.
I'm all for it.
Rahul Gandhi says, I will react on the budget in Parliament tomorrow. Jairam Ramesh says, while the documents need to be studied in detail, it is clear after 90 minutes that the budget 26-27 falls woefully short of the hype that was generated about it. It was totally lackluster. The speech was also non-transparent since it gave no idea whatsoever of budgetary allocations.
See, Anand, now,
is that true or false?
No, so let me elaborate on what Mr. Jairam Ramesh is trying to say. What I'm hearing him say essentially is that the fiscal space of the government was limited. She's trying to reduce the fiscal, the deficit.
Right.
She's not mobilized resources from anywhere as far as I can make out. I know Garg Sahab talked about demonetization.
Except the doubling, the doubling, more than doubling.
But some top lines.
20,000 crores.
Such a minor amount, Rajiv, with all due respect.
Correct. I mean, just two markers to defense expenditure. FY27 5.94 lakh crore versus 5.68 lakh crore in FY26.
Defense.
हाँ, तो कितना बड़ा कुछ नहीं बड़ा. Nothing per se. Divestment target is at 80,000 crore versus 33,837 crore in FY26. Is 80,000 crore.
No, 80,000 must be against 75,000.
Not B to B.
B to B.
Okay.
If you compare B to B.
On R&D, she's left research and development out completely for all industry.
So that allocation has already been announced. The RDI allocation sir, point is 1 lakh crore was announced, but of that not even 200 crore has been tapped.
The spending is not happening. That's where the problem is.
Budgetary allocation
is nothing.
Allocation.
Nothing. On R&D is a huge amount which has to be spent.
No, you're absolutely right. A lot has to be spent. But can I just return to the jobs?
I'm just saying the government is saying we are willing to spend, but nobody has asked for that money in RDI. So what do you do?
It's not that simple, by the way. I'll explain it in case you want. First,
No, you go ahead.
No, RDI scheme last year, they put 20,000 crore against the entire science and technology budget of about 5,000 crores a year. In 1 year, 20,000 crore. That, I think numbers will come, but not more than 200 crores would have been spent. Why? Because that scheme is getting rolled out. You are creating fund, you are creating structures, you are inviting proposals. The entire 1 year has been spent on all this preparatory work. Let us see that in the next year, can you move further? By the way, this NRF was first announced in 2021 budget. So 5 years down the line.
So who's moving slowly? The
government
or the administrative machinery?
The government, scientific establishment, both.
The government is, when you say government, is it because the government in terms of the minister and they are ready?
Ministry.
But the bureaucracy is taking its own sweet time?
Exactly. Scientific bureaucracy is also there.
I would like to make a quick point here. The 5 university townships near the industrial and logistic corridors, this should promote industry, academia, collaborations and can be seen as a correction move.
Correct, but these 5 university townships, ma'am, will not come through in the next 5 years.
When they come.
And which universities are going to come? Which universities are? Yes, you're making allocations, you're making a plan. But is this enough? Is it fast enough? Is it happening soon enough?
It is not.
Or is it frustratingly slow?
How many IIMs have been created? All the Institute of Management. Now, when I went to Shillong, I said, where do they getting their jobs? Where are there jobs for such people who come out from the IIM?
No. What courses are the IIMs doing and what is their employability in the current market landscape? So is the education and is it structuring and tailoring itself to meet the requirements in the market? Because there are many employers who are saying, I am not finding the right kind of skills. I am not getting. भाई आप वो IIT करके MBA करने वाला या फिर बैंकर बनने वाला दौर चला गया सर इंजीनियर अब बैंकर्स नहीं बन रहे हैं.
That's what I'm asking you, that you're creating all these structures.
Yes.
You're creating so many institutes. But are they employable or not?
Yes, a lot of the action happens in the states.
Again, for this skill, 2 years back, the finance minister announced 20,000 crore scheme for a skill.
Yeah.
Couple of months back, that scheme, and that was exactly to get the private sector skills to be sort of created with the help of the private sector.
Right.
That has only started. That scheme has been approved couple of months back, and now let us see when those 1,000 government ITI.
So you're saying ये आज announcement हुआ है, work in process will start by the end of 2027 or early 2028.
This is the problem.
Just quickly going out to the dugout, CI dugout, Shivani has a guest with her. Yes, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that. Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Chairman of the Policy Panel at CII National MSME Council and MD Frontier Technologies Private Limited is with us. Mr. Sehgal, thanks a lot for your time. So a lot of the focus was meant to be for manufacturing and for MSMEs. Your key takeaway from the budget today?
I think the key takeaway is that the Finance Minister has correctly recognized that MSMEs are the backbone of industry. Large industry has always said that, and the government is recognizing that unless you have a strong supply chain supporting the large industry, overall growth will not take place. So it is very gratifying to see a lot of schemes announced specifically for MSMEs to grow both in overall scale as well as in the quality of the products which they can produce. So one is the scheme they have for equity support, because as growth takes place and both the overall GDP numbers, and we are expecting that the growth of MSMEs is in fact faster than that of the overall GDP growth of the country. The equity support is required to MSMEs to increase the scale of the operations, to modernize them, update them both in quality terms and in productivity terms. So that is a very gratifying thing. Then they also, Finance Minister spoke of the Mitra scheme, in which there will be experts available through educational institutions and others to guide MSMEs in becoming more productive and adopting modern techniques. Another thing is the geographical spread. MSMEs are spread out not only in the large cities, but there's an emphasis, and repeatedly the FM mentioned tier 2 and tier 3 cities. She also mentioned remote areas like the northeast and far east and the eastern states. She also mentioned the Himalayan region. She also mentioned certain specific areas in the south like the Araku Valley, where specific focus is being given, and this is where MSMEs are spread out. And the MSMEs who are not in the metro areas are significant both in terms of turnover, in terms of number, and the number of people they employ. So all this will have a major impact on the economy as a whole.
So there is like, there's a integrated program for textiles, affordable sports good manufacturing, dedicated chemical parks, rare earth permanent magnets, semiconductor mission, container manufacturing scheme, electronics components scheme, of course, the biopharma Shakti, high value construction and infrastructure equipment, and of course revival of 200 legacy industrial clusters. So a lot for the industry here across many, many sectors.
Yes, coming back specifically to the focus area we were talking about earlier of MSMEs, you missed out leather, you missed out fisheries. These are two areas which were seriously impacted. And the third is garments. And particularly coming to garments, although it's not mentioned the minister's speech, garments also is an area where the recently announced EU scheme is an opportunity for Indian garment exporters to make up any losses they've had in exports to the US by substituting for Bangladesh to the European market. So these are all steps which will help a lot. The electronics thing is something where there will be a supply chain benefit, because as the electronic sector grows, of course the final product will be made by bigger companies, but part of the supply chain has to be MSMEs for the components. And I think that is a great opportunity, because that has a certain quality and systematic improvement required in the supply chain, which would be something which would improve the approach of all MSMEs on how to do business, how to do production, and how to stick to timelines.
Shivani, just hang on, Professor. Question, please. Yes.
Yeah. Ashish ji, with all due respect, I mean, you represent the MSME industry within the CII. The big concern that all MSMEs have, receivables from the big corporates as well as from the government. What are you attempting to get the government
so
as well
receivables
as the
from corporate and government? Just
I mean, there's so much, only so much the government can do.
Has to relay the question.
There's only so much the government can do in the budget in this regard on receivables.
Right. Okay. On receivables. Yeah. Query.
Yeah, Mr. Ashok Sehgal with me. One of our guests, Santosh Mehrotra, economist in the studio, is asking you a question that, you know, there's only so much the government can do in the budget, but when it comes to the receivables from the government that the industry needs, what is it that you needed? What is it that your expectation is? Or how do you, plan to make up for that?
Okay, I think outside of what was announced for the budget, I would like to share that 2 days ago there was a meeting of the Controller and Accountant General's office, which has done a survey of MSME industries, and it was reported by the MSME Ministry Additional Secretary that against a mandated procurement by PSUs of 25% of the requirement from MSMEs, in fact the procurement is closer to 45 to 47%. So there's a very direct help there. Another aspect of today's presentation by the FM was a recognition of the need for timely payment and expanding the TREDS network to cover and make it mandatory for all PSUs regardless of their size, and to link it up with the GEM portal which has been created, and both of these would improve the liquidity of MSMEs to a very large extent.
I hope that suffices. Anand, any more questions?
Well, thanks indeed. Thanks indeed for that. Viewers, big day today. Big day. The markets not reacting very positively. That's because there is no real one big headline. This is sectorally focused budget, but it is a budget for resilience. Viewers, headwinds globally. The government's focus is to insulate the economy, but also encourage growth. And therefore, the focus has been heavily on the SME sector, which is most exposed to global disruption. And I think some of our panelists might be happy that there are allocations to that effect to make the supply side stronger, especially in a new innovating economy and a global scape, by ensuring that we look inwards to try and farm rare earths and other minerals that will be required to boost productivity and production in a new economy, viewers, in a new global economy. Also, of course, massive capex outgo there. Record levels increased even from last year. So the government is focusing on infra, which has been a gripe across sectors for years altogether. All of this tying in with a few tax tweaks here and there to encourage investors from abroad to put some money in, especially PIOs who are living abroad in increasingly stressed circumstances and perhaps looking backwards towards India to try and fulfill their destinies, their economic and financial destinies. So some giveaways there. So there you can see it. Despite all of that, the FM believes that fiscal deficit numbers will stay range bound, that they won't leap through. We can, of course, discuss that. Boost, as I said, for labor intensive sectors, because this is very, very important. In a Trump era, you have disruptions, viewers, and therefore you have to insulate your economy from these pulls, tugs and pressures. So let's just open this up. We're also joined by Amitabh Kant. Mr. Kant, your few words first, overview of this budget. What really is the focus? Clearly, in a stressed environment such as this, the finance minister has to ensure first that the country stabilizes. Is this resilience? Is this a budget for resilience? Is it also to release the reform spirit that is required? And if so, how?
So Rahul, first and foremost, the budget provides continuity to the vision of Viksit Bharat during a very complex geopolitical scenario. The geopolitics is very fragmented, and it was, I think, absolutely necessary for the finance minister to pursue this path of fiscal consolidation, which is, to my mind, very important, because otherwise it would have crowded out private sector in the long run. So she's brought down the fiscal deficit from 4.4% to 4.3%. But as they say now that it's debt to GDP ratio is the more critical indicator, she's brought that down from 56.1% to 55.6%. But despite all this, she's pushed for two critical things. One is manufacturing, and the second is focus on infrastructure. She's taken the capex spend to about 12.2 lakh crore, which is in actual, the effective capex of the central government goes up to about almost 4.4% of the GDP, which is the highest ever. So a huge thrust to infrastructure. Secondly, I think there's an aim is to really drive manufacturing, for which she spelled out a strategy plan which focuses on pharma, semiconductor, electronic, etc. But one key thing I would like to point out is that today globally 75% of the global investment is taking in AI-related infrastructure. And the smartest move in this entire budget to tax till 2047 on all data centers being established in India, which will have computing power and cloud infrastructure in India. So to my mind, that is a path-breaking move in many ways to drive private sector capex spend from across the world to India. And secondly, there's a
We're having a few
we must
issues.
realize.
Sir, we're having a few issues with your connection.
Yeah,
you keep
please.
freezing. You keep freezing on air. Maybe you can reconnect in just a few seconds when the line stabilizes. We're having a few problems there. But yes, let me try again. Amitabh Kant, you were making a point, and your voice broke up there about AI and the future face of the global economic scenarios. So how is that being addressed? And I want to ask you a couple of specific questions, because the 4 kartavyas that the finance minister has listed is stability, fiscal discipline, moderate inflation, and sustained growth. How are these being addressed by her budget?
So, Rahul, first and foremost, I think this budget is a budget of great fiscal discipline. It's a budget of fiscal consolidation, because it really aims to bring down the fiscal, if you look at it, the fiscal deficit is being brought down to 4.3%. The GDP, the debt to GDP ratio is being brought down, and the capex spent is going up to 12.2 lakh crore. This is huge. But overall, I would say it's a budget of great continuity during very complex geopolitical times. And second is that one of the smartest moves in this budget, to my mind, is the focus on infrastructure and manufacturing. To take the budget spend high is good, but more important than that is to have these cities linked up with high-speed corridors, and also to say that the data centers being established in India till 2047 will be totally exempt from tax. That means you're driving computing power, artificial intelligence, cloud infrastructure to India. And if you look at it, the budget lays a lot of emphasis. This, to my mind, is very, very critical. Secondly, the budget also lays a lot of emphasis on sectors which have been impacted by Trumpian tariffs. That is, the focus on textiles, the focus on marine, the focus on leather sector. These are sectors where job creation is critical. And last point I want to make is, in this brief intervention, is that if you look at it, the emphasis on the MSME sector, creating 10,000 crore MSME growth fund, creating MSME champions, and laying a huge emphasis on trade, which will then ensure that there is adequate liquidity for them. There is a credit guarantee scheme for them that is linked to GEM. There is an asset-based lending, and there is a huge emphasis on trade lending. So these to my mind are very, very critical in terms of protecting jobs, in terms of accelerating infrastructure, accelerating manufacturing, and yet maintaining fiscal discipline, which was really critical in a very complex geopolitical scenario.
Okay, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much, Amitabh Kant, for that exposition, setting out, viewers, the aims of this budget and how the FM has tried to sort of future-proof against or hedge against global disruptions. I'm also joined by N.K. Singh, former chairman of the 15th Finance Commission and former Revenue Secretary. Peerless Mr. N.K. Singh with us from CII. Mr. N.K. Singh, your first take on this budget. There is a need for India to build with resilience, but also a need to be competitive globally so that we can push our products across geographies. Has that largely happened while also welcoming new money?
So, my first reactions are, if you ask me, it is credible, it is sagacious, it is in consonance with the emerging geopolitical challenges. it augurs well for what the economic survey has now said. It significantly takes up the baseline from 6.5% GDP to a new baseline of around 7%. It is credible, Rahul, because if you look at the fiscal consolidation roadmap, not only has the fiscal deficit target of 4.4 been achieved, but it is designed to go down to 4.3, which is in consonance with taking the central government debt down to 50-51. From the viewpoint of any potential investor or rating agencies, adherence to the roadmap or the well-defined roadmap on fiscal consolidation under these circumstances is very credible and assuring. Second, I think that the new trade agreements, which offers enormous new market and access, enables India to become competitive in terms of its products and in terms of seeking out these new European destinations, which are very credible. We must realize that in the last 2 months, there have been two very important developments. One is that India has successfully signed many credible trade agreements which deeply expand its reach and its diversification. The simplification in terms of the customs duties framework and the emphasis now on permitting import-free duty on many items which have been mentioned, and also the rationalization within that framework, is really quite consistent with our approach to try and sustain a rate of growth of a firm 7.2%, 6.8 to 7.2%, which was articulated in the economic survey. The budget fully aligns itself with some of the expectations that the economic survey had laid down. And two other important factors. Look at some of the emphasis which has been given on youth and employment. And youth and employment, as you can see, the special efforts which have been articulated in the budget are credible, along with the fact of the services sector in recognizing the high tourist potential areas, in, for instance, illustratively outline some of the Buddhist circuit package, in training skills which are designed to do that, in the emphasis on the health sector, making India a health destination from the viewpoint of the kind of specialization and facilities we have. So all taken together, this augurs well for India to continue its growth trajectory of 6.8 to 6.
Okay, so we've also got with us Amitabh Kant, but NK Singh, I want to ask you very importantly, while Amitabh Kant is also there with us, I want to ask you this important question. You said credible. Now, one of the requirements that industry had was to ensure that there would be deregulation so that we could become not just a manufacturing powerhouse, but also one attracting investment, because the economic survey suggested that there was a lag between our top line numbers and sentiment internationally. We weren't getting enough investment. Does this budget address that gap, sir?
So I'm glad Amitabh is here. I'm sure that he has also read the economic survey with as much of a fine comb as perhaps I have endeavored to glance through. What does the economic survey basically says? It says three things in my view. First of all, it bumps up India's potential from an average of 6.5 to 7%. And it does so, as it explains, riding on the backs of the multiplier effects of recent economic reforms, which have been quite substantial. Those have been continued. It rides on the back of a strong macroeconomic fundamentals. In fact, if you look at the figures, the debt to GDP is along the same trajectory which was mentioned. It is designed on the basis of the center-state federal compact, with the 16th Finance Commission, which has laid its report today, continues with the award which I had given of 41% going to the states. It continues some of the sectoral allocations which I had done. Most important is that it has sought to inject an openness to the Indian economy, in trade acting as a true engine of growth. She mentioned in her speech about that we are cognizant of India being increasingly open and the increasing interdependence to be able to harness the advantages with opening up on the trade side, with customs rationalization, with further tax rationalization, with the rationalization in terms of some of the debilitating aspects of, say, for instance, we shouldn't forget that it was not too long ago that the Fiscal Responsibility Management Act, along with the FERA Act, was one of the most draconian things. Today, for the first time, she has mentioned about a fundamental review of even the existing provisions of FEMA, which has since become a civil liability instead of a draconian criminal liability. Which
Okay.
It was.
Okay.
And last, I think, if I may be allowed to just inject one sentence, as I mentioned, the 16th Finance Commission, whose report was unveiled today, continues with the center-state compact with the same degree of trust, which we hope will be an important factor in guiding our
But I want both of you gentlemen now to talk a little bit about whether India, Mr. Kant, please, Mr. N.K. Singh, just stay on with me for a couple of minutes more. I'm hearing in Mr. Amitabh Kant to answer this question. Look, one of the great needs is that India doesn't get restricted and can escape from this middle income, middle economy trap that many people are talking about. Does this budget do that? I'm trying to get at that fundamental question.
So, Rahul, to that point, the critical thing is to accelerate the pace of your manufacturing, which this budget is down a clear roadmap with strategic sectors. And second is to lay a huge emphasis on infrastructure, which this budget does with about 12.2 lakh crores, which is effectively taking your GDP spend, capex spend on GDP to about 4.4%, which is enormous. So to my mind, there's also a huge focus on jobs in terms of tourism, healthcare, look at marine, look at leather, footwear. All these are sectors which are challenged on account of Trumpian tariffs. So the emphasis really is that you provide, despite a huge disruption in terms of geopolitics and globally, you ensure continuity and fiscal consolidation. Because if you don't do, FM needs to be appreciated for the fact that she's bringing down fiscal deficit from 4.4 to 4.3% in these very, very complex circumstances. And yet she's pushing for cities, 5,000 crore, cities for regional economic growth. She's pushing for 7 high-speed rail infrastructure. So with these new corridors, with the industrial corridors, the city corridors, the high-speed corridors, you will give a huge impetus to infrastructure creation in India. And the last point I want to make is, since you asked Mr. N. this question about reforms, there's a huge focus on reform of FEMA, which is the non-debt rule, the huge focus on rationalization of duty, and there's a huge focus on financial sector reforms through a high-level committee. So the reform process continues regardless. A budget is one instrument, but the push for reforms and the ease of doing business continues regardless.
Okay, Mr. N.K. Singh, weigh in on that question that I posed to Mr. Amitabh Kant, please. Whether we can escape that dead income, dead economy trap that many people sort of talk about.
So what is a middle income trap? To some extent, the response to this has been beautifully given by the governor of our central bank, reiterating that famous quotation of Ben Bernanke, that this is indeed a Goldilocks period for India, which has high growth with modest inflation. And India is well poised to escape that middle income track. I agree with Amitabh that the 11 lakh crore investment in capex with a 3 lakh crore bump which has taken place, notwithstanding fiscal pressures and the commitment to live up to the fiscal consolidation roadmap would greatly strengthen the cost, the quality of infrastructure in multiple ways.
Okay.
And I think that that augurs well for investor confidence and being able to attract direct foreign investment. By the way, the budget, the economic survey pointed out to be two big worries, and I'm sure, Rahul, you are aware of this. One big worry which the economic survey pointed out was the stabilization of the currency.
Yeah.
Because currency has been under pressure because of the successive capital outflows continuing. Now that stability to the currency needs inward capital flows. It also means an act of sagacity in not wanting to chase an artificial exchange rate. Countries have gone down the tube. They have lost, in fact, the credibility when they have changed artificially determined exchange rates. So I think that the view which the central bank has taken is to allow currency to find an appropriate level, looking at the geopolitical context, while continuing with what Nirmala herself has said, the continuation of the reform express and India becoming a more open economy by trading regime which enables us to improve market access and quality.
Okay, thank you, Mr. N.K. Singh, for those words. Thank you very much for that exacting analysis. Let me just go around the table. Let me begin with Mr. Mehrotra and Mr. Garg and Mr. Kumar and our other friends. Yes.
Going back to the...
So I'm just asking you the question that I posed to them once again. Do you agree that fundamentally this particular budget will stabilize, build resilience, and do what all of us want? First, boost demand by bringing in capital which can be used productively to create jobs and continue the virtuous cycle.
Right. Boost demand will come from jobs.
That's right. That's what I said.
Absolutely correct. Boost demand means two types of demand. There's consumption demand and there's investment demand. And in some ways, consumption demand itself follows from investment demand. So it's not entirely clear to me, except in a very small number of sectors, where the investment demand is going to come from. And, you know, all said and done, the expectation of the economic survey, the chief economic advisor, that we will grow in the best case scenario at around 7%, is not going to get us out of a middle income trap. And the foundation of a middle income trap, Rahul, I'm so glad that you brought that theme up, lies in the lack of aggregate demand. And lack of aggregate demand itself is a function of growing inequality. And we have to remember that we are still a country at low middle income level. We are not a country where most of the middle income trap countries are, which are Brazil, Argentina, South Africa. They are all $7,000–8,000 per capita income higher than ours. And they also suffer from very deep inequality. So we have to be very careful that in this, the period that we have until our demographic dividend is around. Please remember that all those countries I just named, their demographic dividend is gone. So it's absolutely critical that this demand gets generated. Are we seeing that in this budget? I'm sorry to say, in summary, I don't see it. There are some good things in it.
Okay.
I'm not denying that. I was talking about the rare earths thing, the semiconductor mission thing. I talked about the MSMEs, the new focus. But the big problem the MSMEs face, Rahul, is one, that a large number, 70% of them, are not even registered with the government. The government doesn't know about their existence.
Okay. So despite...
There's a big blind spot in government policy there.
Despite the massive 10,000 crore allocations
Correct.
for MSME...
for an equity fund. Yes. For an equity fund.
Okay. So
what we needed, we need is the expansion of SIDBI. Okay. The Small Industries Development Bank of India could be expanded and capitalized in a massive way.
So you differ with the methodology. You welcome the allocation. Differ with the way it should have been. Okay. Yes. Dispersed.
In my view, budget is very sensible in maintaining the big budgetary balance. But it will not do either great good for the for the growth or the redistribution, or it will also not do a great harm. FM has learned the lessons very well. If you look at the two numbers which have come up now, on the income tax front, we lost 1.4 lakh crore. And on the GST, again there is 1.3 lakh crore loss from the projection of the last year. This was the two big tax giveaways, and therefore she has decided not to do any more of that kind of adventure this time. So that's very, very good. On the capex front, again, I think it's a very sensible choice to limit it to 9% only, not to the level of even the normal GDP growth, or just about that. It's also interesting to see that there is some amount of internal readjustment happening there. So you have data centers being emphasized, you have service-led growth being emphasized, but I think the bulk of the outlay still is on railways and roads. So good budget balance, but I don't think it's going to make any great difference to the national.
So Rahul, avoiding the middle income trap essentially means that you got to raise your rate of growth from about 6-7% to about 8%.
8%, yes.
And for 8%, you need a capital investment. Let's say if the ICOR is about 4 or something, you need at least 32-33%, capital to GDP ratio. So now for that, what has she done? So I think there's some things that have been done, and I therefore credit the budget with making an effort on that. One, I think she's made it much simpler for the NRIs to bring in equity here, to sell their property out here, etc. Then they've got also the other things on several things on the foreigners bringing in. So that's made it attractive for the FDI to come along. And for the domestic investor, she's got a whole slew of announcements on the manufacturing sector, whether it's a semiconductor mission or is the biopharma, or is the integrated textile package with 5, the tourism package that she's talked about, and these are all employment intensive, then the 10,000 crore equity fund for the MSMEs. So I think all of that put together, plus by the way, I'm very pleased with the agricultural sector focus.
So you're talking about VG, the VB Gram G bill, allocation increasing by 10,000.
That's one thing, but I'm talking more about the coastal food product that she's talked about, the coconut, the cashews, and bringing them about, the fisheries, that's taken.
Right.
So I think
another big headline coming through, and you can see it up there on your wall, is that the defense budget is higher in rupee terms.
By 4%.
Defense spending rises to 68 lakh crores. Defense budget higher there. And that's 6 lakhs crore, and that's very big. That's really big, viewers.
5 lakh.
So this is how would you see
but
this?
But not a very significant increase, because
your increase in the revised budget.
Already.
And then there is a further increase.
No, but when you look at the expenditure that we may have incurred on Op Sindoor,
so that is accounted for.
That's accounted for.
But despite that,
it's not a very big jump actually.
Okay, you don't think it's a big jump?
It's not a big one.
Right.
There is a reasonable jump.
It's a reasonable jump. We can obviously, but this is an important thing to sort of square up. Yes, look, I have to ask you this question because you were quite vocal on ensuring that industry gets that push so that our exports can penetrate all these markets through quality and pricing and all sorts of other things. There you can see the defense budget confirmation there growing. So, Saket, do you think this budget does that?
So I'll start with
the ease of doing business. Sorry.
I'll start with the positive. I think the ease of doing business has certainly helped out a lot.
Right. How? Explain
just
yourself.
the tax benefits and allowing a lot of the grandfathering and safe haven clauses, etc. So I think some of the ease of business has done well. Industry-wise, what I had hoped for was future industries being given an investment. I think that's a complete tick.
So AI and data centers,
data center. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of data center. I'll be very frank. I don't think it generates employment or technology. But anyway, but I do think that that complex of biopharma, everything gets us closer to where we want it to be, as we discussed that day.
Okay.
I think the university townships is exactly what we talked about this morning, that we are spending $3 billion a year sending money outside. So if we can get these Harvard kind of places in India, it's a great thing. I just have two quibbles with the budget. One is that I genuinely believe that PM Modi's vision is a bit bigger than what this budget is getting us to based on President Ford. So I would have gone for ensuring effectiveness in terms of funding, where we are funding and maybe reducing some of the inefficient schemes and making slightly bigger bets on high-tech areas. I think AI needed a bigger bet.
Okay.
I do think biotech research and some sort of reform in terms of what can be done deserves a bigger bet. And I would have liked more disinvestment, to be honest.
Okay, more disinvestment. Okay, I'll just come out to you. We've got two people waiting for us on the link, and I just want to go straight across to them. CA Nisha Dhanuka, co-founder, QuinFin Consulting Private Limited, and Klisman Murati, Managing Director of Pareto Economics. Both of them joining us on the link. So let me just go across first to them. CA Nisha Dhanuka, how do you look at this? Do you believe that this is a budget that is going to, A, do the very important job of guardrailing India from that disruption that we have seen globally? Number one. Number two, will it make our exports more competitive? Number three, will it generate employment and therefore allow us to also have green shoots in consumption, which is what we need, and boost therefore a degree of demand?
Thanks. I would like to, three words for the budget: growth, inclusion, and stability. Now, coming to your first point in context of guarding India from the world, we don't need to guard India. We need to integrate India. If you see, there are a lot of impetus given on export incentives. There's lot of focus on making India a manufacturing hub. And just not manufacturing hub in terms of setting up factories or setting up infrastructure. It is also looking into the future in terms of the future looks is very tech enabled. So if you see, our finance minister has, for every industry that she spoke about, she also spoke simultaneously a skilling center to be set up for that. Funding to be done to make that skilling center for the youth. And also making it accessible, setting up more and more skilling centers. So I feel we as Indian are ready not to be guarded, but to get integrated with the world, with the kind of boost that we are looking at the economy. Secondly, you spoke about employment. Of course, if you really see, the entire focus of budget is on skilling and creating more and more job opportunities. In fact, this is one budget where I would say our finance minister kept all the stakeholders in view, from students to young professionals, to MSMEs, to large corporates, to specially abled, to farmers, to artisans. Overall, a very, very positive budget from the job perspective and the employment perspective.
Okay, Klisman Murati, will this budget create conditions to attract investment? That's the conversation we had a few days back. Do you see this budget, therefore, taking that ball forward?
Yeah, Rahul, thanks for the question. Look, what's obvious from any budget release from any part of the world is that you're not going to make everyone pleased from it. What we have to realize is that governments have limited resources and need to deploy capital for immediate needs, midterm needs, and long-term needs. So naturally, there's going to have to be sacrifices that have to be made, and there have to be an idea of what is necessary now and relate that to what's necessary in the future. So what India is betting on are two things, I think. The first one is that the world will continue to be uncertain, right? And the second thing they're betting on is that they need to rely on their own manufacturing capabilities to de-risk themselves from these externalities and these risks. So with these things in play continually, they need to pick. They need to be able to pick industries which have the need to be resilient for manufacturing, semiconductors, the supply chain as it relates to technology, and also investing in industries which don't require high tech but require industrial input, right? Which is why manufacturing, which is why things like connectivity is so important to connect regions with themselves within India, intra-Indian trade corridors and travel corridors. This, as a result, should increase employment. This also should increase GDP. This also should reduce the fiscal deficit of the country, if done correctly. Naturally, what they can control is the policies they put into place. What they can't control is how businesses will respond to this. And what they can control to a limited ability is the macro picture, which India, I think, is playing a much smarter role than many other countries in the region and also globally.
Well, thanks, Krisman Horati, for that. Viewers, in a world where sovereignty is stressed and diplomacy is being increasingly weaponized, we're seeing an allocation under several different heads, the defense side. So we are seeing a 21% rise in defense capital expenditure and an 8-fold increase in intelligence gathering capacity. So you are putting money to boost intelligence, and this can only be correlated to what we're seeing around us and obviously the hangover of the Op Sindoor, which was an operation that pulled us into a 4-day conflict, 4-day war, so to speak, with Pakistan, an undeclared war, but nonetheless it was a conflict, viewers, on any scale. So here is an attempt there. And I want to bring in Saket Mishra. This is a very, very crucial aspect of this budget. Yes, we may not be impressed by the huge numbers, but look at the focus. Intel Bureau gets a 8-fold increase in its budgetary support. That is an important aspect of what we're looking at in a modern scenario, where, as I said, diplomacy is so weaponized today.
Yeah.
Saket Mishra.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not, I think it's a fantastic move. It's obviously required for national security, but I think what this does is people like Intelligence Bureau, like Defense, actually use the most modern technology. The IDX program has been an immense success for the government in terms of new talent coming in, doing research, problem solving for our defense sector. So I think not only does this actually improve our national security, but I think not only indirect, I think it's direct. It's a fantastic way to get to cutting edge solutions and giving opportunities to our young guys, especially young researchers, to provide solutions to help us. So, I mean, I think it's a brilliant, brilliant move.
But we've got to stay ahead, viewers, of those around us. And you know that the neighborhood is hostile. There are security challenges. Yes, Nirupma, you wanted to make a point on some of these issues. And let's just queue up from here, because this is the first thing that's staring us in the face. Yeah.
No, so the defense,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
So defense has actually gone up in interesting places. As you said, capital expenditure, so even whatever rise there is, that's gone up. The spend on R&D is also gone up, which is also very good. So that makes a lot of sense for us, given what we want to do. And I think that's a great thing. But
I feel that this budget is a very focused. So in certain areas and sectors, there have been interventions. And I think, so that's why you're not getting this sense of a grand headline, which really is resilience, but you have to really shape that argument by looking at micro numbers.
So agreed. I think some 3 or 4 very specific. I think what they've done for e-commerce exports is very big by removing the courier limit of 10 lakhs, because that opens the e-commerce exports of high value exports, especially in kind of textiles and gems and jewelry, direct B2C. That is brilliant. Then I think the focus on Ayurveda is interesting to see where it comes to to kind of bring it more into mainstream. The REITs and InvITs for government property and as a way to kind of monetize it is also very, very good. And geriatric care at least has found mention this time. I think this is going to become a focus area in, upcoming years. In terms of where I think maybe we needed, where I would have liked a little more conversation is actually in terms of nothing on disinvestment, as Saket said. I wish there was something more there. And in terms of nothing for the gems and jewelry sector, which was one of the largest affected sectors by the tariffs, even though leather and apparels found mention. In the entire conversation on pollution, environment, green financing, green FDI, none of that is there. Great news on tourism, lots that's done for tourism, but again, the problem is we're not focusing on how we're going to attract foreign tourists in, which is where your forex is going to come in. So somewhere we haven't really kind of still managed to differentiate between encouraging domestic tourism, which is great, but foreign tourism, which is where we're going to get our money and foreign exchange from. The other thing is within financial sector, there's another committee being set up, of course, for banking sector reforms with a focus also for NBFCs. However, and for Viksit Bharat, but however, I think one of the constant feedback that has happened within the financial sector is we tend to rely more on banking sector to kind of fund any kind of growth that is there, and we need more diversified sources. And I hope that happens, because otherwise it becomes more and more difficult for your banking sector.
Okay. 20,000 guides, for instance, in tourism is a massive, massive thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, that is one very quick way of building jobs. And unfortunately, that still requires not such high skilling. So they're still low skill jobs, more or less. But nonetheless, it's a great employment area. And that's perhaps something that the government is now beginning to cotton on to. Whether it's enough, whether it is targeted at the right, we can of course discuss that. We'll take a very short break. We're right back, viewers. Stay with us.
This is News 18.
Biogas blended CNG, civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be
Welcome back to our continued coverage of Budget 2026. We called it Reforms Reloaded. FM Nirmala Sitharaman is talking about Resilience Reloaded, viewers. How is it that we can insulate the Indian economy, and I don't mean it in a physical sense, but I mean it in a notional sense, from the trade winds, the nasty trade winds that blow out of DC from time to time, viewers? How is it that we are going to ensure that the economy remains on track in disruption and during times as stressed as the ones we are in? Fundamentally, 4 or 5 steps have been taken by the Finance Minister to do this. And these steps, it is quite clear, viewers, will to some extent bring about resilience and stability, which is what we require as of now. But will they lead to the larger, important, and not just incremental but exponential jumps that we require to take, A, in the ease of doing business, B, in ensuring greater investment, C, in creating employment? Those are open questions. And we are joined by J.N. Mehta, MD of Amul. And I'm going to go straight across to him. Your sector, from that perspective, really falls under, in today's context, a very vital part of our economy that is also, of course, in a lot of conversations, sir, given the fact that we are engaging in some high-end and very, very, as you know, structured conversations with foreign and global blocs, trading blocs, including the United States. So, first of all, from a sectoral point of view, what does the budget mean for you? And then, of course, we'll have a quick take from you on the overall the trajectory of this budget and what it attains to do.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the dairy sector and the cooperative sector, I would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister for a very, very futuristic and a visionary budget, touching almost every single member of the cooperative society. Amul has 3.6 million farmers, and I'll talk about how it benefits them through this budget. There was a taxation on the dividend income that we used to pass on as a part of the Amul model. We have three-tier structure. So the surplus of GCMMF, the Marketing Federation, were passed on to the district union in form of dividends of their investment, and all the villages invest into a district union, and they used to get benefit of that dividend income.
Okay.
Now, in the new scheme of things, the double taxation has been removed, as a result of which it will benefit every single farmer of the state of Gujarat and all cooperatives across the country. So this has been a one major benefit we have got as a part of this budget, and we are thankful to Honorable Finance Minister for that. Second, we sell a lot of cattle feed, and cattle feed is produced by us only. And the income of cattle feed also has now been treated as a part of the income of milk, which is supplied by the farmers to the farmers, as a result of which that's also a big benefit and also simplification in the accounts of our village cooperative societies, and thereby supporting each of the farmers. Apart from that, the government has recognized the importance of this sector, and when they talk about setting up of colleges to produce 20,000 veterinarians, itself is a very, very significant step in improving the presence of veterinary doctors who support our farmers and the cattle in the villages of the country. For Gujarat, I can tell that we have at the moment 2,200 veterinary doctors, both of the state government and the district cooperative societies, unions serving our farmers across 18,000 villages. And as we move to White Revolution 2.0 across the country, this will provide a major, major fillip. The budget of our ministry, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, has actually doubled in last 2 years. So that itself is a significant step. And also the cooperative ministry, the newly formed cooperative ministry also has been working to strengthen the sector. So apart from the support given to NCDC in the last budget, which continues, the newly formed export cooperative, the National Cooperative Exports Limited, also has got in about 450 crore rupees as support to build exports of Indian dairy products globally. There are many such initiatives, but really it's a very visionary step in the right direction. Continuing from what she started in the last budget when the income tax exemptions increased the purchasing power, the GST the government had, and now this.
Well, there are many stories coming out from different sectors, viewers such as these. So there are, as I said, very targeted interventions. But I want to bring in Tuhin Sinha to get a sense really of this budget from the political perspective, because some of your opposition and your critics have already said that this budget really has nothing. Just look at the way the Sensex has reacted. In fact, you've even allocated a tax on transactions, which will hurt even the small investor. How do you respond to all of that, specifically when reforms and continuing the trajectory of reforms was the need of the hour?
Well, good afternoon, Rahul. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, the way I see it is an extension of the Reform Express, which Prime Minister Modi has been talking about. So there is unprecedented impetus on manufacturing. The idea is to make a concerted effort to raise the share of manufacturing in the overall GDP beyond 16%, where it has been stagnant for the last few years. Plus, if you look at the capex, the 12.2 crores expenditure on capex, which is a good, more than 10% higher than the previous sanctioned amount. it would work in tandem with the increase in manufacturing, and it would work towards making India a hub of defense manufacturing and just semiconductor manufacturing and manufacturing in other forms. Now, as far as the criticism over the increased taxation in the future trading is concerned, if you look at the increase in taxation, that very minor 0.05%, the stock market tends to react spontaneously, but I don't think it will have any long-term effect on the stock market. In fact, I don't think the opposition should react in a knee-jerk manner, because the points laid out in the budget, in fact, the impetus on education for that matter, after many years, the impetus on education and the impetus on other sectors, all of which are very crucial components going ahead in our larger attainment of Viksit Bharat goals from here. So yes, it's more of a vision statement. It lays out the clear focus areas, the components which are going to play a very pivotal role ahead in our surge, in economic surge from here. And I think, the focus is very clearly underlined.
Okay, so look, Mr. Mehrotra, you had spoken about MSMEs and you talked about equity support and maybe deeper intervention there. But there's also liquidity support via maximizing TREDs, and I think that Amitabh Kant had made that point. And professional support to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, as he called it. So, I mean,
all this is good news.
Yeah.
Rahul, I welcome all of this.
Yeah.
These are all important innovations that are happening.
Yeah.
These are things that are desperately needed. There's no question about that. I am saying that the need for creating jobs is so great that the public sector itself has to come in. And we are saying, SIDBI, we are saying that a one-time capitalization of Small Industries Development Bank of India. Let the SIDBI expand. They have decades of experience of giving loans to MSMEs, and they can give loans at rates of interest which is what MSMEs need. So because they need working capital. Normal commercial banks are not able to give that.
Okay.
I mean, and I also welcome the focus on the 200 industry cluster cities.
That's right.
Town,
Yes,
town 2 and 3. Very good thing.
Yeah.
Finally, the government is waking up to the need for a focus on 5,500 clusters exist across our wonderful country. 200 are being focused on. I can see that some of those are likely to be in tier 2, 3 cities.
Yeah.
I would even go so far as to say, can we marry the Amrut funding to the industry cluster program so that we get synergy across programs and program funding?
Well, the one thing I want to point out, and very quickly to Sinha on this, the government perhaps, and I don't know, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, the government still fears that perhaps private industry or private capital will be continue to be a little tentative, and therefore they have continued capex support. 4.4% of GDP, big number, highest in the last 10 years, 17.1 lakh crore. Is that a good way of reading this, or are you just going to do the heavy lifting irrespective?
On the contrary, if an increase in capex from the government side only spurs or only incentivizes or only motivates the private sector or gives them more confidence to come out and spend in larger numbers, I think it should serve the purpose. As far as the government approach is concerned, we are going all out to ensure that the capex spending ensures the development of these 200 plus.
So you see it as perhaps an affirmation of not just government confidence, but confidence in general in the growth shoots of the economy. Okay, I mean, let's see if that spurs private capital to put their money down. I'm going to take a very short break. We'll be right back, viewers. Don't go away.
18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a more
Dr. Tharoor, as an MP from Kerala, are you satisfied with what you heard from Nirmala Sitharaman?
We didn't hear very much about Kerala at all. How can I be claimed to be satisfied? There was practically nothing about Kerala, and that's one of the frustrations we all have. There's a turtle trail, I think, and the rare earth corridor might be one where we will have some benefit, but that's about it.
The first reaction, 1 se 10 mein, how many numbers to the budget?
Ranking is your concern. Our more concern is that an assurance, to be precise, that this budget lays down the road map for development of India, to create further foundations for a Viksit Bharat in 2047.
But the share market does not share your sentiments, it's going down.
It's too early. Too early. They will come up again when they see the fine prints. You must understand, from manufacturing, to entrepreneurship, to skilling, to MSME, to healthcare, sports, and most important, the tax structure, income tax and duty structure is also designed to ensure that if India is a big economy of the world should also do economy with us.
Opposition is calling it a dabba goal budget.
I hope they could have picked up a better word, isn't it? Have they had any good words about the Prime Minister or this government? No. Let them cry. I don't curse them, they will only cry. We will create the conditions for a Viksit India.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Good afternoon. We're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 DBS Bank Budget Day Studio. It has been a huge development. The union budget has been tabled in the Lok Sabha by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Let's take a look at some of her major takeaways. It was a 1.5 hour long address laying out the government's economic roadmap anchored in growth, investment, and of course fiscal stability. Some of the key announcements. There is a massive push to public capex, capital expenditure. It is a record at little over 12 lakh crores for 26-27. The Finance Minister also introduced the government will be pushing through with the introduction of the new tax regime from 1st of April 2026. 10,000 crores have been allocated for a biopharma Shakti scheme. Pharma has come under pressure because of... All right, let's listen into the Prime Minister. Yes.
आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है। इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले, इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Speaking right after the budget speech, saying that this was a historic budget. He's congratulated Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. This is her 9th consecutive budget. He's talked about how the budget enhances Nari Shakti, talking about the She Entrepreneur scheme that's been launched, the Women's Self-Help Group Entrepreneur scheme that's been launched. Also, big ticket infrastructure spending, whether it's public capex, whether it's the announcement of the 7 high-speed rail corridors. There's a big thrust on a semiconductor mission 2.0. There is a new rare earth corridor that's been announced as well. Big push for the southern states as well, because there's going to be elections due in a couple of those southern states in the next few months. So let's bring you up to speed first with the big takeaways as far as budget 2026 is concerned. What are the thrust areas for the finance minister? I'm going to just lay that out for our viewers. The big headline, the big takeaways from budget 2026. Number one, public capex. We've been talking about this. Capital expenditure has been rising and rising over the last 10 years. It's a standing feature of the Modi government. For the first time now, it's above 12 lakh crore rupees. That's a massive increase in public capex. The introduction of the new tax regime will begin from 1st of April 2026. Pharma, and we've seen some stress in pharma because of the tariffs and the fight around the tariffs. 10,000 crore Biopharma Shakti scheme has been announced in the budget. The fiscal deficit for this current financial is at 4.4%. The next one will be targeted at 4.3% and eventually to 4.2%. A focus on labor-intensive sectors, textiles, footwear, leather, etc., all of which have been having a bit of a tough time with the Trump tariffs. So massive. Let's look at some of the sector-wise announcements that the finance minister has made today. Some of these sectors had been facing some stress. So the big one is the 7 high-speed rail corridors that have been proposed. 2 of them in North India, 5 of them in Southern India, again in keeping with elections due in some of those states. There's a high-level committee that's been formed on banking for Viksit Bharat. That's again a booster shot for the banking sector. There is the launch of the Semiconductor Mission 2.0. Remember, semiconductors have become a critical asset, particularly in the stressed global supply chains. A 10,000 crore scheme has been announced for container manufacturing. Also, 10,000 crores for MSMEs. Again, MSME Growth Fund. It's an equity fund dedicated for MSMEs. 10,000 crores has been allocated for that. There's also a big stress on healthcare. 100,000 healthcare professionals will be readied over the next year. Biopharma Shakti of 10,000 crores has been announced as well. 5 university townships to be developed across various industrial corridors across the country. That again is an important one. A National Institute of Hospitality, as well as a big thrust for tourism, has also been announced in this budget. She Marts, women self-help entrepreneur marts, will be announced as well. Let's try and get some sense about this. The focus on women's empowerment, particularly women's entrepreneurship and encouraging women entrepreneurship. Also, what is the stress as far as 2047, the Viksit Bharat dream, and how this budget sort of moves India in that direction. Here in our studios, I'm joined by Sumita Davra. Nirupama Soundarajan is also there here in our studios. And our guest joining via link, L. Badri Narayan is executive partner with LKS Attorneys, Ashutosh Nath, chartered accountant and TradeWin. Arvind Srivatsan is partner in India Tax. And Achit Pushkarna is CEO of Haribol. Let's start with the Nari Shakti Trust. I think the Prime Minister also mentioned that it was the 9th budget by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The self-help entrepreneur groups that have been announced for women. Lots of stress to all in a bid to try and increase the female labour participation rate.
See, the Viksit Bharat goal is that by 2047 we'll have 70% of the women in the workforce. At the moment we have something like 35 to 40%. Now, the entrepreneurial aspect, which has been emphasized through the She Hub, the marts, is important because we see a lot of women in the self-help groups in the rural areas, and the 46% labor which is in the rural areas is dominated by women. We say feminization of the agriculture workforce. So this gives a very good access to markets for the women self-help groups. They could be putting together organic foodstuffs, it could be pulses, edible oils, it could be organic fruits, vegetables, so on and so forth. So coming on to the marts, it could be through digital infrastructure, it could be through physical infrastructure. So it definitely is a big push, a big boost for marketing, particularly for the women's self-help groups.
So, Nirupamaji, in terms of the emphasis on physical infrastructure, we've seen this through Modi over the last 10 years. Public capex now at 12 lakh crores. Okay, we've got the Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog, Mr. Suman Berry, who's now joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. The big takeaways, as far as you are concerned, in this budget 2026, the emphasis continues on physical infrastructure. At the same time, also looking at some of these global challenges through rare earths, the Semiconductor Mission 2.0. Walk us through what was the big takeaway for you.
Well, look, I'm following on a magnificent speech by my boss, the Honorable Prime Minister, and I can't hope to put the pieces together as well as he did. So I would firstly commend that people see what he had to say, and because he really does articulate the holistic nature of that budget. I would, though, say
that it's a budget of confidence at a nervous time for the world. You know, there is some reference to the fact that the world is a turbulent place at the moment, but I would consider the main message is to say we remain committed to Viksit Bharat. We think we can get there, and we think we can get there through deeper integration with the world. I mean, we are, aspiring to be the third largest economy in the world, and we can't do that by sort of cowering in our bunker. So that said, I think the next point is that what are our core resources and our core challenges? The core resource is obviously our demographic dividends. And so the amount of focus on the young across the board, I think, is correct and is impressive. But, to have people enter the labor force without the aspiration of higher labor productivity, you can call it jobs, but a lot of this is self-employed. So to me, those are the two pillars of the growth dimension. I also think, look, I got involved with the debate on India when I came to NCR in 2001. And, it's a very different debate now. It's a debate about cities. It's a debate about finance. It's a debate about building on our connectivity. I mean, my thought, we're planning to, or we're aspiring to host the Olympics in 2036. And when I heard the aspirations for the high-speed corridors, my thoughts went back to the Tokyo Olympics, because that's when the Shinkansen first came into existence. So I think we're beginning to see the outlines of a integrated sort of transport and economic system, and that is going to also be the basis for, as it were, the rising productivity that we have to hope for.
But Mr. Berry, I know, the markets are not exactly the only indicator or a reflection of the budget. The budget is far broader than that, but the markets have not given a thumbs up to this. I know the securities transaction tax has been a big pain point in this budget for the markets, but it's down, last I checked, about 0.7%.
Well, people wiser than me, we viewed the budget together. Old timers, well, maybe I should consider myself an old timer, say the market is always down after the budget speech, and then it picks up after the FM's press conference. And I understand one reason that you rescheduled me is that we're about to hear from the FM. So let's see if that turns out to be the case.
Okay.
That said, at one point, because you may have to leave me in a while, sure. I do think that, as the economic survey also indicated, there's the issue of, if you like, business friendly versus economy friendly. And I think there's signals there that there will need to be some pain, okay, and there will need to be some gain as well. But the focus now was, I think the big boys have had a pretty good run, but rightly the focus now has to be to activate our MSME sector. And there's a lot of very creative stuff. I was particularly attracted by this idea of coming up with, equity funds for MSMEs. So we just in the flush of the India-EU FTA, my vision of our MSMEs is that in 10 years, maybe assisted by our FTA, we should be aiming for our own high-tech Mittelstand. We've got a deal now with Switzerland, we've got a deal that includes Germany, and so I think there's a lot in this budget that will propel that. Okay. But you can't do everything, and I applaud that focus, particularly for manufacturing.
All right, Mr. Berry, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Suman Berry, Vice Chair of the Niti Aayog. What we'll do is we'll get a quick word in from Nirupama Sandarajan as well before we go to other guests. We also have to take a break. Just the big picture. Infrastructure, obviously there's a big push on physical infrastructure. There's also, as Mr. Berry said, this focus now on MSMEs. Over these last 10 years, it was about the big boys, the big players. MSMEs were feeling the pain first through COVID, then because of the China supply shocks, and now the latest one in the last year because of the tariffs. Has there been enough sort of mentioned in this budget to address their concerns?
I think so. So I'll take them one at a time. In terms of capital expenditure, yes, in absolute terms, we've seen a jump. But if you see it as a percentage of GDP compared to 24, 25 and 25, 26 RS, it's more or less the same. It's about 3.1% of GDP. What's actually increased is grants and aid capex, which means what you're actually giving to state governments, etc., or to build your capital, some kind of assets in the long run. In terms of MSMEs, the 10,000, any kind of fund, whether it's in the form of an equity fund or whether it's in form of credit guarantees, are always welcome for MSMEs. But this is not the first time. You've had funds in the past. So I would be very curious to see how the allocation or the disbursement has been in the past. See, I don't think MSMEs suffer from a lack of schemes, so to speak, funding or otherwise. Usually ground up feedback is that most of them don't know how to access it, don't even know the existence of them. So I think that's a bigger problem to tackle, particularly when you look at it from, the smaller, the micro enterprises. The medium and the small may still be able to manage, but micro is a problem. And if I can also quickly talk about women MSMEs in a second. So, they've looked at the she-marts, which is great, but in India, there are fundamentally two problems that women-led enterprises face. The first, of course, is a huge funding gap. Okay. There's a huge gender disparity in terms of funding. That's about $158 billion or about 25 trillion in INR as far as the funding gap is concerned. And somewhere I think we need to tackle that very specifically.
Okay, I also want to get a quick word in from Mr. Gaurav Vallabh, part of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, also a member of the BJP. Mr. Vallabh, thank you very much. While the big picture in the budget is about Viksit Bharat, about the Reform Express, Prime Minister just spoke and he said Indians are very aspirational. They're not satisfied with just being the fourth largest economy. We want to push further to become the third largest economy. And yet the reaction to it has been pretty mixed, both from the markets as well as from industry. It seems like it's more a continuation rather than trying to overhaul the system.
Zaka, it's only 90 minutes after the budget. Market requires time to understand the full budget, and I am very sure by the time the markets are going to conclude, the market will be up. This is point number one. Point number two, Zaka, I'm just hearing my co-panelist, and one thing which I want to emphasize regarding MSME, and Madam had pointed out that micro is not getting the benefit. And she's correct. I agree with her. And in this budget, there is a very interesting point which is included, that corporate mitras in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, those corporate mitras are going to ensure that 12,000 crore. Zaka, it is not 10,000. 10,000 is the equity support plus 2,000 is the catch-up, the pop-up value. So total is 12,000 crore should be given or should be rationally and judiciously distributed amongst the tier 2 and tier 3 micro enterprises. And this is very interesting move. Point number two, which I would like to emphasize, is the manufacturing thrust in this budget. Whether it is, and when I say manufacturing, the conservative manufacturing, the electronics manufacturing, and technology oriented manufacturing. Like, I will give you 3 points in each one of them. Like conservative manufacturing, we have high-tech tool rooms for CPSEs. It's a very interesting move, because that will improve your efficiency and productivity, point number one. And having a manufacturing of containers in India, which is every country is having their container line. So that's a move towards that particular thing. Point number two, Zaka, regarding the technology manufacturing or electronics manufacturing, there is a electronics manufacturing plan, 40,000 crore rupees is dedicatedly allocated for that. And the Indian Semiconductor Mission ISM 2.0, as
Yeah.
Prime Minister also just now mentioned in his address. So that is going to give thrust to the manufacturing sector, new age manufacturing sector. And last, which is the, I will say, a finishing touch of this budget, no country in the world, I can tell you at least developed countries had never thought of young and aspiring population as this budget is addressing.
Okay.
Like orange economy. You may not find in the most developed nations of the world. The creators economy, the economy for the sports and sports equipment manufacturing, the Khelo India Thrust, the a concept of the university village, which is very unique in itself. We will be having 5 university cities, and across those university cities, the MSME and the large corporates are going to develop.
All
so
right.
earlier we used to say that industry academia linkage is missing. Now that linkage, that bridge is addressed in this particular budget.
Okay.
So I will say
what
budget
we'll do
is
is
focused on manufacturing
yeah,
strategy.
Sure. Thank you, Gauravji. We'll take a quick break here on the program. In 2 minutes, we're going to come back to all of our other guests. Markets, as I'm checking, it's about 1,000 points, 1,100 points down, a little less than 1,100 points down now, 1.3%. Like I said, that's largely on the back of the STT announcement, the STT hike. But more than that, the big picture is a budget in continuity. It's a reforms reloaded exercise trying to deal with both the supply side shock of China +1 and also the tariff shock, the demand side shock of what we've seen with the Trump tariffs. Quick break. We'll see you on the other side in a moment.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations.
Back to our Budget 2026 coverage, Budget Day studio here at CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day studio. I'm Zaka Jacob. We're still in conversation about the big picture of the Union Budget 2026. L. Badri Narayan is joining us, Ashutosh Nath, Arvind Srivatsan, and Maninder Singh is also joining us. Yachneet Pushkarna is also with us. Let me start with our guests who are joining by link now. Mr. Badri Narayan, your big takeaway from the budget. Yes, infrastructure push. Yes, push for MSMEs, push for women, entrepreneurship, etc. Youth has been a big focus. But why aren't the markets as enthused as the commentators seem to be in studios.
I think thank you very much, Zaka, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to focus a little bit more from the tax point of view because I've had the benefit of the last hour reading the finance bill, and I think the market should improve a little bit at least because I think there are some interesting provisions and benefits provided in the finance bill. As you know, not everything is covered in the finance minister's speech. I think one big takeaway for me is that I think it's really going to streamline. This budget is really a streamlining budget, a cleaning up budget. And I think one of the areas which is going to get a big boost from this is going to be ITES services. We've traditionally had a lot of issues with respect to transfer pricing, income tax, and these have always been a big problem because tax uncertainty with respect to what's the rate or what's the profit margin I need to decide on when I am going to have GCCs in India, software development in India, services of IT nature, software development, electronics. That's an issue in India. They have brought in safe harbor provisions. They have made amendments to encourage unilateral APAs. There are some other provisions with respect to providing exemptions for companies that are going to bring capital goods into India as non-residents, for tolling and manufacturing and supplying for electronic manufacturing in India. So the entire electronic manufacturing, ITE service, and that's a big bulk of the market, right? So I think once people understand the true impact of what this might be, both in terms of tax certainty and in effective reduction of tax rates, I think we would see some good results.
So Ashutosh Nath, in terms of the personal tax side, obviously there's no changes in the rates or the slabs, and you wouldn't expect any finance minister for 2 years in a row to be able to do that. She did that in the last budget, but there's been a lot of announcements for simplification of rules, some decriminalization of penalties, etc. Walk us through that. She spent a considerable amount of time about how the income tax procedures are going to be made more people-friendly, less regulatory, and less this sort of stick of the tax man, as it were.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, not only now, over a period, what we have seen is that the focus is entirely on the reforms, and to make any reform effective, you need to have the participation from the stakeholders. And how do you do that? By boosting the confidence, and therefore the personal income tax reforms are essentially steps toward that. Not only that, in the personal income tax, overall in the budget as well, if you see, the focus is on the reform side, even on the customs and some of the tax changes that we saw. Say, for example, in the AEO scheme, they are saying that from 15 days now you pay the duty in a 30 days time. Now that's kind of a lot of confidence into the industry, which is very, very encouraging and truly defines the reformative mindset of the government.
Maninder Singh, in terms of the specifics about the 7 high-speed rail corridors, the 20 new waterways to be set up, 5 regional hubs for medical tourism, the thrust on university townships near industrial corridors, how much do you make of this? Of course, announcements are one thing, actualization, translation into sort of reality on the ground, that's also a big question mark. How much will that address concerns, particularly around youth, unemployment, quality of jobs, etc.?
Thanks, Zach. I think it's a very good point. One of the things that I wanted to raise here was, while all of these provisions and recommendations have been made, I think the concern in general has been in execution and governance around all of these schemes. And to the points that you made, while it will help create employment, also alternative businesses in general, but I think the key to success will be how the government actually implement it on the ground and govern it. Because we've seen announcements being made in the past for a lot of new schemes, but then on ground, the reality doesn't change for a lot of years. Specifically to our industry, I'll bring the attention to the services side. We set up GCCs for foreign firms in India, and we service them from here. One of the things that we see as positive is the rationalization and clarification of the safe harbor. There was, as the earlier gentleman said, there were a lot of ambiguity around which bracket do you fit in vis-a-vis the services that you are providing. And this clarification of bringing a lot of these related services into one basket is definitely helpful, and also clarification in terms of the tax bracket. Although I would also say that a lot of these IT services companies were availing the safe harbor rates of about 14-15%. This is going to be marginally higher for them. But having said this, you don't have to go to independent consultants to do the study every year. The overall ease of doing businesses is much better. Having said this, I think one thing is still ignored is what we feel is, in general, the services industry. I mean, a lot of focus on manufacturing and MSMEs. But if you look at the overall export, higher than 45% of the export comes from services. So there were some expectations in terms of setting up, economic zones that focuses on GCCs and GCC establishment, making capital available and rationalizing the overall policies around it. I think that's missed, which could have been, especially for the fact that immigration changes, in the US could have been leveraged by doing investment in this area, which is missed.
Just give me
one
second about the big announcements. I want to go across to our Budget Day studio wall here. The big announcements that have come, like I said, this is a sort of continuing feature of the Modi era budgets, whether it's physical infrastructure, whether it's focus on MSMEs, focus on R&D, focus on, of course, now in this budget we've seen Semiconductor Mission 2.0 and also rare earths. The big announcement, 20 new waterways over the next 5 years to be allocated, new dedicated freight corridor between Gujarat and Bengal. That again is going to boost your infrastructure spending as well as easing connectivity. 5 new regional hubs to promote medical tourism. Tourism has been one of the underfunded sectors, so I think this is something that's going to push tourism. 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. This government has been pushing Ayush in a big way. So 3 new All India Institutes, just like your AIIMS, now there will be All India Institutes of Ayurveda. A new National Institute of Design, NID is in Ahmedabad. There's going to be a new one in the eastern region catering to Bengal, Assam, the northeast. 5 university townships in the vicinity of industrial corridors. This has been again a big pain point. There is no match between the skills with which young people come out today from colleges and institutions and what industry wants. This will hopefully try to bridge some of those skill gaps. 1 girls' hostel in every district in the country. There are 700 districts, so 1 girls' hostel will again improve the female labor participation rate. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities to be set up. A new National Institute of Hospitality, again the push for tourism. A national destination digital video grid. Khelo India Mission 2.0 for sports sector for the next 10 years. A development of 500 reservoirs for fisheries. That again is a big plus for fisheries and small aqua industry. Bharat Vista multilingual AI tool for farmers so that they can access farming tools in their own languages. Ecologically sustainable mountain trains in Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, etc. First ever global Big Cat Summit will be held. India will be holding that summit for promoting wildlife conservation. A tax holiday till 2047 to all foreign companies that are providing cloud services to Indian customers, and also for building these massive GCCs for foreign tech firms. Customs duty exemption on 17 drugs related to cancer. That again is a big plus as well. I want to go across to a piece of breaking news that's just coming through. The first political reaction from the leader of the opposition, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He's just put out on Twitter, on the platform X. This is his first reaction. Falling jobs, youth without jobs, falling manufacturing, investors pulling out capital, household savings plummeting, farmers in distress, looming global shocks, all ignored. A budget that refuses to course correct, blind to India's real crises. Most of this is political. Well, but you would try and see that Mr. Gandhi is trying to make a political point about a budget which generally the reaction seems to be there's no big ticket announcement or big ticket complete overhaul. Instead, it is sort of a continuity of previous budgets that we've seen as well. I want to go across to Mr. Pushkarna and to Mr. Srivatsan as well. Mr. Pushkarna, in terms of, no big ticket overhaul, people were talking about, do a greater emphasis on ease of doing business. This whole translation from announcement of budget and announcement of policy to actual implementation on the ground. Do you see this budget addressing that to some degree, or do you think, again, while the statements and the announcement and the policy intentions are great, it's the actual implementation on the ground which requires a lot more thrust?
Well, thank you, Zakir, for having me over. For the past 7 years, we have been working very deeply in rural India, which is the tier 2 and the tier 3 India. Haribol is actually an impact project by ISKCON, working with a lot of women entrepreneurs in the dairy and in the ag sector. And we've actually seen over the years infrastructure development in terms of roads, in terms of water, sanitation, training centers, micro training centers coming up where they are involving people on quality standards. For us, I think one of the most important part is implementing and getting AI support. As the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister said, that from local, we need to get to global. And global standard is all about creating transparency in the system. There's been a lot of support in that as well. 2 years back, we were showcased at the Global AI Summit when we were first to use AI technology for protection of cows. So it's something which is, and we get local support from administration, even to people in the villages, to the SDMs, to people, bureaucrats who are on ground, who are there, who even go to the level of tell us how to implement these schemes and systems which already exist. A lot of us, as my esteemed panelists say, one thing is getting an announcement in, and the other thing is getting it implemented, like you rightly say. But having been in tier 2, 3 cities, we've seen it happen.
Okay.
And now with this budget, it might not be like like everybody is talking about big ticket, reforms here and there. But the fundamental growth which comes from reinforcing tier 2, tier 3 cities, 5 lakh crores there, giving girls hostels. We have a tie-up with NIFTM. How can we take women from tier 1, and tell them to go educate, work with tier 2, tier 3 farmers, tell them what tier 1 is looking for, what are the global standards if they don't have proper systems.
All right. Now, I want to get a quick word before we take another break from Mr. Srivatsan. In terms of the market reaction, obviously the disappointment has been around the STT, the increase in both futures and options, but also the expectation that there'll be some sort of addressal of both long-term and short-term capital gains tax. That's not come through. Is that primarily why the market sentiment is negative today?
Yeah. So, the budget really, there was a bit of an anticipation perhaps that was built, and possibly some options that was built ahead of budget day. Maybe people were liquidating these options. But I think in a budget there are two parts. One is a short-term fix, and the other is a long-term action plan. What we heard today was steps or a series of measures that will play out over a period of time if we implement them well and if we coordinate between center and state. I think the market was expecting some low-hanging fruits. It expected some sweetener today. It could have been lower STT. It could have been, capital gains reforms, which was well anticipated. And I think also in general, for every provision that comes out as a proposal, there are several that are in the queue. But one or two standout provisions that are there, which again really doesn't affect much of corporate India. The provisions relating to GCC, again, these are largely private enterprises. It's market. It doesn't really impact the market sentiment.
Okay.
I think there's one point in the budget which, where they've slashed the pre-deposit of tax, which was earlier 20% you had to pay upfront. That was the base amount you had to pay even if there was a high-pitched demand. So that has been brought down to 10%. I think market corrects over time, but I think to answer your question, I think people have shorted their positions and they didn't get to hear the news that they anticipated because there's a lot of anticipation that was built in.
Okay.
And most of the provisions in the budget, they are looking at a long term and they don't see a short term sweetener that was expected by many.
Okay. All right. I want to thank our guests. Even as we speak, I'm just checking the markets again, 1.3% down the Sensex. But like I said, it could again get back into green territory over a course of time. But as of now, with these two concerns, STT being increased and no addressal of LTCG and STCG, maybe those are the two big factors that the market is responding to. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get serial entrepreneur and investor, Mr. Screwvala, Ronnie Screwvala will be joining us. But quick break. It's a big, big budget, 2026. It's a budget for continuity. It's a budget for reforms. It's also a budget that tries to address the twin shocks of one, supply side issues with China plus one, and on the tariff side, on the demand side, with the tariffs that have been caused by Trump. Quick break. We'll come back on the other side in a moment.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage.
To our Budget 2026 Reforms Reloaded coverage from CNN News 18 and the DBS Bank Budget Day studio. I want to go across to Mr. Ronnie Screwvala, serial entrepreneur and investor. All right, the Finance Minister is just speaking. Let's go straight across.
You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Viksit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. The idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we are coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years. 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipment. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else. From small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another, which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the supports, and 3-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREDS platform will now be treated almost as a security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant Institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान एमएसएमई को कर पाएँ, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है। सो वी वांट टू मेक CPSEs एज पायनियर्स. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise.
increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year?
Because there is a, from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209. Ma'am, Prakash Pedashi from ET Now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Will be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234. Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, in at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we'll definitely have TOR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premanshu from Anandabazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals, and therefore states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here, front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80,000 crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you all.
4.
Okay. So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4%. and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anywhere.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say, this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank
Come.
you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Kashmini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or, the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of a infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI, and very clearly we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI, what is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is where semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well. And I'll ask the CEA to speak a bit on it because he spent a lot of time so that he could write effectively capturing what's happening down. Ananta, you want to say anything on it?
Actually, we have to see the semiconductor mission and the announcements related to the rare earth corridor, which ma'am talked about a few minutes ago. All of them as part of the framework that we presented a couple of days ago here on the strategic resilience part. So, in fact, many elements of this ma'am's budget speech focus both on equipping us to handle the AI-related technology as well as skilling the population in areas where they can be immune to some of the AI-related impacts as well. So it covers both dimensions, and therefore the semiconductor mission, the rare earth corridor, and also some of the Part B announcements ma'am made about the various electronics and manufacturing sectors were all part of the initiatives to make sure that we make ourselves strategically resilient in a very fraught global environment.
138 at the back side. Yeah.
I'm Rishabh with NDTV Profit. Just wanted to ask on the buyback tax, the rationale behind it, because was it essential to do it now? Because in 2025, there were a lot of companies that came out with significant share buybacks. Also because, and also do you foresee some sort of a reduction in buybacks? And secondly, on pollution-related schemes, the outlay has been very stagnant, but pollution as a problem remains. Is this not a policy priority for the government now?
On the buyback, I'll have Revenue Secretary brief us.
So first of all, on the buyback, I'd like to clarify. I hope that the point was clear enough in the speech also, that it is in fact a relief. It's not a tax, additional tax. It is a relief. Buyback tax system was changed to make it as a dividend income, which is income at the applicable income tax rate at the hand of the shareholder. It has been corrected now, and we have put the tax to be and the hands of shareholder as a capital gains tax, which long term, for example, will be only 12.5%. So there is a correction and a relief which has been given to the shareholders. All that has been done is, the whole objective of doing that change at that time was misuse of a tax arbitrage by promoters. So the change made for promoter is that additional buyback tax on them, which again keeps things status quo for them. So even today, the marginal rate at which they would have been paying the tax as a dividend, which is at their respective income tax rates, we have kept it at 30 and 22. If it is a corporate, 22. If it is an individual, 30. So as far as promoters is concerned, it is status quo. As far as the other shareholders is concerned, it is actually a very big relief. So that is probably what may make the point a little clearer, the announcement itself clearer.
76 at the front side.
So pollution is a priority with government, and not everything has to appear at the budget speech is how I would put it, ma'am. So we are working with many state governments on projects related to air pollution, even water pollution. There is a significant budgetary outlay on sewage control as well as drainage. And
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore.
News 18 and TBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Arun, welcome and thank you so much for staying with us. We are coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has concluded her Budget 2026-27 speech in the Lok Sabha in a 1.5-hour long address. She went about laying out the government's economic roadmap anchored in growth, in investment and fiscal stability. The key announcements that have been made by the Union Finance Minister, in fact, included a sharp push to public capital expenditure, and that stood at 12.2 lakh crore for the financial year 26-27. If we further take a look at not just this capex hike but also the connectivity boost that was announced by the Finance Minister, 7 high-speed rail corridors that have been announced by the Finance Minister. This was, in fact, a renewed outlook at looking at boosting connectivity, not just road but also rail connectivity that she has gone on to announce in that union budget. Also, there is a renewed focus on corporate bond market, the market making framework with access to funds and derivatives. Very important announcement that came in as far as that is concerned. There was also this entire Viksit Bharat goal that has been announced, and for that a high-level committee on banking is to be set up, something that was addressed by the Finance Minister in that press briefing as well, where she was talking about this entire expansion of the country's banking infrastructure to look at the 2047 goal. So that was underlined by the Finance Minister. Also, NRI investment limit. That investment limit for the NRIs has been increased from the earlier 5% to now 10%. Another big announcement that was made by Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. There's also an important focus on fiscal consolidation, where the fiscal deficit that was estimated at 4.3 for the financial year 27 and 4.4 for the financial year 2026. So this was also something that has been underlined by the Union Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. Now this one is another important one, something that has been taken with a pinch of salt, STT taxes that have been increased. So as far as the security transactions, that tax that has now been increased from 0.1% earlier to 0.15%. So there is some amount of tax hike as far as F&O traders are concerned. So that has not been, in fact, going down well with many, and that is what the chatter is around as far as online is concerned. Focus on medical sector. Another important point that we'd like to highlight for our viewers as 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with private sector. That has been announced by Ms. Sitharaman. So this is another important aspect that needs to be a very important special focus as far as this year's budget is concerned. No change in direct tax. So no real big headline for the common man as far as change in tax slabs are concerned, because that has not happened as far as this year's budget is concerned. There has been no change in personal income tax regime. That stands as it was the last time around. So this is something that we would like you to look at. Now we have some special guests who are also joining us on the broadcast. We will go to them by and by, but these big announcements that have come in from the Union Finance Minister really speaks volumes about which way this budget is really going to be looking at. Now let's take a look at some of the key areas. In fact, with that, let me open this up to my guests who are joining us on the broadcast. In fact, Shirish Kurada, who's the MD and CEO of BINS, is with us. Apalla Saikis Kiran, entrepreneur and India's youngest investment banker, is also with us. Also joining us is Shankaram, and he's the MD and CIO of Spark Capital. Also joining us is Deep Chanda, CEO, Ampka Cyber. Gagan Kumar, who's a tax and corporate lawyer, is with us, and also a part of Heightened Legal Associates. So let me begin with our first guest, Mr. Kurada, who's joining us. First of all, sir, we just had a look at the press briefing by the Finance Minister as well. One thing that she's going about underlining is how this is going to be a very, very renewed and important push, particularly when we take a look at this special committee that's been set up for the banking sector. And she's not majorly talking about key reforms at the moment. She's talking about a larger goal, that goes up to 2047. And that is one of the key headlines that's also come about. So we'd like to begin our conversation with you throwing light on that. How do you look at that assessment of the Finance Minister and the way she wants this budget really go forward when it is about that special committee that's also been set up for it?
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Great. Yep. Look, this is a traditionally speaking a boring budget. but boring is good. As an entrepreneur and from representing the corporates, it's doubling down on the policy targets and the vision. So it's a long-term budget, and key panels such as looking at the banking, what we're going to do in the banking industry, what are we going to do with the AI services, and also MSMEs. I think that only just talks about the vision and the continuity from the previous budgets towards that vision. So I think from a common man perspective, there may not have been many specific things called out because there's a lot done from last time. But this is a very good budget from a long-term perspective, and the continuity factor gives a lot of credibility and also makes corporates very comfortable because it's not flip-flopping on the policies as such. From my perspective, there's a few amazing things that have been called out, apart from the big headline on, key priority sectors like defense and pharma and textiles, etc. But, for GCCs and the entrepreneurs out there, this budget's been more about tax compliance and ease of tax compliance, right? And simplifying that. Yeah. The safe harbor rule from a transfer pricing mechanism has always been very great. I think putting a slab at 15.5% for IT services, it's a godsend. It helps and gives continuity and stability for foreign direct income and foreign companies coming here in terms of how do you play with the transfer pricing. I think the other big thing that we're looking at is the capital expenditure on developing tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I think if we are going to expand on our PLI schemes, we're going to expand on not just manufacturing but services as well. We need those tier 2 and tier 3 right now. So that capital expenditure is amazing. And given the sort of services firms and kind of contribute about 45% of exports, I think a harmonization of the rules has been welcomed as well. Right? There's been harmonization attempted in a lot of pockets, and I think that's only just that those stepping stones are incredibly consistent from previous sort of agenda items, and I think seeing that again and again just gives us a lot more comfort.
Okay. Mr. Sai Kiran, since you are one of India's youngest investment banker, and that is one thing that I'd want to understand from you also. The key things that have been said about the banking infrastructure as far as the country is concerned, and has been particularly highlighted by Ms. Sitharaman in that press briefing, is also something that we'd want you to share your insights, and also the fact that there's so much of impetus that has been given to entrepreneurs like yourself, where she's not just mentioned about the good use of AI. We will speak about how the farmers are going to be impacted and assisted well with the use of artificial intelligence. At least that is what the goal is. But how in fact, startups are coming into, this entire system of AI, the use of AI that can be used to assist and not really take over what human intelligence can do. How do you take this statement by Ms. Sitharaman?
I mean, I have to say, like everyone will agree to the specific statement because youngsters definitely want to grow along, want to find new opportunities, explore new avenues, and the AI segment has really boosted that in the orange economy, especially in the content creation, VFX, gaming segment that was really stressed in the recent budget. So I guess the steps taken are exciting, and holistically speaking, the whole startup landscape. Not many big reforms have been provided, but definitely the interests have been specified in the AI infrastructure segment, pharma segment, and I guess that is where it will be. So the current budget definitely is going to be a plus for very long-term investors in the infrastructure space, and it would be really green for them. But apart from that, nothing very exciting or relief for the startup segment specifically.
Okay, all right. Mr. Shakaram, would you agree to this? Not that exciting is what many of the entrepreneurs really see this as far as this year's budget is concerned. Would you agree? And before, in fact, you go ahead and answer that, let me also introduce Shehzad and Tehseen Poonawala, who are also now joining us on the broadcast. Welcome, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Do go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. No, I think like someone said earlier, one can view this as a boring budget, but also one can view it as a budget that is in continuity of what they have been saying for quite some time. I think one of the highlights of this government and the budgets that they have been they have been presenting year after year is their steadfast focus on fiscal consolidation. Keeping the fiscal position of the government tight, but at the same time releasing resources for pockets of the economy which require it. And I think that's the beautiful balance that they have been striking. And this year is no different, given the emphasis to certain things like urban infrastructure, water, skilling, tourism, some of these smaller sectors.
Okay.
But at the same time, also touching upon important sectors like defense, and ensuring that they provide the necessary stimulus to the economy by keeping up their capex plans as well. So I think it's all about striking a good balance, and I think that's what they have been able to do very well. And finally, I think while doing this, presenting a very credible fiscal picture. So, the growth estimates on taxes or, what they are assuming on the overall GDP, all of these are very, very credible estimates that nobody can have any issues with. So I think that's really the beauty of the budget. I mean, I think insofar as the big bang measures that everybody keeps hoping for, I think they have shown the fact that right through the year, they're in business. They announce large, significant measures right through the year, like what happened even last year. So I think we should not think about this as a one-day kind of an episode where we expect everything to be announced in one day, but more like a plan that's laid out on this day, but executed over the rest of the year and over the years.
Right. So you're saying that keeping the momentum going is what this budget majorly did of the reforms that have been announced all through the year, this year, which has begun, and the last year, 2025, because the finance minister did go ahead and also make a mention of the Prime Minister's address during the Republic Day 2025, where he'd spoken about the GST reforms. That too was a part of the budget announcement that was made by Nirmala Sitharaman. Tehseen, I want to bring you in. There was a particular question that came in from the scribes, which spoke about how the reforms are merely reserved for the election-bound states. Since we are also wanting to make some amount of politics, there was an apt response that came in from the finance minister, and she said, if you want me to begin laying out what we've done for the non-election-bound states, that also is a long list, really. How do you see that sort of chatter going around? And if you actually add to it the kind of announcements that have been made when it is about increasing the rail infra or the kind of corridors that have been announced, one particular one also makes a mention of Varanasi when it is about Delhi to Varanasi or Varanasi to Siliguri. All of that included, where do you see the chatter really going, Tehseen?
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Thank you.
This is a government big on announcements, short on delivery, and pathetic on its financial management. This, perhaps in the history of India, is the worst finance ministry, I'm not talking about the honorable finance minister, to have ever run the government. It is incompetent, which is why you have the most number of high net worth individuals leaving India after England. Arun Jaitley ji promised that LTGC and STGC at one point will go away. You've now kept that the same. You've increased LTGC and now you've increased STD, which is why the markets are reacting as they are. But let me come to the policies that the announcement, both on election going states and non-election going states, with this idea of reform that they want to bring in. So first, let's talk about this entire idea that they want to create this corridor for rare earth minerals in the 4 states that they want to mine it. All right. But even if you want to sort of build a mining sort of, you want to get the rare earth minerals out and you've given an exemption on the custom duty on the equipment that comes in, your environment clearance takes years and years. For example, Jammu has lithium. 6 years now, double engine government, you've not mined 1 ounce of lithium. Where is your single window clearance? Where is your environmental clearance? Let's go on environment. Your pollution is taking 3% of your GDP. The finance minister did not speak about pollution. It's not even just a health issue. It's an economic issue. Unless we don't clear our pollution, how is India going to grow and how are we going to have a fit India? You may reduce taxes on drugs that come in for cancer. Yes, we have a heart attack and cancer pandemic in our country. Young people succumbing to it, partly because of the pollution. She hasn't spoken about it. Now let's come to what she has to say on this artificial intelligence, on the data center that has to be created.
No, but
so
if we talk about the medical sector reforms of the kind of drugs, and let's talk about cancer drugs also. Do you think that is not a reform quick coming? I just wanted to understand that. Do you not see it as a boost, as an impetus for the medical sector, so to speak, because we are talking about cancer after all?
Yes, but we have a cancer pandemic in India. India today is suffering from a cancer and a heart attack pandemic. Okay. Every person who's watching this broadcast and knows somebody who's got cancer or a heart attack. And to deal with this, yes, we need the drugs. But one of the big problems, apart from the pollution, but
Shehzad, we will get you to counter this, but we have to quickly go into a very short break. We also talk about those rare earth corridors that you've touched upon, Tehseen. Going into a very short break, coming back to my guests in just a bit.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing more.
We've got the best panelists in the business, the best analysts here. What is the strategic vision for Bharat going forward? Is there a plan? Are we working to it?
I think industry is going in with measured expectations.
The theme of this budget will be resilience, very turbulent times.
Before COVID, 17.8%. Post-COVID now in 23-24, 10.2%.
My appeal to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister would be, please focus on ease of business.
We're talking about Budget 2026 with my guests here in the studios. Let me now, in fact, go to Shehzad. Shehzad, Tehseen was making that point, not very happy with this budget announcements, made a particular point on the rare earth corridors that has been announced by the Union Finance Minister, and also the fact that this budget really does not come up with any headline for the common man as far as direct taxes are concerned.
No, I plead guilty. I can correct the echo, please. Please correct the echo because it will be difficult to speak up.
Yeah, I'll just request my director to do that.
I plead guilty to Tehseen Poonawalla, whose leader Rahul Gandhi thinks economy is dead. So if he does not have a good view about this budget, and perhaps he finds that there is no headline in this budget, I would like to tell him that we want to place action above ambiguity, reform above rhetoric, and we place people above populism. And therefore we, and he said that we have the worst performing finance ministry. This finance ministry has ensured that we go from 11th position to 5th to 4th and now eventually 3rd position as far as economy is concerned. We are the fastest growing large economy for the last 2 years. We have the lowest inflation rate last few years has been the range of 3 to 4%. We have had the highest foreign exchange reserves. We have had a sizable amount of the FDI in the last 15 years coming in the last 10 years. We have seen the manner in which this economy has ensured that the NPAs are at the lowest. Public sector banks and banking sector in general is more healthy. And despite the global headwinds that we are facing, we have been able to ensure that this kind of economy continues to deliver, and we are going to build a resilient and strong economy. And for that, we've taken some steps in today's budget. What are those steps? One step is that we have to enhance the productivity, competitiveness, and the resilience within our economy. So we are focusing on certain sectors where we are pushing for manufacturing in biopharma. We are going to be pushing for semiconductor missions. We are pushing for the rare earth corridors in Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. We are strengthening our capital goods manufacturing. We are pushing for the MSME manufacturing. We are giving a boost to the textile sector and handicraft sector. This is what we are doing because on the other hand, with the India-EU trade deal and with other FTAs, we are opening up diversified markets for precisely these labor-intensive goods. Secondly, we have been able to ensure that the fiscal deficit is maintained. Even though there have been several challenges, it is now in the range of 4.3, 4.4%, which is something that should be commended. And finally, I think that what you can sum up is that this is the budget that has delivered and continues on the path of high growth. We have been giving reforms over the last 11 years, whether it's the implementation of GST, whether it's the implementation of direct tax reform, whether it's increasing the tax slab.
But this point that you made about the taxation, let me get in Mr. Gagan Kumar, who's a tax and corporate lawyer who's now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Kumar, how do you see this? No change as far as the tax slabs are concerned. However, that STT announcement for F&O traders has been taken with a pinch of salt.
Thank you for having me here.
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
The voice is echoing actually. So
we just request the director to fix that for you, sir. If you can please go ahead, make your point.
Yeah. So essentially, from a tax perspective, huge amendments have already been made in the previous couple of years, and on a personal tax front, be it income tax and the recent reduction in GST rate. Now, if you get the perspective, particularly if you read the budget along with the economic survey, one gets the clear indication. One of the pain points which has been identified by the government is the current account deficit.
Yes.
And the panacea to deal with that is found to be in the Swadeshi manufacturing. Now, if you look at the budget, it can be divided into two aspects. One, focusing on the manufacturing aspect, that is addressing the traditional manufacturing industry, be it textile, handloom and the other rural aspects. The other is the new age products where be it the artificial intelligence related products or the other advanced technologies. And the second aspect of this budget, I would see it is in terms of addressing the ease of doing business. One of the biggest challenge the industry has been claiming is that it is not easy to do business. And one of the point which was made by somebody on the panel that a lot of high net worth individuals are migrating from India. Now, one of the reasons for that migration is the lucrative offer of golden visas by various countries, be it Portugal, Spain, or US also. So that is one aspect. The second is when we look at the ease of doing business and the amendments which have been proposed in the Income Tax Act, both the 1961 and the 2025 Act, one would notice that a lot of legacy tax issues have been put to rest, be it the jurisdictional issue, whether the jurisdictional assessing officer can issue notice or the faceless assessing officer can issue the notice, what should be the time limit for completion of assessment in case of a transfer pricing dispute, and also the trust has been demonstrated on the industry by way of reducing criminal offenses as well as replacing some of the criminal offences with the penalties, instead of penalties, now with fine. So from a tax and law perspective, what we call the legal maxim is parent patriae, that is Latin for parent of nation.
Okay.
So,
all right.
In a way, it is an enabling budget where the concern of industry has been sought to be addressed.
All right. Mr. Deep Chanda, about that point, particularly on the Swadeshi pitch that the budget also goes on to make yet again, something that has been underlined. We're talking about semiconductor, computer chips to be made in India. How do you see this as a growth opportunity or something that will be giving that kind of impetus that is much required here in the country?
Right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Since morning 7 a.m., I've been hopping around different news channels, but I want to start off by appreciating you, CNN, IB, and the way you have been very precise, no drama, no nonsense, very precise, data-driven. How you have driven the union budget is really great. Now, before I start off, there are two Poonawallas from different extremes of political agenda. So I'll try to be neutral and I'll tell you my views on as an entrepreneur how I look at it. Right.
Okay.
So in the 90-minute speech that our respected finance minister gave, she spoke about the semiconductor boost, which is the gallium nitrate boost, which shall replace or change the entire semiconductor space, right? If you look at the digital public infrastructure, what has been happening over the last couple of years, it has been majorly
We'll let you make that point, sir. I just have a quick piece of breaking news that I have to put out for our viewers. So we are now, in fact, getting in that stock story slide for you as the finance minister has gone on to hike the trade taxes. We were talking about the STT. Now the market is seeing that in red. The Sensex has cracked over 1,500 points. Nifty has slipped 50 and it has gone below 24,900. These are the details that are coming in as for the market really reacting to that announcement. Ekta Batra now joins us on the broadcast with all of those details. Ekta, market in red over this announcement. Explain to us what are we seeing at the moment?
Well, yes, definitely a disappointing close and a disappointing day for the markets on a budget reaction basis. In fact, the markets have seen the biggest budget day fall that in 6 years. So we haven't seen this kind of fall in the past 6 years or past 6 budgets. The Nifty ended below 24,900. We had the frontline indices which closed with a cut of around 2%. 42 Nifty stocks were in the red today. We had the BSE listed companies erase market capitalization of around 11 lakh crore in today's trading session. Like you mentioned, the Sensex fell around 1,500 points plus. And we had the Nifty Bank, which slipped quite considerably in today's trading session. It was down over 1,100 odd points. We had the Nifty PSU Bank Index, which underperformed today. So banks such as State Bank of India, the largest lender in the country, along with Bank of Baroda, as well as Bank of Maharashtra, Union Bank, all of these stocks went home with cuts in the red. The other sector which was really pressured today was the entire metal space, which remained under pressure on the back of a sell-off. So we had the Nifty Metals Index, which was down around 4%. And if you're talking about metals, we had the entire precious metals ETF space, which did see profit booking in today's trading session as well. So, for example, gold Bs, we had the Nippon Silver ETF, all of them which were down in today's trading session. Now, one of the bigger, two sectors which were really involved in today's trading session was the entire defense space. So remember that the street was going in with hopes of a really high budget allocation in terms of defense. It did increase, but maybe it disappointed the street in terms of how much the allocation or the spend or the incentives towards defense was. So we had defense stocks which were under pressure.
Ekta, for that important update. While we speak about the kind of budgetary allocation that has increased, clearly the markets really are not favorably responding to that announcement by the finance minister. Keeping an eye on every detail from budget 2026, but right now taking a very short break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technology.
And welcome back. We are getting some more breaking news. As far as Budget 2026 is concerned, there has been a point-by-point rebuttal to the markets opening in red when it is about the response to the taxation announcement. This is what the NDA claims that this is really resulted in, as even as opposition, they say, are doing politics over the budget. The NDA really, as per sources, is suggesting that the negative reaction in the stock market is due to the increase in the STT in the futures, the security transaction tax that has been imposed as far as future and options trading is concerned is the result why the markets have in fact responded in red. The government wants to discourage excessive participation in F&O trading. This is what the finance minister has also mentioned in that press briefing. However, the market conditions are also now expected to stabilize. This is what we are learning of at the moment, and this is as per sources, NDA really suggesting that the markets are responding only because of the STT that has been increased in F&O trading. We go into a very short break for that.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries.
18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Good afternoon, and we are coming live to you from the CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman concluded her Budget 2026-27 speech in the Lok Sabha in a 1.5 hours long address today. She's laid out the government's economic roadmap anchored in growth, investment and even fiscal stability. Key announcements included a sharp push to public capital expenditure at 12.2 lakh crore rupees in the current fiscal year. The Finance Minister announced government's renewed outlook with a thrust on manufacturing, even semiconductors and MSMEs. The address also highlighted targeted initiatives in health, sports, tourism and even women-led enterprises, all framed around the vision of building a Viksit Bharat by 2047. But is this going to also satisfy the taxpayer? That's a question we'll be posing to our guests in just a bit. But it's marked her own historic 9th consecutive union budget address in the Lok Sabha, which is also being seen as a moment of Nari Shakti. Listen in to what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say.
This is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan. We are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance.
All right, let's take you through the key takeaways of this budget. What has it got to offer? To begin with, there's been a massive capex hike. You're looking at an increase of up to 12.2 lakh crore rupees for the financial year up to 2027. There's also going to be a connectivity boost, which is being talked about. How so? Because 7 high-speed rail corridors have been announced today, and this is, of course, going to be called them bullet trains or HSR or high-speed rail corridors. Now, focus is also going to be on corporate bond market-making framework with greater access being provided to funds and derivatives. You're also looking at Viksit Bharat goal. What is that going to be all about? It's going to be about a high-level committee that's now going to ensure and look towards banking, which will be set up only to ensure that idea of a Viksit Bharat of 2047. NRI investment limit you're looking at for NRIs has also been increased from a 5% to a 10%, which is of course being seen as a welcoming sign for an economy that is currently facing turbulence. Focus on fiscal consolidation, fiscal deficit estimate at 4.3% for the financial year 27 and 4.4% for financial year 2026. STT taxes, they've been increased, and that's the securities transaction tax, the increase from 0.1% up to 0.15%. That's already having an impact on the market. How this moves forward would be interesting in the days ahead. But there's also going to be focus on the medical sector. You're looking at regional medical hubs being created in partnership with private sectors as well. New Income Tax Act. The new Income Tax Act is now going to come into effect from 1st of April, as has been highlighted by Nirmala Sitharaman in her speech as well. Now, let's also break down for you what is going to be the major expenditure, those sectors. So to begin with, you're looking at transport. That's been allocated, in fact, 5,98,520 crore rupees. Let's come to defense. Remember, this is a post-Operation Sindoor budget, and so defense is playing a very key role. Defense spending, of course, has increased. You're looking at 5,94,585 crore rupees of, in fact, allocation over here. Rural development, 2,73,108 crore rupees. Home affairs, 2,55,234 crores. Agriculture, 1,62,671 crore rupees. Education, again, another priority area of focus. You're looking at 1,39,289 crore rupees being allocated to this sector. Energy, remember, is very crucial today on a day when US President Donald Trump has already announced that India is going to be purchasing more Venezuelan oil. And so energy is being allocated 1,09,029 crore rupees. Health sector, over 1,04,000 crore rupees. Again, urban development, 85,522 crore rupees. IT and telecom sector, over 74,000 crore rupees. Commerce and industry, over 70,000 crore rupees. Social welfare, over 62,000 crore rupees. Scientific departments, 55,000 plus crore rupees. Tax administration, over 45,000 rupees. External affairs, over 22,000. Finance, over 20,000 crore rupees. And development of Northeast is being given a separate allocation, which is heartening indeed for that entire region, which is going to be over 6,000 crore rupees. On that note, getting in some breaking inputs, let's quickly dive in, as what we're being told is that the Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh has hailed the budget for this sector, and he has hailed this provision of 7.85 lakh crores, saying the budget, which comes after the historic succession of Operation Sindoor, has strengthened our resolve to make the country's defense system even more strong. Remember, this is a time when India is looking towards increasing its defense spending in a global climate where all countries are looking to do so, from China, Japan, the United States. But let's also listen to what the defense minister had to say.
इस बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है। इस वर्ष हमारी सेनाओं के ओवरऑल कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए 2.19 लाख करोड़ रुपया का प्रावधान किया गया है। और इस बजट का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष हमारी तीनों सेनाओं के मॉडर्नाइजेशन का है, और इसके लिए इस वर्ष 1.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए की प्रावधान की गई है, जो पिछले वित्त वर्ष की तुलना में लगभग 24% अधिक है। और इस वृद्धि के परिणाम स्वरूप हमारी सैन्य क्षमता और अधिक सशक्त होगी।
All right, let me introduce my esteemed guests. In fact, I'm joined in by Arundhati Bhattacharya, who is a chairperson of Salesforce and former chairperson of the SBI. Also joined in by Kailash Adhikari in a bit, is what I'm being told right now. Also joined in by Ashish Narayan Agarwal, who's a founder and CEO of Property Pistol. Sushil Tiwari, who is the CEO of Tequila Global Services. Many thanks to you all for joining in. Arundhati Bhattacharya, if I could begin with you first, your take on the 3 kartavyas as the Union Finance Minister has announced, which is also about looking towards generating growth, capacity building, and more importantly, giving access to the taxpayer. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, I think these are foundational things for India today, given the kind of demography that we have with, more than half the people below the age of 35. It's important for us to be able to create the necessary kind of jobs to be able to fulfill the aspirations of these people if we really are to ensure that this country goes forward. So, much of the stuff that has been talked about, many of the initiatives, the fact that we are expecting that 10% of all global services will come from India by 2047, and the way that we are going about creating, as we call it, the orange economy, supporting areas that have become choke points for us, say in the areas of in the areas of semiconductor, in the areas of rare earth, very many of these areas that we are talking about. I think more or less the budget has a central theme of trying and ensuring that it's addressing those choke points in the entire ecosystem that is preventing the kind of growth that can take us to the Viksit Bharat level.
All right, Ashish Narayan Agarwal, if I could bring you in on that whole idea of a Viksit Bharat. There was a lot of chatter about how this is not about protecting just the taxpayer. This is a budget which has been heavily focused on the economy this time around, given the deeply divided, not just geopolitical, but divided geo-economic climate of the world as well.
Sure, I think I agree on these points. What this budget essentially does in a very strong manner is to move away from speculative growth to a policy-driven, data-driven, and a long-term growth. So if I talk about the major initiatives here, so one, very clearly, the increase of 150% in STT on futures trading. It clearly shows government's core intent of moving away from speculations and policy-driven, sustained, consistent growth, what we have seen in last more than a decade. So if I talk about real estate in particular, so I see there is a very strong initiative which this government has taken, which is about using the REIT route to unlocking the central PSU's land bank. Now, at the core of this idea, if you look at, this talks about utilizing the lands which central PSUs own by not just selling those lands, but monetizing those lands in an institutional manner by establishment of REIT. It's a very far-fetched and a long-term policy decision which the government has taken, and I'm sure this is going to augur well with respect to development of real estate in a very structured and institutionally driven, stable capital. And I think this points to the core psychology of this government, where it talks about sustainability and a consistent growth mindset. So I completely agree.
Stay with me. We also have, in fact, some more reactions coming in, and we will continue with that discussion. Let's listen in to how the government is, in fact, responding right now to the budget, because CNN News 18's Arunima had a conversation with Union Minister Jitendra Singh. Let's listen in to how he's hailed this budget.
What is it in the budget that you think makes it a reform-oriented budget?
This budget, even though by convention and by custom this is supposed to be budget 2025-26, but it lays down the roadmap for the next 25 years, a quarter of a century, which also incidentally includes the year 2047, that of Viksit Bharat. The budget is driven by the same spirit, that Reform Express that Prime Minister keeps reiterating quite often. It has structural reforms. It is very heavily technology driven with cutting edge technologies, and also keeping in mind the futuristic patterns of economic growth. I think the biggest, one of the major announcements is, and I'm glad that most of the announcements are linked to one of the departments.
Your ministry, your department.
Yeah, some of the other departments related to me. I think one of the most important announcements is that a biopharma mission. Now, maybe it may not be understood immediately, but the view across the world today is that the next industrial revolution is going to be biotechnology driven, just as the last industrial revolution was IT driven. And I'm glad that with the support of Prime Minister, we are among the first few countries who were able to roll out an exclusive dedicated biotechnology policy, Bio 3. So this is in keeping with that. We are already, I think, number 12 or 13 in the world as far as biomanufacturing is concerned. We are number 3 in Indo-Pacific. And this mission will enable us also to tackle our social issues like, for example, increasing prevalence of non-communicable disease. So it's a lot of futuristic thing.
All right, also joined in by Sunil Pandita, who's the Chief Division Officer of NEMS Tech. Many thanks to you for joining in as well. Sunil, if I could bring you in on the focus areas that are being discussed right now. Jitendra Singh was also talking about biopharma. There's focus on critical minerals and semiconductors. How, in terms of securing supply chains at the moment, how much do you think that this budget speaks to those concerns?
Great question. I think this budget is really about building infrastructure and thereby securing the supply chain. There's roughly 12.5 crores capex, which gives you 50 years state loans and then builds project certainty. In my view, it's less populous, but really more growth oriented. Second thing about supply chain, which it really brings to future, is the investment in technology, because the technological backbone that India is building over the years helps not only the infrastructure, but all other sectors at the same time as well. Roads, metros, airports, hospitals, water, infra. This is national scale construction and not just announcements, which is why it's very exciting for India as a nation to really send it to the world a clear message that we are serious about the growth of our country. For the years to come.
That's why. Okay. Quickly finish your point.
Last thing I was going to say is that there is also humongous, focus on both green as well as manufacturing. So we see India progressing not just towards a technology and a services powerhouse, but also given the geopolitical situation, India is also betting big on defense and infra and manufacturing. So that provides us a wide scale of economy vectors to drive growth in the country.
So, Sushil Tiwari, if I could bring you in on that point about generating jobs, because there's a lot of discontent within the middle income taxpayer, also the youth which is currently struggling for jobs. Do you think that with this focus on manufacturing as far as frontier sectors or strategic sectors are concerned, as the Union Finance Minister referred to, that's going to be enough in terms of generating jobs? There's also a renewed focus on MSMEs.
Yeah, so if you look at the one of the central themes of what FM has presented is what she called as E2E, which is education to employment, right?
Right.
That is going to be one of the core, and the central, theme and the action of the government, as far as I understand, because the whole approach is service-led growth, which is based on technology, right? And if you look at the technology sector, there are 2-3 key elements that the industry sector is looking forward for intervention on, right? One is the continued, focus on AI and AI enablement. Second is one of the largest revenue generator, that is global capability centers, that GCCs. So there have been some of the concerns on the GCC side. So the industry has been looking for some intervention there. And last but not the least, the employability part that you talked about, right? So very clearly through this E2E, I think government is going to make that intervention in terms of going to create something called, resources which can be deployable finally, right, into the industry, and they can be trained probably in the institutions itself. And so that they are deliverable from day one. Yeah.
All right, Kailash Adhikari, on the focus as far as capital expenditure is concerned, infrastructural development, that's the big talking point today. I'd like your thoughts on how this is now going to ensure that our economy remains insulated from external disturbances.
Akanksha, this budget has focused completely on certain aspects and very positively shied away from poll populism. That is a very big takeaway, I feel. Now, coming back to the point that public expenditure is definitely raised to 12.2 lakh crore from last year from 11.2 lakh crore. So that's a good sign. When you boost up public capital expenditure, the private expenditure also, follows, and that actually levers the economic growth. And the major focus of this public capital expenditure is made on infrastructure, freight corridors, as we have seen, inland waterways, high-speed rail, and development of tier 2 and tier 3 cities as the economic hubs. Apart from that, services sector, skilling, employment generation, which actually act as a peripheral, to be very honest, Akanksha, they are also the key themes, covering your basics of healthcare, tourism, education, creative industries, and sport. But what is most eye-catching is the push for artificial intelligence and data centers and the kind of tax holidays till 2047 that has been announced for data centers. So overall, yes, with new schemes and the renewed focus towards MSMEs. Like this government since 2014 has been very clear on the fact that a major contributor to India's economic growth and a major sector for Viksit Bharat are our MSMEs. And they have been consistently positioned as growth engines with the capital, 10,000 crore of capital for the SMEs, as well as the other schemes that have been pushing SMEs as well as MSMEs.
So
the fresh equity support, easier access to credit.
The Modi government has actually taken those steps to protect the MSMEs, whether it is, say, from the disturbances created by the US tariffs. But, just protecting them is not going to suffice. You're also looking towards propping them further, maybe also paving a way where we take our MSMEs over to, say, international shores like the US economy itself. But going to request you to continue staying with me. We have some breaking inputs, in fact, coming in as we decode the impact of this budget 2026 on the middle class. Remember, that's a key area of focus as well. The finance minister has already announced that the income tax rules have been simplified. The automated nil deduction certification has also been brought in. There's going to be no tax on motor accident claims, which seems to be a bit of a respite to the taxpayer. Rationalization of tax cut at source is important as well. You're looking at a revised ITR deadline, which has been extended. There's an ease of selling homes for NRIs as well. Foreign asset disclosure scheme has also been brought in. At the same time, you have the tax penalty and prosecutions, which have been rationalized. There's duty for personal goods, which has been slashed to just half. Trade tax hike has been reduced as far as the guests are concerned. I want to quickly go back to Sunil on that note. Sunil, while you decode this and weigh in on how this is now going to simplify our ITR filings, there were also a whole set of disappointments which were being discussed today by the middle income taxpayer. Many of them were also expecting that there will be an ease in terms of filing for married couples. Many of the elderly ones were looking towards easing tax filing when it comes to retirements and, the tax that's levied on them when they have to withdraw their savings. I'd like to hear from you. Any set of disappointments now?
Of course, the budget that's right now being talked about is not populist in manner, right? There are no major tax cuts, if you may take home. So this is more investment that will drive growth and then middle class prosperity, because you cannot tax cut your way to growth. Also, I feel there is one disappointment where we are becoming a $5 trillion economy. And what does it mean right now for me? So instead of discussing just the 2026 growth prospect,
sure,
this is a mandate for India to become hopefully the third biggest economy in the world. It's already on a good path to become the fourth biggest economy in the world. So from middle income relief, from wages, not just slabs. So there is a little bit of disappointment, but net, I would say this is the mandate for growth, not necessarily for populism.
Okay, I can see I'm also joined in by Sandeep Jhunjhunwala, who's a partner at Nangia Global. In fact, Sandeep is seated right next to me in the studio. Welcome to our studio, Sandeep. Taking that point forward that's just been made by Sunil, he's talking about how this is a budget which is talking about India's growth outlook, keeping 2047 the roadmap ahead. What's your take when it comes to, even if we have to say, compromised with the populism factor over here. Will this budget be able to ensure the kind of long-term vision that Prime Minister Modi also spoke about in his speech?
Yeah, I agree to that point. See, we have to keep in mind the fact that this is a budget which has come mid-term somewhere, and therefore there was no expectation that something populist would either come for the middle class. But looking from a long-term perspective, let's look at the two sunrise sectors that the government has focused on, one being the GCC and the second being the data centers. Data centers tax holiday till 2047, I think, has been one of the asks from the industry, because data centers are picking up in India. Of course, it came in a different way, because the ask was largely for the foreign companies to say that there is no permanent establishment exposure for them if they are catering to the Indian customers. The government here has probably tried to bring in a tax holiday regime, saying that a foreign player can still continue to service the Indian customers, but they need to have an Indian reseller entity in between, which in some sense means that they can service the Indian customers through their Indian arm, and obviously, then enjoy the tax holiday benefit. The other aspect is on GCC, which is definitely one of the sunrise sectors, and hints that the government is probably looking at a longer term vision in this respect. They have consolidated software development, KPO, BPO, all of it under the umbrella of IT services, given a 15.5% safe harbor rate, which is applicable for 5 years, and they have said that we are going to legislate this through a simple automated process. I think this is going to be a big kind of reform for the IT industry.
Ashish Narayan, do you see this as an interesting reform that's being brought into the picture, especially when you talk about consolidation via the use of technology? Is this also going to sort of feed into the ease of doing business that's being so far demanded by the MSMEs, by the young aspiring entrepreneurs?
Definitely yes. And I think these are far-fetched reforms which are very much needed in the organization, the country.
When you say far-fetched reforms, I would like to know why you're calling them far-fetched. Is this just limited to theory?
No, so I think one is technology, second is the sunrise sectors, which we talked about. We also referred to affordability and how the middle class people are getting benefited out of this budget. So I would like to highlight one point which I see has far-fetched effects towards the affordability, particularly in real estate. If you look at, there is a dedicated fund of 5,000 crores which has been given to tier 2 and tier 3 cities for their infrastructural push. And also there are high-speed corridors between major urban centers, which is passing through not so developed regions. Let's say if I talk about a high-speed corridor between Varanasi and West Bengal, so Siliguri. So all these high-speed corridors is going to unlock the potential of our cities which have not been focused so far. So I think affordability, our tier 1 cities are already non-affordable if I talk about the middle class in terms of buying real estate. But all these unlocking of hinterlands and unlocking of tier 2 and tier 3 cities potential. So I think it's going to go a very long way for creating value as well as avenues for middle class people to invest in real estate.
So one thing we've made amply clear, and I'm sure all of you gentlemen are aligning with me on the same page about this, that this has not been a populist budget, but one that is also prioritizing the overall growth of the economy with the Viksit Bharat 2047 agenda in mind. On that note, I can see Adil Shetty, who is the CEO of Bank Bazaar, is also joined in. So the role that growth connectors are going to be playing, Adil, whether you talk about the freight corridors, you talk about the critical mineral corridors, and as we were just discussing right now, even the high-speed rail corridors that are being discussed. Is this now finally going to ensure that India is Atmanirbhar, that we are finally able to depend on ourselves?
I do believe so. See, the digital infra that the FM is talking about, the speakers previously spoke about the data centers that we're going to see a Meta, a Google build out in India. This is the basic building block for any company in the digital economy. So if you look at any digital startup, right, at Bank Bazaar, 80% of our infrastructure costs go in the data center. Now, if this were to become cheaper, it means that we're able to offer cheaper services to all our consumers. So I think it's a big deal. It gives a big fill up to green energy. And I really like the fact that for the very first time, the FM spoke about an AI app in her speech. So she spoke about the Bharat Vitchil app, where farmers are going to get access to an AI app which is trained on Indian farming data. I like the fact that we're talking about upskilling Indian youth, about the fact that India sees itself as an innovation economy and that we will build the infrastructure for it.
Okay, Sushil Tiwari, if I could quickly bring you in on the aspect of how are we placed when it comes to, say, upskilling right now and all that's been offered. And, while you just give me that quick 5 seconds, I'll also take our viewers through what's been offered right now in terms of the next 5 years, the connectivity that we are going to be discussing about, because these were the major announcements. You're looking at 20 new waterways over the next 5 years, which will now be the area of focus. Remember, the Finance Minister spoke about how from rail and road transport, it will be the waterways. You're also looking at a new dedicated freight corridor between Gujarat and Bengal. That, in fact, is going to be playing a very critical role, especially when it comes to critical minerals. Also, you're looking at 5 new regional hubs. They are all set to promote medical tourism with focus on private sector. Let's come to the 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. This is in fact about focusing on indigenous medication. This is in fact going to be a prime area of focus. Finance Minister also spoke about how Prime Minister Modi is taking Ayurveda to the global stage as well. New National Institute of Design in Eastern region will also be created. At the same time, you're looking at 5 university townships. The vicinity of industrial corridors is then going to be worked upon. It's going to also get reduced. Interestingly, when you talk about Nari Shakti, with women entrepreneurship also becoming critical, one girls' hostel will also be provided in every district only to ensure their safety. You're looking at telescope infra facilities to be set up. You're looking at new National Institute of Hospitality. You're looking at national designation of a digital knowledge grid. Here's what you can expect for the youth of India. Khelo India is also going to be part of it. Then you're also looking at custom duty exemption on 17 drugs related to cancer. At the same time, getting in some breaking inputs. In fact, government sources are telling CNN News 18 that the political tinge to the budget and a rebuttal of Tamil Nadu and Bengal government that they are not going to do anything for these 2 states. Coconuts and cashew. Remember, they are staples from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. That's been, in fact, presented by government sources to us. There's also a corridor which has been announced via Bengal for fisheries. Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Bengal have been given these adequate resources as well. Markets will stabilize in a day or 2 is what government sources are telling CNN News 18. Remember, this as there's been a plunge which has been observed today as far as markets are concerned. No going back on transactions tax. Let's quickly, in fact, take that forward with our reporter as well, who should be joining in. But there's, in fact, interesting to watch how rebuttals are also coming in with each point of attack coming in from the opposition. The politicization of the budget has already begun. But let's also remind you that Finance Minister made it a point to announce that all of those states, particularly when it comes to Kerala, even Tamil Nadu, both the states headed into election, or even say Bengal, are going to get priority, as you can already see the freight corridor which has been announced as well. Let me quickly bring in Sushil. Sushil, what's your point of view when it comes to, say, prioritizing the states in our country? Is it being unnecessarily politicized, or has there been adequate attention given by the centre at the moment?
So if you look at the whole services industry, which has been the focus of this whole, the budget that the FM has presented, India is waiting for an inflection point wherein it has to move from pure software-based cost arbitrage services into IP-based high-end services that India is going to provide, right? So if you look at the steps and the points that FM has put forward, of course it has got the items which is going to support this, like creating an AI COE for education. That is going to help, in the education sector on top of the 3 sectors that had the AI COEs earlier also, right? Similarly, the tax holiday till 2047 for the hyperscalers to set up the, cloud centers in India is going to facilitate that. One thing that is missing out here is,
All right, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, I'm joined in by Mr. C.R. Patil live on the broadcast. Many thanks to you, Mr. Patil, for joining in. सबसे पहले तो बहुत मुबारकबाद। बहुत से लोग इसे एक बहुत ही कंसाइज बजट भी कह रहे हैं, पर जब हम विकसित भारत 2047 की बात करते हैं, वो आपके हिसाब से क्या-क्या फैक्टर्स हैं इस बजट में जो एक विकसित भारत की ओर ले जाएंगे?
विकसित भारत, अगर आपके घर में टॉयलेट नहीं है, लोगों को शौच के लिए बाहर जाना है, तो विकसित भारत वो नहीं हो सकता। आपको पानी के लिए महिलाओं को दूर तक जाना है और अच्छा पानी, शुद्ध पानी नहीं मिलता है, तो विकसित भारत नहीं हो सकता। इसीलिए जो आपकी प्राथमिक आवश्यकता है वो सभी आवश्यकता आपको मिले, वो आवश्यकता क्वालिटी के साथ पूरी हो, तभी विकसित भारत की ओर अग्रसर हम बन सकते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि 12.5 करोड़ घरों में टॉयलेट बने, उसकी वजह से करीब 60 करोड़ लोगों की जो ओपन में शौच के लिए जाने की आदत थी, उस पर बदल आ गया। जो हर साल WHO का रिपोर्ट कहता है कि भारत में हर साल जो बच्चे बाहर शौच के लिए जाते थे, उसको करीब 60,000 बच्चे हर साल उसकी मौत होती थी। पहले 5 साल का ही जो रिपोर्ट WHO ने दिया है, उसके अंदर 3 लाख बच्चों की जान बचाई गई है। आपने देखा होगा कि पानी के लिए 9 लाख बहनें दूर तक पानी के लिए जाती थी और 4.5 करोड़ घंटे रोज उनके पानी के लिए जाने आने में खर्च होते थे
जी।
तो ये विकसित भारत नहीं हो सकता। मगर 15 करोड़ से ज़्यादा घरों में पानी मिला, नल से जल के कारण शुद्ध पानी मिला।
ये बातें जो ऐसी हैं जिनकी तरफ तो मोदी जी 2014 से काम कर रहे हैं। आज बात करते हैं टैक्स पेयर्स की भी। बहुत से टैक्स पेयर्स ये सवाल उठा रहे हैं कि हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं किया गया। और ये बहुत ही पॉपुलिस्ट बजट नहीं कहा जा रहा है कि प्रैग्मेटिक बजट है, समझदारी वाला है, जो कि एक कंट्री की इकोनॉमी को सिक्योर कर रहा है, पर जो टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनका ख्याल नहीं रखा गया है। पाटिल साहब, आपके ख्याल जानना चाहूँगी।
देखिए, टैक्स पेयर के लिए बहुत सी योजनाएं आज तक में मोदी साहब ने जितना उनको रिलैक्सेशन दिया है, उसमें कभी किसी भी सरकार में उनको नहीं मिला है। उसके कारण उनकी अपेक्षा बड़ी होगी और उनका अधिकार भी है। मगर पूरे अगर देश को आगे लेके जाना है तो सिर्फ एक टैक्स पेयर को ध्यान में रखेंगे तो 2 लाख का टैक्स, 2 लाख के ऊपर 2 लाख तक ही जो सीमित रखा था टैक्स फ्री का, वो सीधा 12 लाख लास्ट टाइम कर दिया
जी।
तो क्या हम उसको टुकड़े में कर देते? इतना बड़ा बेनिफिट उनको मिला है, टैक्स पेयर को भी मिला है, और हर हमें योजना भी चलनी। अभी एक बात और भी देखिए ना कि पूरे देश में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने कई योजनाएं बनाई, मगर एक भी योजना उन्होंने अपूर्ण नहीं छोड़ी, या फंड की वजह से एक भी योजना रुकी नहीं, यानी कोई ठाला प्रॉमिस किसी को दिया नहीं गया।
इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ, उसके लिए क्षमा चाहूंगी, लेकिन अभी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रही है। केरला के चीफ मिनिस्टर पिनरई विजयन जी का कहना है कि आप जो है ये सरकार ने जो भी क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स को लेके आज बात, जो केरला के चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं श्री पिनरई विजयन साहब, उन्होंने कहा है कि सरकार केरला के जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स हैं उन पे हक जमाना चाहती है और केरला की स्टेट को उनके क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स से वंचित कर दिया जाएगा। आप ऐसे जो जिस तरह का पॉलिटिसाइजेशन अब शुरू हो गया है, उसमें बंगाल हो या तमिलनाडु हो या केरला हो, जो कह रहे हैं कि हमारी स्टेट के लिए कुछ किया नहीं गया।
क्रिटिसाइज करना उनका अधिकार है,
हाँ,
और उनको लगता है कि वही उनकी ड्यूटी है। सही में ऐसा नहीं होता है। अगर कुछ ठीक काम चल रहा है योग्य दिशा में जाने के लिए, आपको आज ऐसा लगता होगा, मगर वो ऐसा सही में होता नहीं है। बहुत सोच समझ के जब ये बजट बनता है तो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ, बाकी जो लोग हैं उनके साथ चर्चा करके जब ये प्लान बनाते हैं, योजना बनाते हैं और बजट बनाते हैं, तो दूरगामी असर उसकी होती है, वो जो पॉजिटिव होती है। तो कोई एक बात का एक मुद्दा या उसमें से लेकर कोई विरोध करे वो ठीक भी नहीं है, मगर विरोध पक्ष को विरोध करना ही है ऐसा हमारे यहाँ माना गया है, इसके लिए वो विरोध करते रहते हैं।
क्योंकि आप विरोध की बात कर रहे हैं तो ये स्टेट क्रिटिकल है, इलेक्शन होने वाला है, तमिलनाडु में भी इलेक्शन होने वाला है, बंगाल में इलेक्शन होने वाला है। इन सब स्टेट से अब आवाज़ें आना शुरू हो गई हैं कि हमारे राज्य के लिए कुछ नहीं किया गया। पाटिल साहब, आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं? बंगाल, केरला और तमिलनाडु के राज्य सरकार कह रही है कि हमारे राज्यों के लिए कुछ नहीं किया गया है, उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, पूरे बजट में अगर हर व्यक्ति अपने लिए कुछ ढूंढेगा, यहाँ आप देखिए ना, यहाँ युवा है, महिला है, दलित समाज है, सीनियर सिटीजन है, हर व्यक्ति के लिए सामूहिक बजट कोई एक व्यक्ति के लिए कभी नहीं होता या एक स्टेट के लिए कभी नहीं होता है। सबको, मान लो इस बार कोई स्टेट को नहीं मिला होगा, उनको जो आशा होगी दूसरी बार मिला होगा या अभी तक मिल गया होगा, तो इस तरह से अगर कोई ढूंढेगा तो उसको तो कुछ ना कुछ कमी आएगी। पूरा बजट उसको संपूर्ण इसमें देखना चाहिए कि उसके अंदर
आखिरी सवाल मेरा,
53 लाख करोड़ का 53 लाख करोड़ का ये बजट।
राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए इस बजट में कुछ नहीं किया गया है, स्पेशली अगर नौकरियां जनरेट करने की बात हो तो जो है कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग क्राइसिस, रोज़ महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, युवा और बेरोजगार भी बढ़ता जा रहा है। युवाओं के लिए उस बेरोजगारी को एड्रेस करने के लिए इस बजट में कुछ नहीं किया गया है। CR पाटिल, व्हाट वुड यू लाइक टू से टू राहुल गांधी?
मुझे राहुल गांधी जी को आपके माध्यम से पूछना है कि उनके 60-70 साल तक जब कांग्रेस की सरकार रही, अगर उस टाइम उन्होंने युवाओं के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, दलित भाई बहनों के लिए, सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए, सबके लिए अगर कुछ ना कुछ किया होता तो आज उनको कुछ करने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती, अभी तक पूरा हो जाता। ना उन्होंने किसी को मकान दिया, उन्होंने किसी को टॉयलेट तक नहीं दिया, ना उन्होंने किसी को पानी तक नहीं दिया। सही में तो उनको जवाब देना चाहिए और गलती माननी चाहिए कि जो 10 साल के अंदर जो काम हुआ वो 70 साल पे नहीं हुआ था। इसके लिए वो पूरा काम ये मोदी साहब को करना पड़ रहा है। तो ये आज कंप्लेन करने के बजाय वो अपने
पाटिल साहब, एक आखिरी सवाल, ये भी
क्या गलती रही,
ये भी आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि आपकी मिनिस्ट्री को ज्यादा एलोकेशन मिला है, उसके लिए क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे? क्या इस तरह की भागीदारी भी बढ़ जाती है? अगर
हमें लास्ट ईयर भी 70,000 करोड़ रुपया जल जीवन मिशन के लिए मिला था, इस बार 70,300 करोड़ रुपया ज़्यादा मिला है। तो 300 करोड़ रुपया वो ज़्यादा नहीं होता है। हमें लास्ट टाइम में 99,000 करोड़ रुपया मिला था, इस बार 95,000 करोड़ मिला है। मगर हमारी जो आवश्यकता थी उसके आधार पर जो हमने डिमांड किया था उतना पैसा हमें मिला है, और जो हमें काम करना है और जो काम बाकी पड़ा है उसके लिए आवश्यकता उतना पैसा ही मिला है। तो इसमें कम मिला, ज़्यादा मिला, ये जो उनकी बातें हैं वो गलत बात है। उन्होंने हर फिगर को देखना चाहिए, किस तरह से काम हुआ है और किस तरह की आवश्यकता है। इतने सालों का जो पेंडिंग काम था, इसके लिए मोदी साहब को इतना पैसा ये बजटों में देना पड़ रहा है।
काम जो हुआ है, काम जो होना है और चलता रहेगा। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप इस देश को मोदी जी के साथ आगे बढ़ाएंगे। हमसे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इट वॉज अ प्लेजर स्पीकिंग टू यू मिस्टर CR पाटिल।
मोदी जी देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम सब उनके सपोर्ट में काम कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मिस्टर पाटिल। And with that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage on Budget 2026.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5, in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of
All right, welcome back to our special coverage on Budget 2026. Reforms reloaded. Why it's being called the reform, even though the politicking has already begun soon after the budget was unveiled. But CNN News 18, your channel, continues to bring you the best of voices from not just across the political spectrum, but across the field of finance. And my colleague Shivani, in fact, had a conversation with the Vice President of CII. Let's quickly listen in.
Of course, I want to talk to you about the Biopharma Shakti, the scheme that has been launched with an allocation of 10,000 crore rupees. This is aimed at strengthening domestic pharmaceutical and biopharma production capabilities. Your first response on that, ma'am?
Oh, it is welcome. In fact, this is something that the sector would have looked at in quite a few years from the past. It's a very welcome announcement. We are very happy about it. In fact, it's a great step forward for the Indian biopharmaceutical industry to reach to the next levels of being globally competent in terms of the products and services that we develop and manufacture from India.
I mean, the Indian pharmaceutical industry is already, one of the best in the world. India is known as the pharma hub of the world.
Yeah.
What is it that you think the industry needed, and how will this be an impetus in that?
No, undoubtedly the Indian pharmaceutical industry has already reached, levels of quality in terms of, having US FDA facilities in the country. Outside of the US, I think India has the highest number of the US FDA certified facilities. We also probably are one of the countries where we have the highest number of the WHO accredited pre-qualified facilities when it comes to vaccines and biotherapeutics, because it's very important to be on a level playing field when it comes to quality standards, and this happens only when we are compliant with international guidelines and the pharmacopoeia that exists, which is universal for many of the countries that are in the West, especially the advanced countries. So it's extremely important that we as a country and the industry has to be positioned in such a manner.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of
Welcome back. We're getting in some breaking inputs. In fact, as we were saying, that politicking has already begun and across the political spectrum, reactions coming in. In fact, Odisha's former Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has backed the rare earth corridor in Odisha. This even as the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan says that it is the government at the centre's way to in fact rob the state of Kerala of its critical minerals. You still have the former Chief Minister of Odisha, Naveen Patnaik, backing that rare earth corridor in Odisha. Let me quickly take that forward with Sunil. In fact, Sunil, if you could hear me, Sunil Pandita, if I could quickly bring you in on the aspect of rare earth. Remember, the focus for India currently is to develop our own market, especially when it comes to say, all right, let's listen into what Prime Minister Modi is saying. In fact, all right, let me take that question forward. Sorry about the confusion, Sunil. I'm being told Prime Minister Modi is about to make that address, but quickly to bring you in on the critical minerals aspect, especially in comparison to China, at a time when a country like China is using it like a bargaining chip, how important it is for India to develop such a corridor.
Absolutely critical. I think for those of you that follow stock market, you saw what happened to the stock market in gold and silver yesterday. And exactly what you said is this is China leveraging rare earth minerals to gain, socio-economic, political-economic power in the world economy. That is why this budget is supremely important on rare earths. India is well bounded, but our ability to extract and then leverage that to the global political environment, I think it's great to see India stepping up. Like I said, right now, given what is happening between US and China and many other countries, we believe that rare earth minerals will become absolutely critical. One more important part is the things we talked about, the big spend in infra, the big focus on AI, data centers. A lot of it is built on these rare earth minerals as well. Silver, for example, is now coming as the technology for which the battery holding power is much bigger than the prior technologies.
Even semiconductors.
In the semiconductor, even semiconductors, to your point, phenomenal progress in India in this budget.
Okay, running short of time, quickly want to bring in Sandeep Jhunjhunwala on why, despite so much focus on the Indian economy, what explains the plunge in the market, especially is it to do with the security transaction taxes or the taxpayers' own sort of discontent reflecting in the market somewhere?
So I could possibly see two reasons. One, as you rightly said, could be the securities transaction tax, though that's not a very large component of the overall stock market. But yes, the government is very clear that they want to discourage the speculative trading and therefore the increase. And also, if you look at the statistics, the collection on STT has been far lower than estimated. So maybe the government wants to bring in a higher percentage on FNO to bridge that gap between what is estimated and collected on STT. The other reason could also be on the reclassification of buyback now back into the capital gains regime from the dividend tax, where it is not too beneficial for the promoter group. And I think that's where the market possibly is trying to absorb that with the change in regime back from dividend to capital gain, what holds in for the promoter group? Because that's, the promoter group plays a very significant role in the overall stock market. So I think this too possibly could be the reasons as to why we are seeing that kind of a teasing in the stock market today. And today being a Sunday, maybe tomorrow morning would be the final reaction that we can possibly settle at.
Okay. Deep Chanda, the CEO of Amcus Cyber, is currently joining me as well. Deep Chanda, I want to quickly bring you in on, say, the tax benefits that's being talked about, the tax holiday, a key proposal that's also been introduced, especially for those, cloud services being, in fact, routed through India. How is this now going to benefit the Indian tech industry?
Right. See, here's the thing. The world is shrinking, right? If you look at the infrastructure growth and everything, the world is shrinking. Yesterday, from a Mumbai to a Nasik, travel would take 6 hours. Now it takes, let's say, 2 hours, right? And same goes for the international travels, right? For us entrepreneurs, we make travels day in, day out. And consumers today, tourists, they look at foreign destinations when they want to make a travel, right? So this really helps the common people to make those investments and make those travels. But having saying that, there are a few more points that I wanted to add in, but I'll come in again when you route to me.
No, you can. Please, quick.
Okay. Yeah, sure. See, apart from that, I was going through the whole news since morning 11 a.m. after respective finance minister came in. So the rare earth material, if you know the GAN, the gallium nitrate, GAN semiconductor, right, which is going to replace the silicon semiconductor. We are the only 6 countries today, if I'm correct, which has this technology. Imagine with the all AI and everything that is coming in play, imagine what roadmap India is going to play for the whole future world, right? So I am totally game.
All right. So at a time we are looking towards, in fact, building up our defense sector as well, and countries across the globe are looking towards an increased defense spending. India happens to be one of them, apart from China, Japan, even the United States. Let's see that even rare earth minerals sort of help and aid India in achieving those goals. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in on Reforms Reloaded, our special coverage on Budget 2026. It was a pleasure having you here, and that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon...
We've got the best panelists in the business, the best analysts here.
What is the strategic vision for Bharat going forward? Is there a plan? Are we working to it?
I think industry is going in with measured expectations.
Theme of this budget will be resilience, very turbulent times.
Before COVID, 17.8%. Post-COVID now in 23-24, 10.2%.
My appeal to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister would be, please focus on ease of business.
Welcome to the Budget Day studio brought to you by DBS. Viewers, Budget 2026 is India's play to counter US tariffs targeting export growth and domestic manufacturing. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman unveiled key moves: customs simplified, red tape cut and sector-specific boosts for marine, leather, textile and electronics via duty exemptions. But the biggest punch was the soaring of the capital expenditure. Sitharaman announced an increase of about 9% in capital expenditure, raising allocations to a whopping 12.22 lakh crore. Additionally, personal imports get easier, trade processes streamlined, all to make India a global export champion. Hit by US tariffs, sectors like textiles and seafood have also given a big relief. First, duty-free import limits for seafood processing jumped from 1% to 3% of previous turnover. Second, shoe uppers now join leather footwear benefits. In short, Sitharaman's verdict was clear and simple: fire up growth and defy the tariffs. That was fundamentally, viewers, the message. But let me break this down for you in a more meaningful way. The budget introduces measures for farmers, education, MSMEs and healthcare. It also details, and this is important, plans for financial markets, the IT sector and transport infrastructure, for tourism, Divyangan and sports are also highlighted, aiming to improve lives and create jobs. The rules for filing income tax has also been simplified. Healthcare is now more accessible. Trade, travel, education has become cheaper. These are a few key steps. Here is a deeper dive. And viewers, let me tell you that this union budget has also sparked off a political storm across the country, which we will get to in just a few moments. But fundamentally, viewers, this has been a remarkable exercise in prudence, and it has been an exercise in building resilience in the economy. But one sector that we must focus on a little closer is the defense allocation, because the defense sector has come out for some special attention, and we were expecting this because it is, after all, viewers, a time right after Operation Sindoor, and India is very invested in building what it calls is its Sudarshan Chakra. So big allocations, defense, and let me walk you through some of these allocations. So basically what you're seeing on your screens, viewers, is a massive jump in defense expenditure to the tune of 15%. So 15% jump. A lot of that money has gone into, very interestingly, boosting intelligence, gathering know-how. So there has been a 69% jump, viewers, in allocations for intelligence agencies. What does all this mean? How is this money going to be spent? What is it going to translate into in meaningful terms? Let me put that out for all of you by going across to Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, former member of the NSAB, Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon. None of these individuals need any introduction. Former GOC, 15 Corps of the Indian Army, and Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow of the ORF. So let's go across to these gentlemen and get a broad sense of what this jump in defense allocation means, what it also means to put so much money on intelligence gathering. Why is that being done? And I want to begin first with General Dhillon. General Dhillon, you must have seen the allocations. Yes, of course, we require a huge amount of infrastructure. We require the weapon systems, but we also need R&D to be boosted so that we can develop our own weaponry over a period of time. Do you think this allocation will help in that direction? Do you have a take on it? There's also been a jump, and I'll bring in, of course, General Narasimhan on that. A lot of focus on the nuclear sector. But before that, General, your comments.
Good afternoon, Rahul, and good afternoon, General Narasimhan and Mr. Sareen and all your viewers. First of all, I'll just reply to your specific question on increase in budget on intelligence acquisition, means and equipment, and probably the human resource. You see, today's warfare is an expensive warfare, and what we saw during Operation Sindoor, if I take the viewer's mind back to the Masjid Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, where the intelligence was that Masood others relatives are sitting in a basement under the floor. So the projectile which was selected hit the roof, went through the floor, and went and blasted inside the basement and killing those people there. Now, if this intelligence was not as accurate as 1 meter by 1 meter, this projectile costing thousands of crores or hundreds of crores or whatever the cost is, would not achieve the desired result. Hence, when it is important to get modern equipment, modernize, upgrade and all those things, most intelligence, in the most important aspect in today's non-contact warfare is the intelligence acquisition. A good intelligence can destroy the target with lesser amount of others, less costlier weapon system. Then you're not, in exact terms, you're not beating around the bush. You're going specifically for the bullseye. That's why the money spent on intelligence is not wasted. It's a very good investment to save our expensive hardware and weapon systems.
Very, very interesting. General Narasimhan, big push, of course, in the budget session and before, in liberalizing our nuclear sector. There has also been intervention in the budget in trying to bolster it. What do you take away from that, General? I think we just lost General Narasimhan. Sushant Sareen, bring your thinking cap to this table. When you've looked at the defense allocation, what do you make of it?
So I think it's good that I think, look, in terms of the ratios, if I break the defense budget down, I will put the Ministry of Defense and the revenue budget in one category, the capital acquisitions in another, and pensions in the third. Thankfully, the pension bill does not seem to have gone haywire, so it's still under some kind of control. The good thing is that the capital acquisition budget has actually gone up by almost 30,000 crores, which is good. And the revenue expenditure has also gone up, as has the Ministry of Defense thing, because my standpoint is not the budget allocation, budget award of last year, but the revised allocations. I'm looking at the revised allocations and this year's budget allocations. And from that point of view, it's good that the bulk of the increase has gone in for capital acquisitions. So that part is good. Secondly, there will be a lot of carping sounds, I can assure you, of people who will say that, our defense expenditure as a percentage of GDP is not at an adequate level. But I think given the kind of fiscal constraints, this is not a bad allocation. But my problem, Rahul, and I am sitting in the company of very distinguished soldiers, so I hope they take it in the right spirit, what I'm going to say. I have a question as a citizen of this country, that if my defense allocations are 9x or 10x of Pakistan, why isn't the power differential 9x or 10x or even 4x or 5x compared to Pakistan. One. Second, are the acquisitions which we are going to be making going forward and the investments which we are going to be making, are we doing it in platforms of the 21st century, or are we investing in the platforms which are required for the 21st century? Because if Operation Sindhu told us one thing, yes, we need a good standing army, we need a navy, we need an air force, we need all those traditional platforms, but there is a completely new kind of warfare which is being fought. And how much are our allocations going to go there? How are we going to split that cake? Are we investing in the right kind of technologies? Do we really need an aircraft carrier, for example? Should we be investing? And what do we need an aircraft carrier for? If you want to do force projection, where do we want to do force projection? I think it's not so much the budget allocations I have questions over, but I think it's the larger, direction of defense planning and defense policy on which I have questions.
I think those are very legitimate questions, and I'm going to put them to General Narasimhan also. General Narasimhan, the one thing that one looks at from this particular statement that we've got of accounts, that there has been a concerted attempt to spend on R&D, which will, of course, mean that we can perhaps manufacture our own weapon systems. But will we get the potency, the power differential that Sushant Sareen is talking about, 9x times, he's put a sort of number on it, or 4x times of Pakistan, and so on and so forth. So how do you respond to that, number one? Number two, what do you make of this exponential increase in the budget this year for intelligence services?
Thank you very much for getting me on my show, Rahul, and my compliments to Dylan as well as Sushant, my friends. First question on the why 4x or 9x is not there. Please understand, Pakistan is only facing us. We are facing Pakistan as well as China. China has got a 3,488 kilometer long LAC with us, and so we need to deal with both. That is one. Second thing is, of course, the internal issues that we have in the Northeast as well as in J&K, that again takes care of some of the expenditure that we need to do. So the problem that you face is that our threats are different. The way we need to handle them are different. And so to just put it on a mathematical figure of say 4x or 9x, I don't think will work in our case. So we need to cater for a lot more things than what Pakistan does. Of course, there's a question of Balochistan, and the Pakistan army gets attacked by the Balochis forces, that is there. But in addition to that, we have China to deal with, and so that is a different ballgame. That is one answer to your question. Second is about the intelligence agencies. One thing that any war fighting armed forces would like to have is the accurate intelligence. Dylan actually explained it very well, the way we targeted during Op Sindhu. So the thing is that accurate intelligence is something that is always required. That is one. Second thing, intelligence acquisition is becoming more and more expensive. It really needs more and more equipment. It needs more and more artificial intelligence to be included into it. And so there are a lot of other things that are getting developed. So I think we are in the right direction as far as allocating more funds for the intelligence agencies is concerned.
Okay, General Dhillon, let me come out to you throwing money at boosting your intelligence. Is that enough, or is there really a technical fix that we should be looking at? Perhaps not just investing in material and listening equipment and surveillance, etc., but also hardware. Is that what is required? Where will this money go? I'm trying to understand that.
Rahul, as General Narasimhan also brought out, this money which is going to be spent on intelligence would go into hardware. It would also go into software. It would go into upgradation of acquisition means, which will be strung all along the line of control and the international border. It will also go into paying hard cash to the assets and resources inside the neighbors and across the world. It would also go into training of the human resource. It would also go into embedding the artificial intelligence into the existing systems and making them talk to the newer systems of newer acquisitions. So there is a lot of things which are going to be done with this money. And as General Narasimhan and as I spoke about in my opening comment, intelligence, if it is accurate, you have won 80% of the war. And now commenting a little bit more on what Mr. Sareen was saying about 4x and 9x, and General Narasimhan has talked about China being another border. In addition to that, having been a Defense Intelligence Agency chief, let me tell you, Pakistan's declared defense budget, please don't go by it. I will only say this much, and let's not base our arguments and our logics on the declared figures.
Right.
And talking about the aircraft carriers, look at the coastline we have. Look at the security of the island territories which we have to carry out. And look at the Malacca State, the Strait of Hormuz, the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the international, economic trade routes passing through our neighborhood.
Right.
So we have to spend in Navy in a big way, in addition to Air Force and Army, because we cannot be caught napping as happened during the British coming to India, because we were only looking at the Khyber Pass, and the threat came from the sea routes. So we need to be very wise in our expansion of all the three forces and all the three services, and equal, sort of equal emphasis has to go on it. Of course, there will be priorities because we don't have that type of money to spend everything overnight. So there will be prioritization, but there is a need to have a very strong Navy, especially when you are sitting at the middle of the Indo-Pacific.
Sure. I mean, look, we can always have differing views on those allocations, but the important thing is, viewers, that the Modi government is conscious of building that, and I'm borrowing this and using it in a loose sense, the Sudarshan Chakra. So thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your perspective. Viewers, you got a very clear reading of this defense allocation, but I want us to focus a little bit on the larger mission statement. And viewers, let me tell you, the Modi government has framed this budget at a time when the global economy is shaky. Uncertainty in the world markets and disruptions triggered by Donald Trump's policies have clearly influenced the finance minister's thinking. The priority this year is simple. Make sure India's economy stays strong and stable even if global conditions worsen. That caution shows up clearly in the numbers, and you can see these numbers on your screens, viewers. There they are. The government plans to keep its fiscal deficit essentially how much it borrows, 4.3% of GDP. This signals a focus on financial discipline and a long-term goal of bringing overall government debt down. Also, of course, while debt is still high at about 55.6% of GDP, this year the direction is towards gradual reduction. Spending on social welfare has also been carefully planned. Farmers and job creation receive the largest share of government funds, indicating that the focus remains on livelihoods and income support for ordinary citizens. At the same time, the government has not pulled back on building the economy for the future. It has allocated 12.2 trillion for capital expenditure, money meant for infrastructure like roads, railways, and public assets. Even though private companies are slowly starting to invest more, the government continues to lead the investment push, making it important where and how this money is spent. And you can see the takeaways. They're all here. The 7 high-speed rail infra corridors, the massive attempt at really unearthing rare earths. All of that, viewers, is geared towards ensuring that there's resilience and there is growth. We'll take
at 61,970, outclassing all competition on social media. Thank you for your viewership.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be all.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on our non-stop coverage of Budget 2026. It is India's play to counter the global uncertainties that we're seeing, all of which have been triggered partially by the tariffs that were imposed by the United States, unilaterally, as many would call it, targeting export growth, domestic manufacturing. But today, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has unveiled several key decisions, several moves that can offset that tariff impact. Customs duties have been simplified, red tape has been cut in multiple areas, sector-specific boosts have been given to marine, to leather, to labor-intensive industries like textiles, which heavily felt the heat of these tariffs. Electronics via duty exemptions has been also announced. But the biggest punch was the soaring of the capital expenditure that we have seen as far as the outlay in this budget goes. Nirmala Sitharaman, while she was presenting her 9th consecutive budget today, announced an increase of about 9% in capex, raising the allocation to a whopping 12.2 lakh crore. Additionally, personal imports get easier, trade processes have been streamlined, all of which could make India a global export champion at a time when we are facing 50% US tariffs in certain sectors. Textiles, seafood have been given a big relief in this budget to try and counter that impact, to try and offset that impact. First, duty-free import limits for seafood processing jumped from 1 to 3% of the previous turnover. Second decision that came in was that shoe uppers have now joined the leather footwear benefits. In short, Nirmala Sitharaman's verdict was clear and simple, that growth needs to be fired up. We need to defy the impact. We need to counter the impact that has come to the fore as far as tariffs imposed by the United States have been concerned. So what exactly does this budget aim to do, how it blunts the tariff threat? That's something that we need to see. There are several reasons and several moves that the government has done as far as offsetting that particular impact is concerned. One of which is to target export growth and domestic manufacturing, and several incentives have been announced in this particular budget to increase that particular production domestically. What they've also done is that they've simplified customs tax. Red tape has been reduced in multiple sectors. This ease of doing business is something that has been brought in or has been upgraded, so to say. Sector-specific roadmap has also been laid out by the Finance Minister this time around that will minimize dependence that we are seeing on several external factors. Duty exemptions have also been announced. Incentives for key growth areas were focus areas, or what the Finance Minister called as her kartavya in this particular budget. Target sectors included marine, leather and textiles. Most importantly, electronics was another focal point of this particular budget. Personal imports and streamlining of trade processing has also been done by the Finance Minister this time around. There are several reforms that have been announced by her. That aims to boost India's global market competitiveness, and that's how India could be taking on or trying to at least offset the kind of impact that we have seen, especially on labor-intensive industries like textiles, like footwear, like leather, that have felt the heat of the 50% tariffs that have been imposed by the United States. But even as India is trying to put its growth on the right track to try and not be weighed down by these external factors, politics here back home is continuing. There are questions that are being raised here from the opposition ranks. Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, in fact, now the latest one, questioning the situation of the economy and the kind of announcements that have been made in the budget. P. Chidambaram there going on to say that the rupee has been continuously deteriorating, job and employment situation is precarious. There are several issues which should have found mention in the budget but did not find, is what he's claimed. There's a press conference that Mr. P. Chidambaram was in fact just addressing a short while ago. Several funds that are being cut in crucial sectors is also something that he did speak of. That's something that he pointed to during his press conference. Rahul Gandhi, several others within the Congress ranks have in the last couple of hours have also come out and questioned what is it really that this budget aims to do, because that message seems to not be clear. That's something that the former finance minister of this country, P. Chidambaram, also coming out and raising questions. Now, as far as the politics went, when Nirmala Sitharaman was asked about it, she came out and said that criticism for politics can be done, but if there are facts that the Congress puts out, then that's something that the government will counter. There are questions that are now being raised by Mr. Chidambaram on that front as well. Pallavi, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Pallavi, there are several questions that have been raised by the former finance minister in that press briefing that he just held.
Yes, I see the former finance minister, Mr. Chidambaram, has of course completely trashed the budget. So has Rahul Gandhi and almost everyone in the opposition spectrum. And they are saying that very clearly the budget is directionless. There's nothing really done for the common man. See, there was a huge expectation which was built up by the opposition parties, like last year in the budget, which gave a huge tax exemption. Will the budget do something similarly, especially to encourage people to shift over to a new tax regime? That kind of an announcement wasn't made. But the packaging of the budget as one for Viksit Bharat is something which the opposition parties has completely trashed. And Mr. Chidambaram, in his press conference, made the larger point that very clearly India and the Indian government is rattled by those tariff turmoil with America, and that has got reflected in it. But for the common man, there doesn't really seem to be anything much which is being offered.
And that's something that several other analysts have also come out and said that there may have been some minor decisions or minor relief that in the long run may come to the fore, but the big headliner, so to say, for the Aam Aadmi seems to be missing.
Well, we did ask this question to the finance minister at a press conference, the first after presenting the budget. And all of them, in fact, the economic advisor, the finance minister, all of them gave out a long list of what the government has planned. And speaking, these are plans which are not going to be seen as mere sops. If you're going to search for headlines, what the finance minister said, that's a wrong way of looking at budget, because it's very important that you look at the long-term perspective. But more importantly, one big focus has been done on making India resilient, independent, Atmanirbhar. But also very important is that a lot of infrastructural benefits have been given. There's something for the importers and the exporters. Now, if there's a slash in the import duties, the products become cheaper. Who does it benefit? It benefits people like you and me. Then there's a scope for infrastructural development, there's scope for education, defense, so on and so forth. So the government is convinced that
so the government has there put out a point-by-point rebuttal, so to say, for criticism of what the Congress has been saying. For the moment, Pallavi, do stay on with us, because it's not just Mr. P. Chidambaram who's come out and raised these questions. Shashi Tharoor too now raising certain questions about the decisions that have been made as far as the budget is concerned. This is what Shashi Tharoor has now gone on to say. He's talking about the aims in Kerala, and he says that the glaring exclusion of Kerala as far as nation building is concerned, that's something that is indefensible. It's a high-density state that's crying out for modern transit. Why is it then being ignored is a question that Shashi Tharoor has now asked on social media, also alleging that the central government has been ignoring the state for far too long. Well, we'll try and get more details as soon as my colleague Pallavi joins us. But Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal also speaking to Network 18, the first interview after Budget 2026. Let's listen into that exclusive interaction.
Crores being invested in infrastructure, and the speed at which we are developing infrastructure has become a surprise for the entire world today. If one looks carefully at this budget, it's very holistic, very forward-looking, preparing 140 crore Indians to speed up our journey towards Viksit Bharat.
Let me ask you about one major measure that has been taken by the Commerce Ministry, and that is for SEZs, one-time relief for manufacturing units in SEZs to sell a limited portion of their output in domestic markets at concessional rates. This was important because of the strain on manufacturers right now. Could you give us the contours of this scheme?
Broadly, the idea is that existing units in SEZs are today required to pay duty as if the goods are being imported into India if they supply to the domestic market. Many of them have surplus capacities, and the same goods are being imported duty-free from other geographies. The idea is that these existing units can use their surplus capacity and some proportion of their production, obviously less than what they are exporting, may be allowed to be sold in the domestic market in such manner that it doesn't hurt other domestic manufacturers. So we equalize or make a common level playing field for both by reducing the duty burden on the SEZ unit, but reduce it to such an extent that they are at the same level as other domestic manufacturers.
So what will be the duty level? What sectors will
It
it
will
apply
depend
to?
on sector to sector. There would be some sectors where we may not give this benefit, things like refining crude, petrol and diesel. Probably there it may not be proper to allow this. It may be to a big disadvantage to the other refiners. So it will have to be seen sectorally, and we will have to calibrate the approach so that SEZs also benefit, SEZ units get an opportunity to serve Indian needs, and we save foreign exchange.
Right. There's been a lot of focus also on labor-intensive exports from India, textiles, leather, footwear, especially rationalizing customs duty on the import costs.
That's right.
Give us a sense of the targeted measures that you've taken and the kind of sectors you want to support with the budget.
Well, if you look at the budget, it is looking at labor-intensive sectors, it is looking at technology-intensive sectors, it is looking at traditional sectors, it is looking at futuristic sectors. I mean, the expanse is phenomenal. Textiles. It adds new textile parks, mega parks. At the same time, the thrust is on man-made textiles, because 2/3 of global trade today is on man-made textiles. It gives a thrust to the leather industry and sports goods and sportswear and sports shoes. Idea being that there's a large market out there which we can service very well because we have low labor costs. Marine fishing, it opens up avenues in the EEZ so that we can expand our marine exports also. It will also help us provide nutritious foodstuff for our domestic consumption. Animal husbandry and poultry has also been given a thrust. So wherever there is farmer or animal husbandry or fishery involved, we continue to support them to increase their incomes. All labor-oriented sectors, and for that matter, infrastructure also is a highly labor-intensive sector, are being given a thrust. Look at the data centers. Duty tax-free until 2047, 22 years from now. Can you imagine the huge thrust that this will give foreign companies who wish to invest in India to set up data centers and provide cloud services internationally? And look at the benefits for India. We get the material, we get investment into India, we sell material for construction, provide jobs to people to set up these data centers in terms of the infrastructure required. It needs tons and lots of power and lots of power redundancy. So it will promote investment in energy sector. By and large, these data centers prefer renewable energy. So it will give a thrust for nuclear energy, for green hydrogen, green ammonia. It will give a thrust for solar, hydro, battery storage, pump storage. It opens up avenues in a very holistic way, all of which lead to jobs, all of it lead to investment, all of it lead to economic activity, taxes. So the budget, I find, is an economically and fundamentally very strong budget, which gives an impetus to our growth story.
Are there certain sectors which are going to get more relief in the coming days, maybe leather for that matter?
We are looking at a scheme which may help to promote the leather industry in a big way, and are trying to draw up the contours of that.
On services exports, there was a substantial amount of time spent by the finance minister on boosting the services industry, including the IT industry. How does this safeguard the interests of our services sector, services exports?
We have tried to simplify processes and improvise on the safe harbor rules on most of the services, also clubbing all the IT related services into one. There's a committee going to be set up to look at the services sector holistically, because we find that's an area of strength of our country. It's an area where we are growing already very rapidly, and we see tremendous potential to increase our share in global trade and services to at least 10% of the global trade. And by the way, that is a big amount. Just the European Union alone, with which we've opened up 144 services subsectors through the free trade agreement, imports 2.7 or 2.8 trillion worth of services every year. Currently, we export only 46 billion. If we can target at 10% over there, we're looking at nearly a $270 to $300 billion services export to European Union. That's the potential. So I think this is a aspiration budget which meets the aspirationals of New India, which meets the aspirations of Young India, which provides wings to the dreams of New India.
Speaking about the FTA with the European Union, give us a sense of how this is going to safeguard our export growth story, and what kind of growth numbers do you expect once this FTA comes into effect, and possibly even a timeline if you could share with us. Your colleague, your counterpart, Maros Sefcovic, said hopefully early next year.
Probably even earlier. Subsequent to that, we've had discussions at the highest level. We are looking at speeding up the legal scrub. We are looking at using artificial intelligence to get us the first cut of the 24 languages it needs to be translated into. And then, of course, the human beings can look at it. We are looking at the European Parliament fast-tracking approval, particularly since this is one agreement where no sensitive sector has been touched. So unlike the other agreement, Mercosur agreement, which from 19 to 26 took 6 years to approve, in this sector, all the 27 member states have welcomed it and are actually requesting that this should be fast-tracked. The German Chancellor yesterday said that this agreement, the India FTA, should be fast-tracked and implemented at the earliest.
So how much do you expect it to add to our growth story?
Our guess estimate or first cut estimate, both on the European side and Indian side, reflects that we should be able to double our bilateral trade in the next 5 to 6 years after it comes into effect.
What about the situation with the United States? Are there certain differences right now in trade talks? Have some new issues come up? Any sense on the timeline?
You heard the Honorable President of the United States of America this morning about Air Force One, and I think we are making good progress and working in the spirit of friendship.
Right. Just a word on what Jamieson Greer had to say. Just last year, he had said that India has given the best possible deal ever. Now, in his latest remarks, he said that India needs to do more when it comes to reducing Russian oil purchases.
In regular touch, my good friend Jamieson and I, we've known each other since Trump won, and I have absolutely no doubt that between him and me, or between both our teams, the synergy is very good, the understanding is very positive, and we'll be able to finalize very quickly.
So would it be a matter of a few weeks or months?
That we will have to wait and see. You know, we never do any trade deal with deadlines.
To what extent have you tried to address global uncertainties, the trade volatility with the US in the budget to safeguard India's interests?
I think this is a budget for the next 25 years. This is a budget for the future of India. It's a budget which prepares India to take rapid strides towards Viksit Bharat 2047. So I don't think the budget is ever formulated based on just a particular situation or a particular uncertainty. Budgets are always made for a long-term vision of the country.
Right. On quality control orders, you've done a lot in terms of eliminating QCOs. The survey said that more can be done. Are we looking at a greater review of QCOs?
It will be a calibrated approach. If we find that the QCO can be deferred or might be even eliminated, and that it is, we already are producing good quality production in India, and even the imports into India are of good quality. We are not getting substandard goods. We will always be open to amending or even eliminating QCOs. Right. We are a listening government. This government is open to inputs and open to ideas. At the same time, we have to make sure that vested interests may not try to once again bring in substandard quality production in India. As you are aware, the Honorable Prime Minister has focused very strongly on quality since 2014, when he introduced the concept of zero effect, zero defect, Z. He spoke about it in his Man Ki Baat last Sunday. He spoke about it on the first day of Parliament. He spoke about it today when reflecting on the budget. So I think this is very dear to the Honorable Prime Minister. It's very important when India plans to become a developed nation to also focus on quality in a big way.
Right. What is the message that you'd like to send out to global investors with the budget, sir? FI outflows have been a concern. It's been about $23 billion. The drop in FDI has been questioned by experts as well. So what do you think is the message that India is trying to send out with this budget to both domestic investors and global investors?
Well, I think being the fastest growing large economy with fiscal prudence at the core of our thinking, you can continue to see fiscal consolidation in this budget also. With the fact that massive investments are going into infrastructure and new opportunities are being created for investments in manufacturing and promoting services, we have set the roadmap for the next 2 decades, powering the economy on towards Viksit Bharat, a developed and prosperous India by 2047. I think those who will miss the bus today will regret it.
Any rethink on the press note 3 on China?
We have been receiving requests from many quarters that there could be a de minimis, so that the larger funds, which may have a very small element of some 1 or 2 Chinese investors having 1 or 2 5% Chinese investment in a larger pooled capital or a fund, may be considered for exemption, because that's not really an opportunistic takeover that could be planned. It's just a financial investment which comes in through the form of funds. It is certainly something which has been brought to our notice and is under consideration.
Mr. Goyal, thank you very much for joining us to give us the sum and substance of the union budget and the message it sends out to our exporters.
All right, so the opposition has been saying that there isn't anything for whether it is poll-bound states or opposition-ruled states, as it were. I want to go across to one of the more articulate faces in the opposition, Congress MP from Thiruvananthapuram, Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Thank you very much, Mr. Tharoor, for speaking with us. Let's talk about Kerala, your home state. You've said there's hardly any mention of Kerala in the budget. There's a lot from rare earth corridors. Kerala is part of the rare earth corridor along with Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. There is sustainable turtle trails. There's some coconut promotion scheme as well. There seems to be a lot of mention about Kerala, notwithstanding the fact
Kerala has actually only been mentioned in the first 2, rare earths and the turtle trail. But I don't think you can find us applauding the turtle trail. There's a lot more substance we've been waiting for. After all, for example, for 15 years since the first budget of the BJP, 12 years, I beg your pardon, the BJP talked about giving an aims to Kerala. There's still no mention of doing so. They've announced the creation of All India Institutes of Ayurveda. They haven't promised one to Kerala, even though Kerala, more than any other part of India, has kept Ayurveda alive and flourishing. There's a complete neglect on the railway front, where they've announced 7 new high-speed rail corridors like Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Varanasi. But Kerala had a proposal pending for years for a high-speed rapid transit line within the state, which the centre has not so far funded. They talked about port development, but our big, dramatically successful new container terminal port in Vizhinjam, near Thiruvananthapuram in my constituency, was not mentioned at all. We need money for massive railroad connectivity if you're going to be an effective transshipment hub. And there has been no special central package for last-minute connectivity mentioned, unlike, for example, the specific focus given to ports in other regions. Previous budgets favored Gift City, ports in Gujarat, Maharashtra, nothing again for Vizhinjam, whereas connectivity from Vizhinjam ought to be a national priority. Instead, we have a strategic failure. Coastal protection, nothing at all. I'm not finished. We're losing Indian territory to the sea every year. Bharat Mata's soil is going down the drain. If it had gone to China, we'd be screaming for a national defense mobilization. The sea is taking away our land, and the government can't be bothered. They say it's a state's problem. The state says they haven't got enough money. Center can't be bothered. And the result is our coast is ignored. We've got a serious fiscal crisis in Kerala. The center is indifferent to our pain. We have only 1.93% allocations from the central tax pool. It used to be 3.93 under UPA just 10 years ago. We're really in bad shape in Kerala. And across the board, you mentioned coconuts and cashews and so on.
Correct.
Kerala is not specified there. I mean, we're assuming we will benefit since we are the largest coconut producing state. Even the name Kerala comes from the coconut tree. But we'd like to see some specifics telling us what Kerala is going to get. We can't just live on assumptions that we're going to get it because it's about coconuts. How much are we going to get and for what exactly? Handlooms. We have our handloom industry that's in crisis. No mention of Kerala there. So one thing after another, I'm afraid. It's a budget for an invisible Kerala. We talked about incredible Kerala, incredible India, God's own country. We're invisible Kerala. We're certainly not this government's own country.
But Mr. Tharoor, I want
to
talk about the rare earth corridor because it's a huge thing. I mean, we've seen how China has weaponized rare earths, used it as leverage during trade negotiations and so on. And it's been a known fact that, the beaches of Kerala are rich in monazite, in thorium, and Kerala is one part of this newly announced rare earth corridor. Surely, as an MP from there, you should welcome that.
Not just as an MP, I called for this. I've published an article pointing to the richness of rare earths in Kerala and demanding that we should start a serious scheme. So, of course, I welcome it. But, I mean, it's all very well to welcome one thing. And by the way, this is 15 years from realization. It's not a short-term thing. Our dependence on rare earths, up of the infrastructure for this rare earth corridor, and start doing the processing before we can actually use the rare earths. So it's a great thing. One can say better late than never. And as something I have advocated as an MP in my own columns. But having said that, sure, let me say I'm happy to applaud one thing while bemoaning the lack of progress in so much else.
You did also talk about agriculture and fisheries. We mentioned there's now going to be a national coconut promotion scheme. Kerala is the biggest producer of coconut. So is it is the biggest producer of cashew nuts as well. So it's going to be a national cashew nut mission. Even in marine and fisheries, zero duty on fish that's caught in the exclusive economic zones. Yours is a coastal constituency. This is something that would matter to your constituents.
Yes, indeed. In fact, at the same time, we need some assistance to enable our fisher folk who are mainly living below the poverty line, are not running around in gigantic trawlers with ice boxes and so on to catch fish on the high seas and export them. I mean, I'm afraid we are looking still at much of the fishing community living in a subsistence economy. If we can give them assistance, subsidies to actually develop the capacity to do all of this, to take advantage of such schemes, that'll be fine. Otherwise, it'll just be the big corporates or the big richer trawler companies that will come in and take advantage of the scheme. I live with the reality of the experiences of the coastal fishermen day after day. They are not exactly ripe to benefit from these larger schemes. But yes, let's help them. And if the government can extend its blue economy concept to helping the simple, ordinary fishermen, the machwara of yore, and actually giving them an opportunity to become 21st century fisher people, we might indeed boost our fishing exports through this budget provision.
You also mentioned about center-state relations. Today, the finance minister mentioned in a speech that the center has gone by the recommendation of the Finance Commission. 41% has been devolved to the states. So
that was exactly what it was last time, and we already complained about it last time. So our complaints have not been heeded. The fact is, it's just 10 years ago, we were 3.93% of the central pool. We're now 1.93. That's a phenomenal drop. And Kerala is already in unsustainable levels of debt. It's spending a colossal, the majority of its budget goes on just two things, debt servicing and pensions. So how on earth can we promote development in our state? We are the invisible engine of the Indian economy, sending remittances in largest numbers to the country and boosting tourism. And yet we're missing from the budget priorities of the finance minister. It really is invisible Kerala here.
One final word, and this is the big picture. The budget came at a time when there is external shocks because of the Trump tariffs. There is a supply side shocks because of China. Don't you think this budget has given sort of strategic direction when it comes to AI, rare earths, semiconductors, etc., the big picture?
Those are necessary, but they're not the whole story. For example, when we're giving an exemption for customs duties for drugs, but you're overlooking the fact that we're already importing over 70% of our active pharmaceutical ingredients in order to manufacture drugs, even the drugs, the generics that make us famous around the world as a pharmacy to the world. What are we doing about reducing dependence rather than facilitating more imports? You reduce customs duty in order to promote more imports. Is that the wisest way to go? You're talking about the big picture, Zaka. There's got to be a vision that accords with the principle of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Where is that self-reliance when you're actually promoting policies that are enhancing your dependence on China? That really worries me too.
Okay, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for joining us. Shashi Tharoor, there, four-time MP from Thiruvananthapuram, saying that it's an invisible Kerala as far as Union Budget 2026 is concerned. Quick break, but news and updates continue on the other side.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak Budget Special with me, Shivani Gupta. Today, the Modi government 3.0 unveiled its union budget for 2026-27, calling it a foundation for India's journey towards a Viksit Bharat by 2047. There was a clear emphasis on fiscal discipline and long-term growth, particularly focusing on certain key sectors. Presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for a record 9th consecutive time, the budget lays out the government's economic roadmap amid global uncertainties, easing inflation and sustained domestic demand. While the government has pitched the budget as growth-driven and future-ready, highlighting capital expenditure and structural reforms, political reactions have been sharply divided as always. The Prime Minister described the budget as historic, saying it opens a highway of opportunities and strengthens the vision of a developed India. But the Congress President, for example, Mallikarjun Kharge, accused the government of lacking policy vision, while leaders from regional parties questioned allocations, federal fairness and job creation priorities. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee went as far as calling the budget claims of several lies or garbage of lies, alleging neglect of non-BJP ruled states. The government maintains the budget prioritizes reforms over rhetoric, balances welfare with fiscal prudence, and lays the groundwork for sustained economic growth. So, is this a visionary budget or a missed opportunity? Is the opposition criticism fair, or is it nitpicking of a detailed-oriented budget? We'll break down all of that, the key announcements, the political flashpoints with our guests in just a bit. But first up, let's break down the top 6 budget highlights as the ones that are making the biggest headlines. There is, of course, that capex raising to 12.2 lakh crore, which is the highest so far as part of the government's strategy to accelerate economic growth, enhance productivity and build resilience against global uncertainties, as the government says. The introduction of the new Income Tax Act 2025, it will finally come into effect from April this year to modernize India's direct tax framework, focusing to simplify and streamline tax legislation. There is that 10,000 crore rupee Biopharma Shakti scheme that has been announced. This initiative aims to enhance the regulatory framework by significantly increasing manpower and operational efficiency. Then, of course, is fiscal deficit, the fiscal prudence being the hallmark of this government, to be reduced to 4.2% for FY 26-27. This continues the government's commitment to reducing debt to GDP ratio as well. The Other top 5 big announcement: launch of India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 to produce equipment and materials and fortify supply chains. The focus will be on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. And finally, 5 university townships to be developed. The government will support states through challenge route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistical centers. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, research institutions, skill centers, and even residential complexes. Now, those are the top 6 that we've identified. Of course, there can be very many others according to which area or which sector that you're focusing on. But let's also talk about the political opposition now. It's inevitable that the opposition has started some politicking as far as this budget is concerned. So Rahul Gandhi says that this is a budget that fails to really address India's real crises. But Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in her post-budget press briefing rebutted this, saying that the budget shows that the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. As I mentioned, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge has said that Modi government has run out of ideas. But of course, Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP MP, says that the budget is for Viksit Bharat and it is opposition's habit now to cry foul. Then there is, of course, more reaction coming in from regional parties as well. You've got Pinarayi Vijayan, Kerala Chief Minister. This is one state that is going to election, so a lot of focus was on it. He says this is a bid to seize Kerala's minerals. This is pointedly on the scheme that has been announced for rare earth mining. You've got Union Minister C.R. Patil saying that this is a habit of the opposition to make baseless charges. In fact, on one hand, there is criticism. There's not much for poll-bound states, including Kerala. On the other hand, there is criticism that there has been too much focus on some of these states, and that's a bid to actually influence upcoming elections. Finally, Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party chief, saying budget is beyond understanding. Doesn't really grasp it. But Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, for example, said that the opposition doesn't want tech to come, which is why they keep criticizing the budget. So the big question that we're asking today is simply this: is the opposition nitpicking as far as the budget is concerned? Is there really a criticism that can be made? Or is this regular when it comes to democratic politics, that there's bound to be criticism, even if by and large industry has welcomed the budget? That's coming up with our guests.
Your private capital investment has not kicked in. Your tax buoyancy is negligible. Foreign direct investment is not coming in. The budget does not address the fundamental inequities in the Indian economy. So therefore you can grandstand and talk about motherhood and apple pie. That's not going to boost the economy.
It is a progressive budget, a budget that is focused on every sector of the Indian economy. It's a budget for every citizen. Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas.
They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money and saying big talk.
145 करोड़ भारतवासियों के आशा और आकांक्षाओं का प्रतीक यह बजट है, जिसमें नए भारत और विकसित भारत की संकल्पना का दृष्टि स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है.
All right, first up, I want to go across to Vice President of the BJP, Jay Panda is now joining us. Let's begin with the politics. I have to ask you this, Jay Panda, because, you know, Rahul Gandhi, for example, has said that this is a union budget which is blind to India's real crisis. How would you respond to this first up?
See, Rahul Gandhi ji has a total disconnect with reality, because he keeps calling India's economy a dead economy when it is the toast of the entire world. It is the fastest growing large economy for many years now. It has lifted the highest number of people out of poverty, 250 million in this century. It has got the lowest inflation among big economies. It is the best fiscally managed economy in terms of, if you look at the fiscal deficit, if you look at the debt to GDP ratio. These are all very important, because this is what gives the headroom for a budget to keep investing in our people, to keep investing in infrastructure. Whereas established and developed countries like the US have a fiscal deficit 50% higher than India's. Usually, well-managed countries like Japan, Singapore, and European nations like the UK have between 100 to 200% debt to GDP ratio, when ours is only 55%. I give credit to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. This budget shifts gear with the massive investment in infrastructure, job creation, and this takes forward the track record that the Modi government has already established, which I was just referring to.
Yes. You know, a lot of specific announcements have been made for some poll-bound states. There's Tamil Nadu, there's Kerala, there's a lot of reaction from opposition parties on that. West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, she's criticizing it for not having enough for West Bengal. There's Odisha, for example, not really a poll-bound state, but a state that you come from as far as minerals is concerned. But overall, there is a suggestion that the government is using the budget to kind of balance its short-term electoral considerations.
You know, this is very odd because, you know, the Kerala opposition started saying there's nothing in it for Kerala. Same thing the Tamil Nadu people started saying. The reality is something quite different. Let me explain. In the last 12 years, there has been a very major shift in the way the budget is presented. Earlier, in earlier decades, the budget presentation used to be all focused on the minutiae. A comma here, a full stop there, a train to make a 2-minute stop at a new place. That used to be the entire focus. Whereas in the last dozen years, the focus has become on the big picture, the vision and the implementation. And the track record of that is clear. I just told you it's the best managed large economy in the world in terms of every criteria that you can think of that economists look at, whether it is job creation, whether it is reduction of inflation, whether it is fiscal deficit, whether it is the debt to GDP ratio, infrastructure investment. We doubled the number of airports in just the last decade compared to what had been built in the previous 75 years. So let me just conclude this by saying 7 new high-speed train corridors being built across the country. Now, the finance minister has mentioned the starting point and the ending point of these high-speed rail corridors, such as from Varanasi to Siliguri. But obviously, they will be touching many states in between.
Yes.
And between the 7 corridors, they'll be touching a very large number of states. And where a high-speed train corridor comes up, it's like building dozens of new airports at every place that it stops. So, and the thrust on tourism, the thrust on job creation, you know, the specific schemes to create jobs in healthcare professionals, in caregivers, in technology service providers such as animation and gaming, it adds up to millions. And the much larger number that will come from the tourism boom that is being funded by this budget and by the infrastructure that I mentioned, these will impact every state, not just poll-going states.
You know, while CapEx has been one of the hallmarks of this government, and of course it's rising to 12.2 lakh crores, people can see big ticket infrastructure coming up. I don't think many people can deny that that's a reality. But one constant criticism by the opposition and others has been that where are the jobs and where are the high quality jobs? Does this budget take care of that question?
Not at all. Like I said, in this century, there is no other country that has lifted 250 million people out of poverty, which has happened because of the high growth rates and the targeted programs, such as the food aid program, such as the housing program that the Modi government has focused on. Now, in terms of the job growth, please remember that for 75 years, we used to constantly miss our ideal target of job creation. Whereas in the last decade, on most occasions when quarterly reports come out, we have met the job target of 1 million jobs created per month, which other countries like China have been faltering nowadays in the recent years. Other countries like the US and Europe are far behind us. Now, look at in this particular budget, there is targeted funding to create 1 lakh jobs in healthcare professionals, 1.5 lakh jobs in caregivers, 2 million jobs in technology sector, which is gaming and animation and related ones. And as I said earlier, maybe 10 times or 20 times of that number, which have not been mentioned in the budget as a result of the infrastructure and the tourism commitments made in this very specific budget.
Right.
So, obviously the Indian opposition likes to focus on the glass being half full. Let me conclude by saying this. Please take a look at what the Indian opposition has said in each of the last 10 or 11 budgets and see how they have been continually proved wrong. So it's no surprise that they are being negative and they will again be proven wrong.
All right. I'll leave it at that, Jay Panda. Thanks a lot for speaking to CNN News 18. Let's also open this up to our guests joining us. I have with me in the studio S.C. Garg, former Secretary, Finance, Power and DEA, Anand Srinivasan, National Spokesperson of the Congress with us, and Kaushal Kant Mishra is spokesperson of the BJP with us. Anand Srinivasan, I begin with you. You must have heard some of the rebuttals that have come in from the BJP Vice President. Overall, there's a sense that when there's a rhetorical budget or there's a budget that focuses on one or two big ideas, then that budget is criticized. When there's a budget that focuses on particular nitty-gritties, then that budget is also criticized. It's inevitable that the budget will be criticized. So there's no substance in this criticism today, at least.
Let's now look at the basics. I'm sure the C minus on your data. What is GDP? Nominal GDP minus inflation is real GDP. How can you have a nominal GDP of 8.2 and a real GDP of 7.5? Are you trying to tell me that inflation is only 0.5 in India? You are importing dal, you are importing palm oil, you are importing essential food commodities. Your rupee has depreciated by 10% against the dollar in last 1 year, 30% against the Australian dollar, 30% against the Singapore dollar, 20% against the British dollar, a British pound, and you are saying that there is no inflation? My barber is charging me 33% more. My doctor is charging me 30% more. My school fees are going up, and all people who are listening to you know that. You know that how much your expenses are going up every day, and you expect me to believe what cost you 1,000 rupees last year is costing you 1,000 rupees, 1,005 rupees. If I take away the inflation claimed by Madam Sitharaman at 0.5 deflator and put out the real core inflation number again coming from the government, your real GDP growth is 4.
Okay.
So if your real GDP number is 4, and if your real GDP number is 4, then all this calculation of debt to GDP and all this goes out of the window. Where is the headroom? If you are really growing at 4% for the last 3 years, which if I only substitute, please have patience to listen to the opposition. You gave Mr. Pandey a lot of time.
Yes, we have more time for you, but let me take a rebuttal from Mr. Kant on your opening comment. This is more a debate.
I am not done. I am not done with my opening comment.
Okay.
Why are you not patient? Now, if inflation is 0.5, real interest rates are at 5%. If your basic, Mr. Garg is a member, former Secretary of Finance, if real interest rate is 5%, foreign investment should be pouring into India. There is no other country which has a real interest rate differential of 5%. So all your foreigners should be flocking here to invest. They should just leave it in government bonds, forget private investment. They should put in your G-Sec is 6.5. Okay. And if your inflation is 0.5, have patience, If your 0.5% inflation, you should have a flood of foreign capital. Instead, you have 1,60,000 crores flowing out of the country in the last 12 months. And in the month of January, about $5 billion have flown out. It clearly shows that your inflation number is all gas, which is what the former chief economist.
I'll come back to you. Just 1 second. Let me take the opening response on your comments. You are criticizing the overall GDP numbers, the real GDP numbers, and of course...
No, I'm not criticizing.
Then what are you criticizing?
I'm giving you the facts. The facts are the core inflation as measured by the Reserve Bank of India is 4%. They are using a deflator of 0.5%. There is no explanation on how that 0.5% has come. Criticism is when I contradict facts. I'm using the facts supplied by the Reserve Bank of India.
I want you to also expand on the particular announcements that have been made or missed in this budget, but I'll come back to you. Yes, Mr. Kant, you want to respond to that? There is a question mark over what the real GDP growth percentage is with inflation, factored in.
Shivani, it's ninth time when Nirmala ji is presenting this budget, and every time after budget, opposition comes with so many criticisms, so many problems, so many deficiencies in the budget. In spite of that, the GDP size is more than double. Growth rate is highest in, I think, last 2-3 years. Post-COVID, India is highest having the growth rate. Fiscal deficit is coming down, and debt to GDP ratio is also coming down. So, if there is some data manipulation, it will not go continue for nine years continuously. So, I am not expert on economy, but what learned friend had said, it's better that economics should comment, but for 9 years, this type of comment is coming from Congress. And Rahul Gandhi is saying India is dead economy. If the Rahul Gandhi feels India is dead economy, then Congress person should not come and say that there is something about budget.
So, is this criticism, that the growth rate is still low, Mr. Garg, or, if you look at the fact that foreign investments have been pretty low or negative over the last 4 months especially, is this criticism fair? Does that put the budget vision that the government wants to present in perspective, the falling rupee, for example?
See, the picture is a little complex always.
It always is. I mean, economics is never that cut and dry. Yeah.
As the government would like to put it, or it's not as bad as the opposition would like. The reality lies somewhere in. Look at the growth number. The real GDP, 7.4% is the growth this year. Now, if you factor in what the gentleman was saying, that the core inflation is taken as the element of the removal of the inflationary aspect, then it reduces to 3.5%.
Yeah.
If you look at the dollar GDP, which factors into account the dollar depreciation, then it comes down to only 2%. So what you look at will tell you where it is. The fact that the government is actually feeling constrained of the resources is indicated in this one, that you are expanding the expenditures, which is the way the government stimulate the economy, both on the investment side as well as on the redistribution side. That has grown only at 5.5%. This year or the last year's budget.
But wasn't it already high to begin with?
No, it's in fact last 3 years, the expenditure growth of the government, we talk a lot about the capex, which is growing at about 10% plus. Defense expenditure has gone up by about 20% over last year. Interest payments have gone about 10%, but the total expenditure has gone up only about 5.5% over last year. And this is for last 3 years going in. The government is feeling the constraint of containing the expenditures. That is a reality of the, and why that reality is coming, because the tax growth of the government is slowing down thanks to a lot of measures taken earlier. So, and this is reflected. So, if you have so much confidence about the growth, the investment should be flowing from the domestic investors as well as the foreign investors. Foreign investors, you see, is actually withdrawing.
Okay.
Right. So, I think the picture is more somber. It's not bad,
but it's not
as rosy as you would like.
We've got more live updates also coming in. So very quickly, Anandji, I'll take one quick comment on any announcement in the budget that you want to highlight. Because, for example, the opposition has been criticizing the fact that there is not enough for certain states. But there's also a criticism that poll-bound states have been used as a platform to maybe, do politics with the budget.
Let us do some serious talking on the budget. The Jal Jeevan program was considered to be the prime focus of Narendra Modi ji. He allotted 67,000 crores last year. How much has he spent? He has spent 17,000 crores. Why, in a prime major focus of the government, which is supposed to bring water to everybody's house, which he allotted 67,000 crores last year, he has spent only 17,000 crores. Now let us look at education. Education, he has cut budget. Why? So you cut budget for education, you cut budget for Jal Jeevan, actual expenditure. I'm not talking of what you are doing next year.
Sure.
What you budgeted 67,000. You did not have money for it. Therefore, you spent 17,000. You budgeted for 6,600 crores. You spent 6,500 crores because you don't have money.
Okay.
And already, listen to me. Please have some patience.
Sir, I
So
have limited
you are-
time. Please make your points very quickly, sir.
Exactly. Factored for inflation at 4%. If I even show that, even whatever you have promised last year, you have not spent.
Okay,
Why
I
are you
take that
making
point.
false-
Let Mr. Kant respond to that. There hasn't been the delivery that was meant to be even for
There's
what was
even-
accounted for last budget. So, you know, just accounting or just mentioning this much money for a certain scheme, for a certain project, that doesn't mean that it has been delivering all
Because
now.
the actuals are 50, more than 50% down.
Okay.
You
Yes.
promised 67,000 crores and spent 17,000
Anandji,
crores.
We got that, sir. We got that. We got that. Yes, Mr. Kant.
Anandji, I got your question. You are saying that budget allocated and it is not fully expended. Correct. This is your question. And this is question of a whole opposition on many news channels. The answer is that it is a calculation. If the state has to give the expenditure information to the central government. Please, Anandji. Anandji, you are too senior to me. Anandji, you are too senior to me. I am not interfering in you. I am not. Shivani, this is not done. Shivani, this discussion is going on very fine, and he is too senior to say anything not suiting to him. This question was asked by ourselves to Nirmala ji, and Nirmala ji gave the clear answer because the state is not giving the expenditure details to the central government, and that is why the central government not reaching the next part of your budgetary allocation. This is how, because the Congress has got policy. They say 1 रुपया जाता था और 15 पैसा पहुंचता था, 85 पैसे कांग्रेस वाले खा लेते थे. तो ये वाला सिस्टम खत्म हो गया, करप्शन खत्म हो गया. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को अपने एक्सपेंडिचर का पूरा सर्टिफिकेट बना करके जब देना पड़ेगा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को, तो नेक्स्ट रोल आउट होगा. आपने अगर वो खर्च ही नहीं किया, आपने उसका पूरा डिटेल हमें नहीं दिया, तो हम नेक्स्ट पार्ट क्यों रिलीज करेंगे? दिस इज द रीजन व्हाई द बजट इज नॉट फुल्ली यूटिलाइज्ड. And it is highlighted by every opposition leader, but they are not telling what is.
Let Mr. Kant come. Let Mr. Anand come in for 30 seconds. Yes.
About 20 of the last 30 states are ruled by the BJP. So Mr. Kant wants to say that the BJP government, state governments, have not managed to give the expenditure statement. That is, Yogi Adityanath ji ने काम नहीं किया, हरियाणा में काम नहीं हुआ, राजस्थान में काम नहीं हुआ, नीतीश कुमार ने काम नहीं किया, and therefore he spent 50,000 crores less on water scheme. We have sufficient water in Tamil Nadu. हमारा कोई problem नहीं है. The real where the pipe water is not there is in North India, ruled by the BJP in the cowbelt states. Therefore, what he is saying is Yogi Adityanath is not doing his job. Nitish Kumar is not doing his job.
Okay.
The Rajasthan Chief Minister is not doing his job. The Haryana Chief Minister is not doing his job. Therefore, the Sitharaman ji has not spent 50,000
No, I
crores
got
on
your
water.
point. Anandji, I got your point. You know, one question that can also be asked is that, you know, why did it need a Jal Jeevan mission, tapped water mission, etc., so late in India's development and in India's independence?
So you found it
that is
no.
also a question that
Whether
can be asked. But I take your
That can be
criticism. I've
happened.
got limited time. Let Mr. Kant respond to this and I'll go to Mr. Garg as well.
No.
Yes, Mr. Kant.
Ms. Gupta, I don't think you are a part. Ms. Gupta.
Anandji, please.
Ms. Gupta,
yes.
You are not the spokesman of the BJP.
Yes, I understand that, sir. I understand that. This is a discussion and a debate. It's okay. We can all, exchange our ideas. Just stay with me. I request our guests to stay with me. I've also got a special conversation with Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav lined up. My colleague Rahul Shivshankar is joining you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaishnav, for speaking to us. We're going to speak now straight across and go straight across to Ashwini Vaishnav, who is, of course, top minister in government, holds several portfolios. Mr. Vaishnav, what is the headline from today's budget?
I would like to focus on the three sectors which I am concerned with. First is the electronics and IT sector. Second is the orange economy, the I&B ministry related matters. And third is the railway sectors. In electronics and IT, 4 major announcements have been made. First is about electronics component manufacturing. The allocation increased from 22,000 to 40,000 crore. Second is about semiconductor mission, the version 2.0. Third is about huge benefits for the IT industry, IT services industry. safe harbor, accelerated APA, defined margin, increased threshold, so many different activities which are there for the IT services industry. And fourth is a very big announcement on AI data centers, and this will help us propel into that orbit where we can become one of the largest AI services provider to the world. And I would like to come to the second ministry, which is the INB ministry. Creators economy is a major part of our economy now, popularly known as orange economy. And as you know, in waves, we set a new benchmark for the world. Now the IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, established last year, that will get connected to 15,000 high schools and 500 colleges through creator labs, and that will generate 20 lakh employment. So electronics and IT, which is already employing about 1 crore people, that will significantly increase by the announcements made today, and this new employment in creators economy that will get created because of the steps taken for orange economy. And coming to railways, 7 new high-speed corridors, Chennai to Bangalore, Bangalore to Hyderabad, Chennai to Hyderabad. Imagine the change it will bring. Chennai to Bangalore will become a journey of 1 hour and 13 minutes only. Bangalore to Hyderabad will be a journey of 2 hours. Chennai to Hyderabad will be a journey of 2 hours and 55 minutes. So this triangle, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, which are very big economies today, will get a huge multiplier in the coming years, and all the 5 South Indian states, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and the UT of Puducherry, they will all be hugely, immensely benefited by these high-speed corridors. Then comes Mumbai-Pune. Already Mumbai-Ahmedabad is progressing very well. Now Mumbai-Pune will become a journey of 48 minutes only, less than 1 hour. And Pune-Hyderabad will become a journey of 1 hour 55 minutes. So from Ahmedabad to Mumbai to Pune to Hyderabad and then connecting to Chennai and Bengaluru, this will become a major economic multiplier for this entire area. Then come to North India, Delhi, Varanasi, which will connect many cities of Uttar Pradesh, will be a journey of just 3 hours and 50 minutes. And then Varanasi, Patna, all the way to Siliguri will be a journey of only 2 hours 55 minutes. So this entire corridor from Delhi to Siliguri will be a major economic multiplier in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal. Then comes the announcement of new freight corridor connecting Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Gujarat. So these are huge significant changes which are happening. So to coming to your main point, your first question, this budget will lay the foundation, is laying the foundation for the Viksit Bharat. It is setting a roadmap for the Viksit Bharat. It has inspired our sense of duty.
Mr. Vaishnav, I want to ask you, because you've stressed on this connectivity boost, can we ever see a scenario unfold where there will be a degree of privatization taking place in railways when it comes to bringing in rail companies, private rail companies, like you have private airlines? Would that be a natural progression that could be considered? Would that be seen as a massive reform, or maybe at this moment a missed opportunity?
Absolutely not. The countries which went for privatization like UK, they had major failures, then Germany, major failures. It's a question of complexity of the sector which has to be understood, and what is the role of public sector, what is the role of private sector, that has to be very clearly understood, and then only a policy should be made. We are very cognizant of the complexity of railway sector, and that's why every step that we do is a step which basically is in sync with the complexity of the sector.
Mr. Vaishnav, the budget, and you've probably heard the Finance Minister, prioritizes fiscal discipline with a 4.3% deficit target. Now, in a slowing global economy, is this caution risking under-investment and weaker growth at home, sir?
Absolutely not, because the two pillars, the two wheels, the wheel of growth and the wheel of maintaining the fiscal deficit, they have to be done, they have to be moved together. If you look at our economy, our GDP is about 350 lakh crore today, and our consumption is close to about 220 lakh crore. So, and our investment is about 110 lakh crore. So with that kind of economy which is moving at a very steady pace of 6 to 8% real growth and 9 to 13% nominal growth, it's very important to have that big runway in front of us, and I think the Finance Minister has laid the path very well. And you must also notice that the global headwinds, many of the global headwinds are because of the huge debt burden that many of those countries have, and we are having a very prudent policy where our central government's liabilities are just about 55% of the GDP. You compare that with many of the rich countries, and they won't be able to have that growth runway, whereas we in our case, today we have a young population. Median age is about 27 years, and 2047 when we are 25 to 30 trillion dollar economy, still the median age will be somewhere around 37 years. So we will have a growth path even beyond 2047, and then for maintaining that kind of long-term growth trajectory, it's very important to maintain a very healthy balance sheet, and I think our Finance Minister is absolutely good, absolutely well focused on having that right balance of growth and fiscal discipline.
So let me ask you this, because the government capex, and I'm seeing those graphics on our screens as we speak, is pegged at about 12.2 trillion rupees. After years of heavy public spending, Mr. Vaishnav, where is the clear evidence that this is crowding in private investment rather than substituting for it?
I'll give two examples. First example, if you look at the employment which is generated today, the employment generation in the formal sector is on an average 2 million every month, 20 lakh every month.
Right.
Each and every rupee which goes into the salaries of people who are working on a large number of projects which are there in the country has a significant multiplier impact. You can ask any economist. Today, in our economy, every rupee that we invest has a multiplier of 3.6. You see the demand which is there in cars, in automobiles, in two-wheelers, in the consumer goods, in electronic consumer goods. Everywhere that demand is a clear multiplier, and that is bringing in the investment which is required for manufacturing those commodities and building those houses. So it's very clearly evident that the strategy of public investment, which jumped from, as you rightly noted, 2 trillion rupees to 12 trillion rupees, has paid up very well. And the second big factor is the improvement in productivity. Today, the investments we have made in the grid, the investments we have made in railways and highways, the investments which have gone in the port sector and airport sector, these are all leading to much significantly better productivity for our economy. The investment, similarly, the investment in digital infra, that also is bringing huge gains to the economy. So it's a very well established development model which we are following, and it's a very prudent model that we are following.
So let me ask you, sir, because the economic survey still flags a expectancy gap. That means that we're doing very well when it comes to top line numbers, GDP numbers, but somehow investment is not coming in. There's a hesitancy. Private capital is not coming in. There's a hesitancy. Why is there this gap, sir?
So take a look at the numbers. 120 lakh crore investment. Out of that, the government investment is of the order of about 20 lakh crore. I'm adding the state government's investments and PSU investment in this, right? That balance 100 lakh crore rupees investment is basically coming from the private sector. So you have to look at that number, look at the facts, and then go by, then make the opinion. Of course, the economic surveys, the role is to nudge the government even further, and that's what we are doing. And it's a good thing that since we are moving in the direction of Vikasit Bharat, it's very important to keep raising the bar, budget after budget, year after year, quarter after quarter.
So let me ask you, sir, because since there was this big concern, How is this budget addressing that? How will it spark investment activity in the economy? How will it convince, for example, Indian private capital to put their money where their mouth is?
I already given you the numbers on this, man. Okay. Government investment is about 20 lakh crore. Balance is all private investment, which is already coming from the Indian private investors.
Let me ask you, sir, PLI schemes were meant to transport manufacturing. Why has India's manufacturing share of GDP therefore not risen? We are seeing a sort of plateauing. Why is that happening, sir?
Electronics manufacturing has grown 6 times. Electronics exports has grown 8 times. Today, electronics is among the top 3 produced, top 3 exported items. Electronics component manufacturing scheme has got such a huge response that many of the components we will become the global suppliers. We'll be supplying to practically every country after meeting our own demand. Manufacturing is growing at a very rapid pace in so many sectors.
Final 2 questions to you, Mr. Vaishnav. I won't take up more of your time. Trump-era trade disruptions, as you know, and geopolitical tensions persist. Now, what specific buffers have been put forth by the FM to try and mitigate this external situation that we find ourselves confronted with, sir?
Building our resilience.
And how does this budget do that?
Multiple ways. Just if you apply your mind, the focus on manufacturing, the focus on tax simplification, the focus on making sure that the IT services industry gets the benefit of all those simplifications, laying the foundation for the next growth journey in terms of providing AI services. So many different sectors have been addressed in this budget.
My last question, sir. A year from now, what would convince you that this budget truly propelled growth? Would it be higher private capex? Would it be more jobs, faster exports, or just simply stable macro numbers? What would you be looking at to say, okay, this budget really transformed our country?
The change which is visible in people's lives, especially in the lives of middle class families and the low income families, that is the biggest parameter.
Thank you, Mr. Vaishnav, for being patient with me. Thank you very much for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. We'll take a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon
Welcome back. Now, the Dalal Street was not really enthused with the budget announcements earlier today. Sensex slipped 1,547 points. Nifty was below 24,900. Indian equity indices ended on a negative note in the volatile session, with Nifty below 24,900, as I said. At close, the Sensex was down more than 1,500 points, or 1.88% at 8722.94. And the Nifty was down 495.2 points, or almost 2%. So why is it that the markets are not happy with the budget announcements? I've got a special guest, Ashish Chauhan, MD and CEO of the NSE, joining us. Thanks a lot for your time, Mr. Chauhan. Let me begin by asking you, why do you think the markets have not really responded favorably as far as the budget announcement is concerned? Is there anything to worry about, given that it's been a few hours since the budget and, the market has continued to be in the red?
Broadly speaking, markets run ahead with expectations, and when the actual announcements come, they tend to have a little bit of a pullback. But overall, the budget has been quite on the same track as Mr. Modi has done over the last 11 years and Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman has done for 9 years. That is to consolidate on the fiscal side, reduce the fiscal deficits, reduce debt to GDP ratio, and at the same time also go for infrastructure development, which increases the overall competitiveness of Indian industry. And that's what even this budget is the same. So I don't see too much of a difference between what they have been doing, and that's a tried and tested formula for them that has kept India as the fastest growing large economy for pretty much last 11 years under their regime. So I don't see any difference at all, actually.
But with higher STT on future and options, do you expect any fall in terms of trading volumes or participation, enthusiasm in the derivatives market?
Broadly speaking, again, there was a what I call a perception created and a lot of criticism of government on allowing over speculation in derivatives market, and that I take this as a reaction by the government by increasing the securities transaction tax on the equity derivatives, specifically on futures, which had not been increased before. And options has always had that type of a situation where government of India in their budgets have always increased some amount of STT and options. And in some ways it's part of the trend, but also as a kind of a reaction to the criticism. But over last so many years, we have seen that Indian markets also absorb the STT increase and moves on, because there are many more people participating, many more people coming. Of course, short term, you will see some reaction because of the fact that the algorithms need to be now recalibrated with the new costs, and there might be some pullback due to the extra cost that is coming in. But overall, in the long run, I don't see that type of an issue going forward.
Overall, the government's big focus has been on fiscal prudence. As you mentioned, the budget has targeted a lower fiscal deficit, a falling debt to GDP ratio. From the NSE's point of view, will this improve market confidence, especially in long-term equity investment?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you look at last 25, 27 years, the BJP governments have always been very fiscally conservative. And this budget also stays on that. Today, our debt to GDP ratio is around 55-56%. Next year, it will go down by 1% more. But in next 3-4 years, they have projected it to come down to 50%. If you look at it against the backdrop of America going to 120%, and UK, Europe, all of them going in that similar range, and Japan having 200%, you know that India is now moving towards much more safety than what the developed nations are. In a way, they are becoming more profligate, and countries like India are becoming more conservative in their fiscal management and also taking their ship into more safer waters, I would say, because global shocks are now continuous in many areas, and the countries which have more fiscal room are much safer in their own policies, and that's what I think even BJP has seen over the last 11 years. It's important to have some sort of a lever in your hand rather than being totally tight with the fiscal, and then get external shocks can actually hurt you badly. And that's, I think, we have seen in last 1 year post Donald Trump's tariff tantrums, and now this entire framework of the UAE FTA and UK FTA, EU, that mother of all deals FTA, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, all the FTAs, once they start coming into play, we will have a seriously large growth engine coming back, because especially in the low-tech areas, more employment generating areas, we were not treated the same way by the world, like they treated China with close to zero or almost zero taxes on their goods. Even Pakistan, Bangladesh had 0% tax on EU garments and all. We were having large amount of tax. So with this new FTAs, we are going to be at par and with China or other countries, and we will probably get many more order for exports going forward.
All right. I'll leave it at that. Ashish Chauhan, do thank you for joining us and really talking about the market mood, which has been one of the big reactions to follow. But time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you big industry responses, especially from pharma and healthcare as well, because that was a top focus in the budget today as well.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify
Welcome back. In her budget presentation today, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the launch of Biopharma Shakti, a dedicated initiative aimed at positioning India as a global biopharma hub. So what are the key features of this? Let's break that down. A Biopharma Shakti initiative with a total outlay of rupees 10,000 crore over the next 5 years. An end-to-end ecosystem for the biopharmaceutical sector. This includes the creation of a biopharma-focused research and talent network with 3 new National Institutes of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and the upgradation of 7 existing institutes to support advanced research, skill development and industry collaboration. Now, the program will also establish a nationwide network of 1,000 accredited clinical trial sites aimed at accelerating drug development, improving regulatory standards and enhancing India's credibility as a preferred destination for global clinical research. I spoke to none other than Dr. Suchitra K. Ella, Vice President CII and co-founder Bharat Biotech on the same. Listen in to her and some more reactions. Of course, I want to talk to you about the Biopharma Shakti, the scheme that has been launched with an allocation of 10,000 crore rupees. This is aimed at strengthening domestic pharmaceutical and biopharma production capabilities. Your first response on that, ma'am?
Oh, it is welcome. In fact, this is something that the sector would have looked at in quite a few years from, from the past. It's a very welcome announcement. We are very happy about it. In fact, it's a great step forward for the Indian biopharmaceutical industry to reach to the next levels of being globally competent in terms of the products and services that we develop and manufacture from India.
I mean, the Indian pharmaceutical industry is already, one of the best in the world. India is known as the pharma hub of the world.
Yeah.
What is it that you think the industry needed, and how will this be an impetus in that?
No, undoubtedly the Indian pharmaceutical industry has already reached, levels of quality in terms of, having US FDA facilities in the country. Outside of the US, I think India has the highest number of the US FDA certified facilities. We also probably are one of the countries where we have the highest number of the WHO accredited pre-qualified facilities when it comes to vaccines and biotherapeutics, because it's very important to be on a level playing field when it comes to quality standards, and this happens only when we are compliant with international guidelines and the pharmacopoeia that exists, which is universal for many of the countries that are in the West, especially the advanced countries. So it's extremely important that we as a country and the industry has to be positioned in such a manner.
Your key takeaways as far as the medical, health, pharma industry is concerned?
So I think there was a lot of coverage for very broad-based elements that were not usually addressed. So this was done well in the sense that the biopharma industry, this BioShakti mission with 10,000 crores as allocation will help a lot to actually transform the pharma industry from being like producer of generics when drugs come off patent and all that, to encouraging for development of newer molecules by research, so biologics, biosimilars. So if that is successful, India will transform itself from the pharmacy to the world by copycat drugs to really frontier drugs. So that's what the opportunity is provided. It also helps us in our fight for non-communicable diseases, because these are rapidly spreading cancer, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, all these things, they'll help. Then of course you come, next step is is human capital. So they're talking, there's to be a committee which will look at education, skills, and then employment. So if there is one integrated mission, it will be very helpful to everybody, including the healthcare sector, because of the fact that we need to double the healthcare delivery system, where we need doctors, nurses, skilled personnel, technicians. So this broad sweeping mission that has been given to this committee, which will be formed, will be very helpful.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram, and thank you to our viewers. Thank you for staying with us through this super budget day 2026 reforms reloaded coverage here at CNN News 18. Right through the day, viewers, you've been with us and we've got you the most in-depth analysis and the top voices across government, across public policy, across the spectrum of industries and sectors that will get affected, impacted by this budget that on the face of it looks very conservative, very, very prudent. But when we dive into the details, there is a blueprint that is being readied. And it is on that path to maintaining sustained growth that will be driven by domestic consumption. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, concluding her Budget 2026 speech in the Lok Sabha after a marathon 1.5-hour address, she herself said 90 minutes to the Speaker, presenting a comprehensive economic roadmap that underscored the government's commitment to sustained growth, investment-led development and fiscal prudence. In her historic 9th consecutive union budget presentation, Ms. Sitharaman positioned the budget as both as a stabilizing instrument for the near term and a strategic blueprint for Bharat's long-term transformation. Now, at the heart of the budget was a strong push for public capital expenditure, which was raised to 12.2 lakh crore, reinforcing the government's belief that infrastructure-led spending remains a key driver of economic momentum, private investment and job creation. And beyond the core economic sectors, the budget outlined targeted initiatives in health, sports, tourism and women-led enterprises, reflecting a broader inclusive development approach. And throughout the speech, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman anchored her proposals to the long-term national vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047, aligning fiscal policy with Bharat's aspiration to become a developed economy. Budget 2026-27 was framed not merely as an annual financial exercise, but as a strategic statement of intent, signaling continuity in reform, confidence in Bharat's economic fundamentals. Listen in.
This is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan. We are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance.
So here are the big takeaways. Number one, let's call them out as they come sliding out of our specially designed Budget Day studio, viewers. One, capital expenditure, public capex has been raised to 12.2 lakh crore, up nearly 1 lakh crore from last year or the last financial year. Two, the introduction of new Income Tax Act 2025. It will get implemented and effective, and I think the migration to the new tax regime will happen. Tax terrorism should come down. Tax compliance should become easier. Rupees 10,000 crore Biopharma Shakti scheme has also been announced. This should really push the rural and tier 3 and rural markets, and also women-led empowerment and employment there. Government aims to lower fiscal deficit to 4.2% of the GDP for financial year 26-27. So at least bringing down the fiscal deficit. Big boost for labor-intensive sectors, also where job creation has not been openly stated, but clearly the intent has been very well defined. Also, high-speed rail corridors have been proposed. So let's take that further. So let's look at the various sectors that get impacted in railways. High-speed rail corridors have now been proposed, so that comes to the fore. Let's try and have a look at this, and I'm going to walk across as we call out the next one. The next part is there is a high-level committee. There is a high-level E-committee on banking, that is banking on banking for Viksit Bharat. Launch of India Semiconductor Mission 2.0, and there has been budget allocation also towards this. 10,000 crore scheme for container manufacturing. 10,000 crore MSME growth fund has also been identified. Of course, there is the Biopharma Shakti, which we talked about. An outlay of 10,000 crore has been marked for the same. University townships, 5 university townships are going to be developed across Bharat, clearly trying to push the education sector. It will take time for it to materialize, but then we are creating specific township for as education hubs. National Institute of Hospitality to also be formed. She Marts to be set up to empower women entrepreneurs. And of course, they will be setting up of more NIMHANs or research institutes on medical, and of course focusing on the health sector. Will this also translate into not just caring for the younger generation, but also a significant population that is soon going to knock on the doors of getting 50 plus, and bulk of Bharat's population in the next decade and a half should move into the 50 plus category, and a significant number into the 60 plus category in about 15 years. So is Bharat getting ready for that too? Let's go straight across right now to our guests who are joining us and ask them what they think. Sunita Reddy, MD Apollo Hospitals, is with us. Namaste Sunita ji. Such a pleasure to have you with us on the coverage.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Your thoughts on health getting the focus and the allocations that this budget is making towards the health sector?
So 1.1 lakh crores allocated to the health sector, but it's important to think of it not just as an allocation to the health sector, but the building up of the healthcare ecosystem. So allowing investment into biosimilars, facilitating clinical research. I think these are very important first steps that have been taken to benefit the pharmaceutical industry as well as the healthcare industry, because this is where you build intellectual property. Moving on, by building the healthcare ecosystem, the focus on NCDs, which is non-communicable diseases, especially oncology, where 37 drugs have been exempted from customs duty, will make the treatment of oncology cheaper for all Indians. And the focus on mental health. So this is healthcare for for Gen Z, which is stressed, which has mental issues, for the millennials who've inherited the gene that predisposes us towards NCDs, and for geriatric care. So it is, and of course, the third most important is the medical value travel,
Yes.
where 5 hubs will be created, and the portability of insurance, which will allow foreign patients to come to India with their own, foreign insurance. I think these are great steps forward for the healthcare industry and for the services sector, which she said will be 10% of global GDP.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is a very meaningful impact, not just a number.
You operate and run and manage one of the largest hospital and healthcare chains privately. Now, are you just going to get bigger now? These 5 hubs that are being created, the non-communicable diseases focus, the focus, like you said, on cancer and oncology, and also she very specifically mentioned medical tourism to develop Bharat as a curative hub or a cure hub.
Yes, I think that was a wonderful statement, because nowhere else in the world will you find a mention of an integrated healthcare system that includes Ayurveda, where we're even looking at exporting quality drugs to the rest of the world. And by healing in India, we're actually exporting, creating earnings for the country in foreign exchange, which is, I think, at this time very valuable. And it shows that India can really innovate at scale, that we can do this at 1/10 of international costs, and we therefore have a proposition for the rest of the world.
It's not just the cure, but also building infrastructure, hospitals, and also medical equipment, designing, manufacturing medical equipment, also working on patents and doing our own R&D. Do you think there is focus of towards all of that in healthcare? Because just being a service provider doesn't suffice, Sunita ji. You know that better.
I think the most important element is the human capital. They spoke of skilling over 1.5 lakh professionals in the healthcare field, and this will act as as human capital to facilitate the growth of the entire industry. Not just, like I said, not just for us, but for us to be able to export services and to be very relevant in the rest of the world. So it is, investment in infrastructure, investment in skilling, building the next generation of healthcare, because there's AI, there's digital, there's the emergency announcement, the focus on emergency and the golden hour, which showed that they really have a very deep understanding of what healthcare requires now and for the future.
One thing which you believe that the budget may have missed, or the finance minister may have skipped in this budget, but you hope will come as far as further policy outlines through the year?
I think they've done a great thing with the GST exemption on insurance, and we believe that will lead to penetration. We hope that we can do more towards incentivizing private capital to go into new healthcare infrastructure, because that is truly what the country needs. So maybe exemption on GST exemption on building materials. This could probably come at a later date. And maybe a 10-year tax holiday to give us infrastructure status, so that we could invest in building new hospitals, which I think the country needs.
I was about to come to that. Incentivizing capital expenditure in the healthcare business, and also more importantly, ease of doing business, single window clearances, because that's also another issue. Because from putting the project in vision or putting it on a presentation to actually actualizing it, the gap has to be minimized. You believe that's being facilitated here, or it could be some more could be done there?
The broad frameworks have been drawn. We need to sit with the health ministry and make sure that we ease the regulatory pressure while making sure that our clinical outcomes are intact. So this is a dialogue that we need to have. There are of course 74 licenses that we need before we open, but we want to make sure that we deliver great clinical outcomes at scale. So it is a dialogue for the future.
I know what Mr. Pratap Reddy had to go through before setting up the first hospital in Delhi way back in the 70s, and the number of times that and how long it took for that vision to come through in the 90s. He has told me about it. Let's hope it doesn't take that much of a time for us to progress and really become a medical hub for the world. Always a pleasure speaking with you, Sunita ji.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Namaste.
Let's go straight across now to Paramdeep Singh, President and co-founder Short Hills AI. Now, AI is something which was perhaps the fulcrum of the conversation before the budget, during the budget, and also after it. Paramdeep Singh, can you hear me? Namaste, this is Anand here.
I cannot really hear you.
Am I audible to you now? Is it better?
Yes, you're audible.
So AI, now the government's focus towards AI, allocating spends towards developing technology, generative AI, and using it for public good. How focused is the budget on that, and is it on track?
I think it's a step in the right direction. So I think the government has made specific investments and commitments on the AI sector. So especially the AI India mission, there's a release of another 1,000 crores. There's a specific sort of commitment to put up GPUs. So if you look at the AI sector, primarily three things are going to be essential: talent, compute, and data. And I think there is definitely a movement in all the three sides. So the government, the budget does speak about all these three separately and does give a focus on all of these three. So I think definitely a step in the right direction.
Okay, let me ask you, given the budget and the allocations, is AI going to take away jobs, or is it going to help create jobs? What is it going to do? Because everybody's seeing it as a disruptor.
Oh, I definitely think it's going to create a lot of job opportunities. So it's like the wheel, right? So when the wheel came on, people thought that sort of it would take away jobs. When the mill came up, people thought that sort of what would happen to all the mill workers. I think the overall consumption just increased multifold. So in the long run, I think it's going to sort of open up job opportunities that we haven't even thought about. So definitely, in my view, it's going to be a big positive in the long run.
But as a country which also has a huge labor force, a demographic dividend, do you think enough guardrails are in place in terms of policy, in terms of vision of how much AI will intrude into lives, how much AI will enable, and where it will be stopped?
See, this is definitely a very nascent technology. So I'm not saying that all the guardrails are already in place, but I think as we move forward, things are getting better and better as we move on. So earlier, where AI could easily hallucinate into giving you, let's say, medical advices, now they've put in guardrails and make sure that sort of whatever you get is far better and more nuanced. So I think it's a nascent technology. Over a period of time, it will definitely improve.
Okay, final question. One thing that you were hoping the finance minister would announce, talk about, but didn't.
I would have thought that sort of the overall investment could have been much more. So I think 1,000 crores were released. I was hoping that much more could be released, especially from the startups angle, where I think most of the innovation is going to happen.
All right. So add one more zero, perhaps. That's what you would have hoped. Let's see how this 1,000 crore is utilized, because from policy to implementation, there is at least a 6 month to 1 year lag in terms of formulating it. Once it's in place, will the next budget have greater allocations? We'll have to wait and watch. Paramdeep Singh, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
Let's go straight across to Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Gajendra Shekhawat ji, namaste. Thank you for your time. Thank you for speaking with us at CNN News 18.